Hello, while waiting, we can have some chit chats. You're welcome to have a chit chat with us. For your information, we are in YouTube live. So it's time to shine, guys.
지금 회의되면 국밥이랑 카레 사야겠다.
그런 말 마시오. 내가 그렇게 되게 두지 않습니다.
Yan, si Kate.
나도 안 죽는다.
Kate, may tanong ka daw ba?
Wala, sir.
Wala ba? Akala ko may tanong ka eh. Tingnan natin, may
Sir,
Yes, you have a question.
saan pong YouTube channel?
Ito, binigay ko na doon sa ating
Okay,
site. Ito pa, bibigay ko na sa inyong chat.
Thank you po.
Search, ayan na lang po. Link yun na, click na lang po yung link. Andiyan po sa ating chat.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Help us promote our organization. Yes, you have a question. Yan. Ano ba nakikita natin ngayon sa YouTube channel? Sa YouTube. Where is it? Yan. If you want to see yourselves, you can open your video and you can see yourself in the YouTube channel. Medyo madilim, ano? Lagyan natin liwanag. May liwanag ang buhay. Promoting. Yeah, there you go. Okay, it's about 12 minutes. We're going to restart our webinar. So far, what did you learn from the two specializations that were presented? We have the structural engineering profession, particularly that of the bridge engineering, that of engineer Alberto Sicañete. Yun. Napaka ano po niyan, napakasikat po pagdating sa structural engineering dito sa Pilipinas. He's been a president of the Association of Structural Engineers of the Philippines. One of the main authors of the NSCP Volume 2, Bridges. Sought after a lecturer and speaker in different universities and different conferences, both local and international. Yeah. Then we had the engineer Jonathan Valdez from is also an international person coming from your alma mater, Mlqu, back in the early 2000 in Quiapo. Yan. A well-traveled person, a professional, not only in the Philippines but also all over the world. Ewan ko ba? Na nagalugad na niya ata ang buong mundo. Yan ang matindi doon. Okay. And the next would be surprise ko na lang sabihin mamaya. Kasi mag-introduce dyan sa kanya. Teka, may gusto magsalita. Sino kaya to? Baka gusto niyang ayan na. Ayan. Okay, this will be the next part of our General Assembly webinar in the program. Would be yan. We're done with disaster risk reduction. Later on, we will have the transportation engineering and by none other than Engineer Dante Potante. Next, there's an intermission number by Mr. Justin Brian Luwage. He is one of the finalists of the Pice Student Got Talent search search. Then we will have geotechnical engineering by none other than our dear friend Engineer Abner Bondok. Yeah. And next, that will be about 225, introduction of newly appointed officers in stated events and activities, audio visual presentation, then oath taking of Pice Mlqu officers. Next, we have environmental engineering by none other than my former co-faculty, Dr. Donamel M. Sayari. Okay. Then we will have a presidential address. Next, construction management by Engineer Robinson A. Salenga Jr. The second. Yeah. Nalilito ako dyan. Eh, at maswerte tayo at nabigyan tayo ng pagkakataon na siya pa rin ang isa sa mga speaker dun sa Water Resources Engineering naman. Okay. Maraming salamat, Engineer Salenga. Then we will have our closing remarks around 5:40 to 5:50. Oops, someone's admit all. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's it. So the officers or organizers are now preparing for the next set of speakers, okay, for this afternoon. Oh, one is now watching in the YouTube channel. Ang saya-saya naman. Oh, guys, pwede ba akong pumunta ng YouTube channel para sa YouTube para mag-comment kayo doon. Okay. Pwede tayong kumuha ng questions doon sa YouTube channel. Mga comments natin doon. Okay. So, where's the Master of Ceremony, MC? Where are you? Are you here? Yung magaling nating MC by none other than our Vice President Internal, External, Miss Diane, asan na ba siya dito? Wala. Where are you? Where are you? VP Internal, Internal. Ano ba wala? Si Bato ng internal eh. External natin nawawala. Siguro ano siya, napalabas. Oops. Okay, while waiting for our esteemed speaker, may inaantay lang po. Technical difficulty lang daw po. So, we will have a poll. Okay, so, magagamit natin polls dito, no? Okay. May isang tanong ako dito, kailangan ko malaman kung sino po nakakaalam about somewhat a history of MLQ at Diliman. Okay po, so, let's do this. Okay. Kailan nag-umpisang magklase sa MLQ Diliman ang mga civil engineering students? Yan. Sige po. Sagot po tayo kung ano yung tamang sagot. Mamaya ako i-reveal. Sino pong magsasabi na ito ay noong April 2018, January 2018, April 2017, June 2017, may sumagot na. O, dalawa pa. Or June 2018. Let's do this. Ano lang, mga saglit lang daw po to, mga wala pang 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Tapos na ito. Okay. Sino kayo nakakaalam? So as of now po no, ang iba sa kasamaang palad ano, akala nila meron pa pong MLQ sa Hidalgo Street sa may Quiapo. Alam ko wala na po tayo doon. Pero ano yun gradual. So yung taon na yon, unang naging mga unang estudyanteng gumamit ng MLQ sa Diliman, Quezon City ay mga CE students. Okay? At yung isa sa mga klase doon ay klase ko pa. Isa ako doon sa dalawa na nagklase diyan. Yung isa pong faculty ay si Engineer Lapata. Yan. Sir Abe Alapata. Okay. Ang aming kwarto ay dyan sa may kindergarten na classroom. Yan. Doon po. Ang subject ko doon ay steel design and earthquake engineering. Yan ang pagkakaalala ko. So, uy, may mga tumama na. Nakita ko na. Hindi mo akalain, no? Yun pala yung date kung kailan nagsimula. Oops, ang nangunguna. Okay, ang nangungunang answer ay noong June 2017, 43%. Sumunod ay at 20% ang sabi nila ay April 2018. Oops, June 2017 daw. Dadagdag 50%. Oh. Ang sumunod doon ay 16, may sumagot na April 2017. At saka June 2018. Yan na, nagkakaroon na tayo ng figures, no? So, andyan na po ba? Andyan na po ba? Sina Connie sent a photo. Ayan. Oh, grabe. Maraming salamat, Ma'am Engineer Connie Balisi, our co-faculty at the School of Engineering MLQU. Masigabong panagpakan Ma'am Connie. Ayan, nandito po tayo sa YouTube channel. Ayan. Ay, invite natin sa faculty for this one, no? So that they can also watch. Okay, copy. There you go. Tingnan natin sa YouTube channel kung merong mga nag-respond na or may nag-question or yan. So far, 6 po ang nanonood. Okay? Ang nag-thumbs up ay 3. Ay, ang galing. Analytics. Let us see the analytics. Okay. So, for watching. It's already 1. 2 p.m. pa naman. Start. Go. There you go. Allow. Okay. No. Should be streaming. Uy, hirap maalala, sir, ah. Teka, medyo nakalimutan na ni Sir Avila Pata. Kailan? O, lilipat na ba, sir, sa new building yung CE, sir? Aba, hindi ko din alam, Hubero, Mr. Tim Hubero. Hopefully, no? Pero hindi pa ata gawa, eh. Ano ba? Akala ko yung ano, dito sa Victoria Sports. I'm not sure kasi hindi pa tayo pwede mag face to face eh. So far wala pa naman. Okay? So I'll be stopping now the polls and have a report about the Hindi, sige pa. One more minute, Gay. Okay. Actually, ang nakakarami ay mali ang kanilang iniisip. Sir Abe, dapat i-confirm mo to ha. Wag na lang baka mamaya ano tayo masipa tayo dito kung anong nangyari dun sa ating ano kwarto diyan. Dun sa ating ano dito, unang paggamit ng ating classroom. Yan. Nakaitim. Yun. Okay, tingnan natin yung ating mga Zoom meeting invites. Mahirap maalala talaga. Hindi daw talaga maalala. Oh no. Nagkakaroon ka nga ng, ano, ng selective memory. As of now, we have 71 participants in the Zoom. Okay, in YouTube, we have how many? Viewers, there are 6, 5 likes. Okay, already there are 27 playbacks daw. Concurrent viewers, there are 4. Yan. So far, wala pa naman nagko-comment dun sa ating YouTube channel. There's an excellent connection daw. Magaling, magaling. Okay. I think we're going to start now. Where are my organizers? Are you there? Okay, sige. I just ended our polls and share results. Okay, going to share your results. Yan. Nakikita nyo ba yung results? Uh, nakikita nyo ba yung results? You can answer in the chat box po. Okay, sharing poll results. Attendees are now viewing the poll results. Kailan nag-umpisa magklase sa Mlqu Diliman ng mga civil engineering students? Okay, 9% said it was April 2018. Three of you. Okay, it's incorrect. Yeah. Then 6% of you said that January 2018. Oh, that's quite late. Yeah. And then June 2018, 6%. Oh, it's incorrect. That's too late also. In June 2017, so dalawa na lang yan, April 2017 or June 2017. Okay. So, ang nangyari doon noong 2017, it's true, it was 2017 we transferred, no? Not totally kasi may ibang mga kurso ng engineering tulad ng ME, ECE, EE at that time, andun pa rin sila dun sa ano yon, MLQ Quiapo campus. Okay. The correct answer is April 2017. Yun. Ano yan eh, summer classes siya. Summer classes. So, dun kami pumunta. So, syempre, gamo-gamo, malakas ang ulan. Oh, yan. Oh, sabi ni Sir Abe, tumama. Okay, tama. So, hindi mo nakalimutan, Sir Abe. Di ba? Wala kang selective memory. Wala kang ano. Matalas pa rin na yung memorya. Okay, no? Not sure lang, no? Okay? So, thank you very much for participating. Later on, we'll having our other activities other than other than this polls. Okay, so introduction to the next speaker, and I think we have here Sir Dante already inside. Uh, Sir Dante, Dean Dante, are you ready po? Going to introduce you now. Oh, teka. Sir Dante, kailangan kong i-unmute. Wait lang po. I have to unmute you. Yan. Dean Dante, okay na po ba? Naku, I have to check. I have to check.
Ayan, okay. Okay na.
Yun! Thank you very much po.
Oo.
Okay. We will have our introducer by in the person of our president. Is that right? Mr. President, where are you? Who else?
Sir, pa-unmute daw
Ayan na.
po.
Unmute na lang po. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sino unmute po? Si
Si
President.
President po.
Kaya pala, pasensya na po. Gawin ko na siyang host. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good afternoon. We're going back to the session. So our next guest speaker, uh, you're aware of him. That's I think that will be the summary of our introduction for him. Okay, so are we ready? Are we ready? Ready na ba? Okay, sige. Okay, so our next guest speaker is currently seated as the Dean of School of Engineering of the Manuel L. Quezon University. A graduate of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the Technological Institute of the Philippines, Manila, in 1975, he placed 7th at the CE board exam on August of the same year, with an outstanding rating of 88%. He pursued Master of Engineering, Civil Engineering major in Transportation Engineering from 1982 to 1983 at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University. He is part of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers and Road Engineering Association of the Philippines as a member. He served the majority of his career as a professional civil engineering practitioner in the Department of Public Works and Highways, or DPWH. His decades-long employment in DPWH resulted on his career experience as Director 4 of Bureau of Design, Acting Director 4 of Bureau of Equipment, Project Manager, and of course, Civil Engineer. As an academician, and prior to his role in Mlqu's helm, he was a faculty member of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines from 1991 to 2018, Mapua Institute of Technology from 2004 to 2005, from 2006 to 2017, Technological University of the Philippines, Manila, from 1985 to 1986, from 1995 to 2001, from 2004 and 2000 to 2005, in Crescent Technologies Institute Incorporated, from 1991 to 1996, and Technological Institute of the Philippines, Manila, from 1976 to 1982. Okay, so we'll start. Here's our guest speaker. Of course, you're fully aware of him, Dean Dante B. Potante.
Thank you. Thank you, President Raymond. So, the topic I'll be talking about is my area of specialization actually, no? Transportation engineering. And we know that transportation engineering is a specialization, one of the specialization of civil engineering. So as you can see in the slide, and thank you by the way, I see President Manalo for helping me out in coming up with the slides, no? And for the assistance in the presentation. Well, I chose the topic to be transportation facility design, of course, and because of time, so I would like to focus on cross-section design of travelways as well as the structural design of the travelways. Please, next, please. Our next slide. Okay. Now, as we all know, the design of transportation facilities follows design standards because it is open-ended usually and iterative in nature. So that's why for any transportation facilities is done according to standards as like, for example, ASTO, that is American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, and the AREMA for the railroad, and Federal Aviation Administration for the airport. And usually, our practice here in the Philippines is more or less influenced by the American standard. So, though we have established our design guidelines, criteria, and specifications, in particular for government projects, the DPWH, but still, we refer most of the time to the foreign standards, particularly American standards. So by the way, one of the aspects of the physical design of transportation facilities is this what we call geometric design. And geometric design is the tailoring of the transportation facility to the terrain, in particular, for example, the road or highway, the runway, and the railway track. So it has to be tailored to the terrain configuration. So please next. And more or less, when we say geometric design, it has to deal with the design of geometric cross section, as you can see in the photo. No? That is geometric cross section, together with the horizontal alignment, vertical alignment, intersection, and various design details. But the geometric cross section, particularly, is the primary consideration is drainage. Of course, drainage. That's why we are introducing crown or what do you call that? That's from the center line is we have to provide crown or camber. And details of the cross section depends on the type of facility, whether the facility is an expressway, freeway, or a collector road, or simply a major road, or will it be a runway or railroad track, no? Or taxiway like that, and the agency handling it. Like here in the Philippines, we have the Department of Public Works and Highways for our roadways and highways, and we have the Department of Transportation when it comes to railroad and airport. So cross section actually is the vertical or plane section perpendicular to the linear direction of the road or of any transportation facility, particularly on land. So when we say cross section design, it will involve the determination of the following uh, elements: the expected level of service for safety, the type of cross section, whether will it be a two-lane like that, will it be a rigid pavement or a flexible pavement, appropriate configuration of the type of cross section. This is the combination of the roadway elements. No? Whether we will introduce card or will there be a sidewalk or there will be a multi-lane and appropriate dimension of each of the elements of the configuration. So please next. And then, of course, the objective actually in the design is that the resulting design flow rate, SFI, no, will be equal to the design traffic volume or SF. So the factor of safety is not so much as compared to other engineering design, like structure design. Because if our design capacity or the design flow rate is much more than the design traffic volume, it will be already a way of investing too much capital when in fact that capital can be invested to a more worthwhile investment, because our transportation facility, particularly highway, it can be improved later on as the demand increases. So that is why resulting design flow rate is simply equal to the design traffic volume. So more or less, our design capacity or design flow rate will be equal, no, to the product of the maximum service flow rate for a particular level of service, I. So multiply by n the number of lanes per direction and the adjustment factor FW, FHV, and FP. Now, FW is to take care of the heavy vehicle adjustment. So when the road or highway will be accommodating trucks, buses, so that will be represented by FHV, heavy vehicle adjustment. And simply the FW is to take care of the lane width, no? That's the lane width FW. And FE is only population adjustment, driver's population adjustment, but it's only applicable for freeways or expressway. For our major roads, uh, like EDSA, FP will not be considered. Okay, so in short, our service, the SF, no, the design traffic volume is simply equal to the directional design hourly volume divided by the peak hour factor. And the design, directional design hourly volume is in passenger cars, yes, passenger cars per lane. No? Passenger cars per lane, the DDHB. So the actually the design hourly volume is a fraction, no? It is a certain percentage of the ADT. ADT is what we call the average daily truck traffic. So traffic survey has to be conducted if a new transportation facility, let's say highway, is to be designed. And the peak hour is simply the variation of traffic in a period of time, particularly in 1 hour, because we don't have consistency in the flow of traffic. Well, because here we are after the what do you call the level of service. So far, the recommended value by the standard is that, particularly for LT stands for level terrain, RT is rolling, and MT is mountainous terrain. So far the highest is level of service B. So it's actually a stable flow. Because if we design level of service A, that is too much expensive. So at least letter B is targeted for freeway expressway. The same thing with arterial. An example of arterial is EDSA and other major roads in the Philippines not having a control of access. So collectors, we have the secondary national roads and the provincial roads. Okay, so next, please. For highway cross section, so what the transportation engineer has to think about is this major design parameters. What will be the width and slope of the ways and spaces of the carriageway, no, of the roadway, if you are talking of highway, or the runway, or the railway track. The number of ways and spaces, meaning how many? Will there be busways? Will there be allocated simply for car or automobile? Where there will be bicycle lane, like that, and spaces like any other like the shoulders, like the separation between the direction of walk, and division of these ways into lanes. So like for example, if we have a multi-lane highway, so we have a number of lanes. So if we say 4-lane highways, that means 2 lanes in both direction. No, sorry, 2 lanes in each direction. When we say 4-lane highway. Okay, next. Well, of course, for the width of lane, no, Actually, the width of lane, this is how it was developed. It is actually the width of the design vehicle represented by WV, and then SM. SM stands for space required for lateral movements of the vehicle, and the SF actually is the space or distance, no, for fear of sidewalk or objects. Okay, but the value of SF is more or less bigger or larger than the SM. So what is shown only is you have the SM for a particular design speed. VD stands for design speed. But just for example of the SF, no, if we adopted the 70 kilometers per hour, no, as design speed, the value ranges from zero point 0.5 to zero point 0.6 meter for sidewalk, and zero point 0.9 to 1 meter for objects like utility poles, like trees, like that. So if we add that to this SM at, let's say, 70 kilometers per hour design speed, if we adopt the zero point 0.5 and then the 1 meter, so that is already 1.5. So plus the width of the design vehicle, let's say the width of the design vehicle will be 2.10. So we have already a minimum of 3.10 lane width. But in practice and following standard, AASTO considers a lane width of 12 feet or about 3.66 meter as the ideal width of the lane, meaning good lateral clearance between vehicles, and more or less the capacity of the roadway will not be affected, will not be reduced due to the visionary or due to vision, of the drivers when they are running by side. So in most of our expressway and even international, the width of our expressway is about 3.66 or around up to 3.7 meters per width. But in the Philippines, we have also 3.35 meters lane width, 3.25, and even for a lower ones, we have 3 meters after lane. So, and also an alternative to this, that the lane width, no, as a rough estimate, is we have the design speed in kilometers per hour over 80 plus 2 meters. So meaning if our design speed is 80 kilometers per hour, we divide it by 80 plus 2, that is a minimum of 3 meters. Then of course we have to consider the lateral clearances we need. But that is only how the lane width has been developed, no? Okay, and for shoulder width, the shoulder width, for usable width, actually, though we have standard in practice is that it should be the width of the design vehicle plus A, and A is the clearance ranging from 0 to 1.5. So that is why if our clearance is 0, our shoulder width will be more or less equal to the width of the design vehicle. But for high speed highway, so we need clearance to add something to the width of the design vehicle for the shoulder. And if a bicycle lane is provided in our travel way or carriage way, so it should be 2 plus 3A, the sum of these divided by 4. So A is the clearance, no, of the bicycle running side by side. So only 2. But the range of that is equal, greater than 2 but less than 4. So that is if ever bicycle lane is to be provided along the edge of the carriageway. Okay, so please next. Sorry, the cross slope. This is for drainage purposes. So please next slide. Well, this is the recommended camber. Of course, it is depending on the amount of rainfall and the type of road surface. So it is for heavy rainfall, for cement concrete and high type bituminous surface. So when we say high type bituminous surface, it refers to the asphalt concrete, no? Asphalt concrete. So that is about 2%. Now, with the introduction of the paving machine, this slope can be lessened to 1.5 because the problem with this camber is if we do the concreting manually or the yes, but with machine, paving machine, the that can be controlled, the 1.5, the consistency of the camber. Now, for thin bituminous surface, what do we mean by thin bituminous surface? It means the use of asphalt mix other than asphalt concrete. Like, for example, the double bituminous, the macadam, no, is about 2.5%. 2.5% to light, of course, to light rainfall. But in the Philippines, we have more heavy rainfall. Now, for gravel pavement, like of course, waterbound macadam, we have 3%. And for our dirt roads, no, dirt roads is 4%. Okay? So, next, please. Well, this is the recommended crossfall on straight. What do you mean by straight? That is straight alignment, not in curvature. So PCCP, this is our cement concrete pavement. So again, 2%. And bituminous concrete pavement, this is our asphalt concrete pavement, so 2.5. And the bituminous surface treatment, it can be single or double, and that is 3%. And for gravel road, still we have so many gravel roads in the Philippines, so 4%. And the earth along in our rural areas, so 5%. And for shoulder, it is for earth, loam, gravel, and sill is more or less 4, 5, 6. No? Yes, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the sill is stabilized as a lesser, is a lesser. So 4, 5, 6. Now, of course, the matching of the shoulder camber has to consider also the pavement, no? Because imagine the crossover between the two will be detrimental to the operation of the particularly truck vehicle. So it should not, the crossover should not be more than such amount. So for example, if we have a PCCP, I think it's about 7%. If we have a CCP of 2%, and we have a shoulder of earth 6%, so the critical crossover is total of 8%, and that is already critical. So meaning to say, we are not supposed to use an earth shoulder when we have a PCCP. Okay, so it should be limited to 7%. The addition of the two cross slopes for the pavement or the carriageway and the shoulder. Okay, next. Now, so we have the very important thing about the carriageway of the travelway is the roadside. So the roadside is something to do with our roadside slopes, that is embankment of cut and the drainage ditches. So the roadside slopes will be critical on open highways, meaning high speed, not in urban areas, but more often than not on rural locations where we have high speed highway. So roadside should be designed properly. Now there will be two options, no, and that option will be shown more or less in the drawing to follow. So please, next slide. Okay, so more or less uh, for viewing, these are the roadside elements. You have on your left the traffic lane. So traffic lane is travelway itself, and then we have a shoulder, And then next to that is we have what do you call the force slope. So the force slope is connected to our shoulder. So it should be S1, no? So one vertical, two horizontal. Now, sorry, the two is at the far side. I cannot edit it, but actually it is one vertical to two horizontal. So this is what we call the intersection, no, of the ditch variable width for the drainage and the force slope is what we call the toe slope as pointed by arrow, no? And on the other side, after the variable, after the drainage or the ditch bottom, is we have the back slope. So the back slope is we have H2, and that again is one horizontal. Sorry, one vertical to two horizontal. Okay. Next slide. Well, this just of course a common for the roadway width. It depends whether it will be a two-lane road, a four-lane road, a six-lane road, or a multi-lane road. No. But what is being shown here is if we have in the right side we have a cutting, no? So the depth of cut has to be established, and of course the drainage, and at the other side is the height of field, and of course, you know, in the cross section is we have to take, of course, in our surveying the amount of cut and fill, no? And the earthwork volume because for open highway that counts most how much the earthwork will cost. Okay, next. Well, this is now the option for the roadside design. Now, option one is for to have a traffic barrier or a guardrail as indicated, no? But we have to maintain such a design, so it will require more right of way actually, no? Imagine you need about from the edge of the shoulder no, sorry, from the edge of your travel way or traffic lane is about 10 meters. That is 3 meters. And then you need additional 9 meters or 30 feet in order to meet this criteria of providing traffic barrier. Next, please. And for option two is we have the recovery area and it's more wider. It's more wider than the option one with traffic barrier. But this time we don't have any barrier at all. But the objective of this is that the airing vehicle will be able to maneuver over this slope safely. No, so 10 feet, 20 feet, and then 30 feet so that the slope of one vertical to two horizontal will be attained. Okay, next. And this is now option three, more expensive. This is the most expensive alternative because we have to flatten the slope. No, imagine we will need about or the edge of your shoulder is 90 feet, or that is about 27 meters. I imagine. But if we have limited right of way, so we have no option but to use option one to provide traffic barrier. Okay. Next. Well, among the roadside elements that need to be considered, depending on the type of the facility, is the median. Now, the median is either curved or depressed, no, from road pavement. Of course, the purpose is to separate opposing traffic stream, and particularly during nighttime driving, is the glaring effect of the opposing vehicle. So that's why median is provided. So minimum of 1.22 meters and desirable is 18.3. But for our expressway, we have a bigger or a wider median, no? And then now what we have, because of the widening, the expansion, is we have a simply an elevated car, no? Elevated car. Now the shoulder more or less is for protection of the main structure, And of course, in case of accident, the vehicle can occupy the shoulder. So in practice, uh, 3.05 meter is the desirable minimum, and for heavily traveled and high speed is up to 3.66 meter. 3.66, as I have said, is an ideal lane width. And for mountainous, because of the topography or terrain, we have no choice but to use 1.83. And in practice, actually, it's much more narrower than what the standard calls for. No? Well, now the carriageway or the whole of the roadway is a function, of course, of our right of way. So as much as possible, the acquisition of land for this purpose has to be done earlier because it is very costly. But it is good practice, of course. No, like for example, for our national road maintained by the Department of Public Works and Highway, a two-lane road that is the major trunk line we have. Our minimum road right of way is 60 meters. No, that is even during the Commonwealth time, 60 meters. But with the traffic increases in volumes and in demand, so we need more. And of course, the government has the authority, the power to buy, uh, private property for the purpose of road improvement. Just like what happened to EDSA extension from top going to the sea, no? Going to MOA, oh, it took more than 10 years. No? It was then the time of President Marcos, that was martial law, but yet, of course, the martial law, but the justice or the court is operating, and the owners were very rich people, so it took a long time before the right of way could be acquired. So now we are enjoying the extension of EDSA. Okay, next, please. Okay. Well, the sidewalk is an integral part of the city roads or urban roads. No? When there are residential establishments on both sides of the road. And this is taken from our National Building Code of the Philippines, National Building Code of the Philippines. So it's a matter of, because it is city roads or urban roads, so it's a function of the road right of way. So if we have only about 30 meters road right of way, which is typical for a city road, then we have a 2 meters required, for sidewalk. And even if it's not needed, it has to be omitted. Now, the wider, of course, is about 3 meters for 40, no? 40 meters plus. And you can see along EDSA, it is a national road, but there are residential on both sides, and you can see that the sidewalk is very wide. It's about even more than 3 meters. Okay, next. Okay. Uh, well, now, just for a matter of comparison, our discussion uh, is about the highway cross section. Now, just would like to present to you the runway and taxiway cross section. Of course, the runway is where the airplane take off and land, no? Where the taxiway is from the runway going to the apron, where the passengers can disembark or embark. Okay, so it's similar for highways, except that the cross slopes are limited to 1%. No, 1%, limited lang ang the runway camber. Now, with the slope of 1.5% on tarp covered areas immediately outside the runway or taxiway. And you can see it, diba? When you are in the airport and you landed, you can see that there are grasses at the sides of the runway. So that is what we call the tarp covered areas outside the runway. So the runway is typically about 18 meters at a small airport. But for large airports like what we have here in Manila, so it's about 45 meters, no? The runway itself. Okay. Now for the runway safety area, so this is the overall, including the width, no? It varies from 36 up to 150 meters. So please, we can see it in the next slide, the configuration. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So on your left is we have the runway, and at the right is our taxiway. So you can see the runway safety area. So we include the tarp areas covered after the runway. Okay, so it is limited only to 1% to 2% depending on the type of the runway. Okay, and this one is the taxiway, like that. So the taxiway structural pavement is typically 7.5, no, to 15 meters, just to accommodate the wing, no, the wingspan, no, of the aircraft, and 15 to 30 meters for air carrier airports. Okay. Now, of course, there will be widening in case the taxiway on taxiway cars. No? And for safety, taxiway center lines are located. No? This is also follows the standard 45 to 183 meters from runway center line. Okay, next please. This is of course the detail A shown there. Of course, this is the transverse grade for our cross section. No, so we have the runway. You can see it. And this is for aircraft category A and B. So that category A and B is with respect to Federal Aviation Administration airport reference. So the category A has an approach speed of less than 91 knots. So this is the of course, terminology, no, for the unit used for sea, for water transportation, and air transportation. So more or less for the idea, 1 knot is equivalent to 1.852 kilometers per hour. No, so that is approach speed while attempting to land. No, A and B, and the B is about more than 91 knots, but less than 121 knots. Okay, so again, that is according to FAA standards. And we are adapting the FAA. Okay, next. And this one now is for category C and D. So C and D now, the approach speed for C is greater or equal to 121 knots, but less than 141 knots. And for category D is greater or equal 141 knots, but less than 166 knots. So we have another category, and that is E. The approach speed is greater or equal than 166 knots. Okay, so it's just also a matter of, but quite difference when we are in highway pavements, because what we have chiefly for this cross section for the highway is the design speed and the safety consideration and the drainage, of course. No, but the same thing with here. But just because of the heavy loads of the aircraft and the speed in landing, so that's why the cross section of the runway is very critical, really, and does not need to deviate from the accepted standards. So next slide, please. Okay, for our railway cross section, so thank you again. We have a very nice picture, but this time it's reinforced concrete ties or sleepers. So we have the seven main elements. Well, the ballast, you can see the aggregates or the gravel around and below the ties and the rail itself. So this is a single line, and we have another line, no, double line. And then, of course, we have the tie plates, fastenings, rail anchors, and rail joints. So those are the main elements for railway cross section. So please, next slide. And this is a typical railway cross section. So we have the what do we call the standard gauge is the distance between the rails. So we have a narrow gauge and a broad, no? A broad gauge. But this 1.435 is broad gauge. So we have the rail and the tie. It can be wooden, timber, no, or it can be concrete, reinforced concrete. And you know the aggregates below is the ballast. Okay, so the ballast. So the depth of ballast actually represented by A, no, is varies from 150 mm to 750 mm or more depending on wind load, traffic density, and speed. And of course, the type and condition of the foundation. The thickness of sub-ballast, if provided, also varies, but a thickness of about 300 mm has been successfully used. So performance actually has been considered in the provision of the sub-ballast. So meaning it will support the ballast. Next, please. So more or less for the standard practice for the standard width of the subgrade, if we have only a single track main line, so about 6.1 meter, no? So this subgrade actually the top of it is supporting the ballast. Okay, so if we have a field under 6.1 meter or 20 feet, then it becomes wider, 6.7 the requirement. And as the field is getting higher up to 15.2, now 7.3 meters, and so on. So 9.1 meters subgrade width, no, if in cuts, including the side ditches. Well, if the use of off-track equipment for maintenance purposes will be accommodated, then the width of the subgrade for railway cross section needs to be 15.2 meters. Okay. Well, common widths of right of way in open country, so rural location, no, not in the city, is this one, no, about 15.2 meters, 24.3, and 30.5. Now, so far in our railway in the Philippines, we have a long established railway alignment and the railway right of way. So no more acquisition being done. And if we talk of our elevated, no, rail transportation, well, it's because elevated is usually on top of our major roads, no, on top of our major roads. Okay, next. Okay, so that's so far our discussion when it comes to geometric cross-section design. And now we will go to the structural design of travelway. So after doing how wide or how wide will be our travelway, and now the next thing to do is to do the thickness, no? The thickness or structural design of the travelway. Actually, it should be included here the design of the paving mix because it has to be in tandem with the thickness design. Because your thickness properties of the materials to be used is dependent upon the properties of the design mix. So it should match together. It should be matched together. Okay. So next slide. Well, you can see here the typical section for rigid and flexible highway pavement. No? What is common On the left side, we have our flexible pavement, and on the right is rigid pavement section. And like for example, what is number 6? Number 6 is sa base. So it's common to both pavement section. But number 7 is base course. So meaning base course does not appear in our rigid pavement section. No? So what we have directly is 9, which is the pavement slab. No? Where the number 7, the base course is supporting 8. And 8 is the surface course, which is asphalt, concrete, or any other asphalt mix. Okay? Now, why the typical section is like this for rigid pavement, no base course? Because the slab is stiff enough. The elasticity of concrete is so much higher compared to asphalt concrete. So it will not be an economical design if base course will be added. No, will be added. But in practice, even though it will be a PCCP, Portland Cement Concrete Pavement, we still use base course for other purposes, but not to support the pavement slab. Okay, next. Well, this is the flexible pavements, conventional flexible pavement, or we call the layer system. You can see, the wearing course is typically 25 to 50 mm and supported by binder course, and the two together is called surface course. And then the next structural layers, we have the base course and the sub-base course and the compacted subgrade. Now, the compacted subgrade actually is about minimum of 150 mm. So even meaning if we have a natural ground, so that should be scarified and then to be compacted, and that becomes compacted subgrade. Now, take note that immediately after the base course, there is this level prime course. Well, because binder course contains asphalt, so we need to provide prime coat on the top of the base course so that the asphalt content of the binder course will not penetrate the base course. So otherwise, there will be loss of binder in our binder course. Now, between binder course and the wearing course, because binder course is a paved surface, so we need adhesive, no? And tack coat will serve that purpose. So it will bind the binder course with the wearing course. So it is a thin layer of asphalt application actually. And sometimes at the top of our wearing course, just to waterproof the surface or to provide skid resistance, this is for flexible pavement, is to apply seal coat. So again, everything here is provided in the DPWH standard specifications. We call that the Blue Book. Okay, next. For another type of flexible pavement is the full depth asphalt pavement. But this one is a very expensive flexible pavement option, no? Because base course and surface course are all asphalt. Of course, it will be comparable to our PCCP, Portland Cement Concrete Pavement, but the problem is really is very expensive. So we don't use it in the Philippines. Okay, next. And this one is what we call CRAM, contained rock asphalt mass. Of course, in other countries, this has been used, but not, of course, in the country. Imagine the DGHMA is dense graded hot mix asphalt. So that means we use dense graded asphalt concrete. And then it will be supported by dense graded aggregate. So it will follow a certain particle distribution and gradation. The grading of the aggregate should be used. There is no gap, no, in the seam. Then below is we have the open graded aggregate. Open graded, so there are missing sizes about that no, about that size. And then the modified dense graded hot mix asphalt again. So modified meaning less asphalt content compared to dense graded hot mix asphalt. And then we have the conventionally prepared asphalt grade. So again, we don't have CRAM in the Philippines. Next, please. For now, for our rigid pavement, of course, constructed of Portland cement concrete. Well, a typical section, of course, PCC, Portland concrete, Portland cement concrete is about 150 to 300 mm, but design today is much more than 300 mm. The design, or in today's, considering today's traffic for our new construction, is we have more than, no? And of course, the base or sub-base may or might not be used. Well, here is the contention that using base force, that is for control of pumping, improvement of drainage, control of shrinkage and swell, and of course, expedition of construction. Because if we have a base course, it is graded, and once compacted, it will be a firm platform for the construction. Okay, but it's not considered as to add structural adequacy to our Portland cement concrete pavement. Okay, and there are more or less four types. You have the JPCP, jointed plain concrete pavement, jointed reinforced concrete pavement, CRCP, continuous reinforced concrete pavement, and PCP, pre-stress concrete pavement. Well, we have a lot here of JPCP, jointed plain concrete pavement, and a very few jointed reinforced concrete pavement. And I guess we don't have the 3 and 4. No? Okay, next. Well, this is actually this is one of the corrections. No, this typical plan view. No, this plan view is what they call jointed plane. No, jointed plane concrete pavement. So the slab length is about 3 meters to 6 meters, or in the average is about 4.5 meters. So if you happen to see a construction about 4.5 meters and uh, the length, no? So that is more or less jointed plain, no? Plain concrete pavement. So tie bars are provided because the two slabs together has to be to hold together the two slabs. Okay. Now for the construction of transverse joints, it can be with or without dowels. No, because no, maybe if the load transfer is in question, that is the time to provide dowels. Okay, so next, okay, this is now the jointed reinforced. So the first one is the jointed plane, no? This is the jointed reinforced concrete pavement wherein our slab length is running from 9 meters to 30 meters. So meaning to say the joint is after 30 meters or 9 meters. And we provide both tie bars and dowels. No? So across the transverse joints, we have dowels, and tying at the longitudinal joint, tying the two slabs, is we have tie bars. And we have what do you call a temperature reinforcement, because this length of the slab will be much more exposed to temperature, and if not provided with white fabric or rebars, cracking will be extensive. And of course, once cracked, the pavement or the concrete is very weak already. No, if we provide white fabric, the white fabric or rebars will hold the crack together. So the white fabric or rebars is in the amount of 0.10 to about 20%, 0.10 to 0.20% of the cross-sectional area of the pavement slope. Okay, next. Now this one is the continuous reinforced concrete pavement. So imagine For our jointed reinforced, it's about up to 30 meters, but this time, this is about 152 meters. So you have tie bars, and of course, dowels if necessary for dowel for load transfer. No, and you note the continuous reinforcement is 0.60% and higher of the cross-sectional area as compared to the jointed reinforced, which simply amount for 0.10 to 0.20%, no, of the cross-sectional area. But as I have said, we don't have in record no continuous reinforced concrete pavements in the Philippines. And that's again because our economy, it will be prohibitive in our economy. Okay, so next slide, please. Now we go to the pavement design procedure. So we establish the cross section, and this time now is to determine the respective thicknesses of the structural components. So our procedure, we have traffic analysis, subgrade and materials evaluation, and design thickness combination. So next, please. So here we are doing the design of a highway pavement, no? Not runway, not the railroad track, not a taxiway. Okay, for our road or highway pavement, the design traffic load, of course, in the design lane, is expressed in terms of what do we call ESAL, equivalent single axle load. So this ESAL actually is the number of equivalent 80 kilonewton or 8.165 tons, metric tons, single axle load application contributed by one passage of an axle or vehicle. Okay, so this, how do we? ASTO uses W80 to indicate the design traffic load in the design lane. Well, if we have only a two-lane road, no? So meaning one lane is already the design lane. But if we have two or three lanes, we have to establish the design lane. Okay? So the design SL in both directions is actually the initial daily SL, no, multiplied by 365 days a year, multiplied by the traffic load factor. So initial SL is the due to average daily truck traffic multiplied by the truck factor plus the average daily bus traffic multiplied by the bus factor. And then our truck factor will be classified into two axle, three axle, four axle, and or the trailer. So there's a lot, of course, of traffic studies to establish this truck factor. Now, take note that with the SL factor, if we are designing a flexible pavement, the SL factor is a function of structural number, Fn. And we need also the terminal serviceability. No, the terminal serviceability of the highway to be designed to get the SL. And the thickness of slab for rigid pavement. And again, the terminal serviceability index. Okay, our traffic growth factor is not equal to zero. No, if our traffic growth rate is zero, the traffic growth factor will be equal to the design year or analysis period. So that means if our analysis period is 20 years, so our TGF, if the growth is zero, is 20. Now, the directional distribution factor actually ranges from 0.3 to 0.7. So now it's a matter of choosing the value, no, depending on the number of lanes. And LD is what do we call the lane distribution factor. So the lane distribution factor will be 1 or 100% for one lane in equal direction, meaning that is a two-lane road. But 80 to 100% for two lanes in each direction, that is a four-lane highway or road, and so on. Okay, next please. Next, after traffic analysis. So the purpose of traffic analysis is to arrive the design traffic in terms of SL. No? Now next is of course the subgrade and materials evaluation. So of course that's why in taking up highway engineering, transportation engineering, you need really to have the background of soils, no? Soils and the technical courses, because here we will be involving that knowledge in determining the subgrade and particularly the subway. No? And materials evaluation is our construction materials testing. No, we need. So for roadbed or the subgrade strength, actually design literature is saying that the value equal to or less than 80% to 90% percentile of the string test values along the proposed road. Of course, the objective of why determining the subgrade strength is to design the pavement on the basis of the predominant subgrade moisture content anticipated during the performance life of the pavement. Well, by the Asphalt Institute, no, actually even I think the latest edition, this is 1986, we still adopt this percentile value, no. So traffic level that is in terms of SR, if we have about 1 million or more, the design subgrade percentile value should be 87.5%. So meaning to say, you have to plot all the results, no, and then get the 87.5 percentile value of the test results, and that will be the design, the subgrade design. Okay, and of course, with our statistics available in computer, the computation will be easy, unlike before that we'll do it manually. Okay, next, please, next slide. Okay, so after getting the location CBR, so these are the individual locations. So meaning to say, depending on the anticipated traffic to be used, the spacing of the boring and the test pit is about 250 meters, no? And the depth is 1.5 meters for existing and 2 meters for new road, because it is assumed then that with the 2 meters, the heavy truck, the stress imposed on the subgrade will not anymore that much. So in this case, the best estimate to be done to get the California bearing ratio at a specific point, average for the depth, is by the using the Farm Road Association approach. So meaning M simply stands for location. So if we have a 1 kilometer long alignment of highway, you divide it by 250, so more or less you have about 5, no? Huh? About 5 boreholes, or boreholes combination with test pit. Well, the analysis, however, is limited up to 1 meter only. No? If ever there will be unsuitable materials below the 1 meter, and that will need another analysis. No, another analysis. But the limit so far is up to 1 meter. So in order to get the CBR on the top of the borehole is to adapt this. So we have H1, the thickness of layer 1 in centimeter, multiplied by the CBR of that particular layer, raised it to 1/3. Now CBR, or California bearing ratio, actually is in percent, but we do not indicate the percent, and we do not convert the percent to decimal number. So if you say 5%, our input here will be 5. Okay, so plus H2, HN, like that. But remember, the totality of H1, H2, and HM should not be more than 100 centimeter because our divisor is 100 centimeter. So the CM actually is the CBR at this point average for the depth of 1 meter. Okay, next. Well, after getting the section CBR, again by Japan Road Association, if we adopt that, it will be now equal to the design section CBR of the subgrade soil, no? So it can be calculated using this, the average of all the CBRM of the CBR along the location minus the division of maximum CBR minus minimum CBR along the alignment divided by C, where C is the statistical coefficient determined by the number of measurements. Example, if we have 9 samples, that value of C is 3.08. But this is Japan Road Association. Though we estimate the location CBR using Japan Road Association, if we adopt the ASTO method of design, the section CBR will just be simply equal to the average of location CBR. So ASTO uses average value. So the number of tests taken, the test taken simply divided by the total number of tests to get the average. Okay, next. Well, this is a correlation, no? It's not actually by Japan Road Association. It's again a mistake, which I was not able to correct or to advise our Pice. So this is a correlation, and this is one research to really to be good to be done by students, but it's very costly because you will take samples. And imagine doing a plate bearing test that is represented by K is much expensive compared to our CBR. And even the MR, this is now the standard test, no? The MR, the modulus of subgrade modulus. And subgrade resilient modulus is MR, and the K is the modulus of subgrade reaction. So PCI is pounds per cubic inch. Of course, it can be converted to our system international. Okay, in Pascal per kilopascal per mm, like that. So for example, if our CBR now is 5, then more or less our modulus of subgrade reaction is 140 PCI, and correspondingly, if you look 140 PSI, so that we can get our MR, so that is about between 4,000 and 5,000. Okay? So, of course, for a very important project, testing should be done. No? That is getting really the MR, getting the K. The CBR, of course, is a conventional way. No? Just to have an estimated value of the strength of the subgrade. And it's not so expensive. I think one CBR is about 1,000 pesos, like that, no? 1,500 or 2,000 per hole, per CBR sample. Okay, next. Well, again, this is not Japan Road Association, but this is just representing how the relation between the quality of subgrade with respect to effective modulus of subgrade reaction represented by K. Okay, how we qualify our subgrade. So meaning if the effective modulus of subgrade reaction K is greater than 500 PCI, we have a very good subgrade. But if we have less than 150, oh, that's very poor. Okay, so this is just a qualitative classification of our subgrade according to effective K. Okay, next. Well, now, when we come to where after traffic analysis, then the subgrade and the subgrade evaluation now is the materials characteristics. The materials that we are going to use in our as structural components of our travelways. So for flexible pavements, we need to establish A sub 1. So A sub 1 is a structural layer coefficient for asphalt surface force. So it depends on the elastic modulus of the asphalt mix we use. Okay. So example, if our asphalt elastic modulus of asphalt is about 400,000 psi. Well, of course, we can convert that to megapascal or kilopascal because as I understand, 1 psi is about 6.895 kilopascal. So it's just only a matter of conversion. No? So, but it is not advised to use an asphalt concrete having an elastic modulus of more than or 450,000 psi. So one property is being sacrificed already if we use that strength for asphalt concrete. Okay, so the value is 0.45, but typically we use 0.38, 350,000 psi, or even 0.42, no? 400,000 psi. And the A sub 2 is the layer coefficient for granular base. It can be cement treated. It can be bituminous treated base layer. So we have the equation. As long as we know the elastic modulus of the base, then we can have an estimate of the layer coefficient for granular base, cement treated and bituminous treated base layer. And also for granular sub-base layer, as long as we know the elasticity of sub-base materials, that's why it's more of laboratory work because there is a need to test the samples of the materials to be used. Is we can establish what is our ASO3. And for PCCP, it will very, of course, establish procedure. The elastic modulus of the PCCP in PSI is if simply equal to the 57,000 multiplied by the square root of FC prime. And we know FC prime, this is the 28-day PCC compressive strength and in PSI. I think this is in accordance with the ACI, American Concrete Institute, adopted. And AC is the modulus of fracture. Because in our pavement design equation, AC is an input factor. So the modulus of fracture is determined according to the third point loading. It's not the midpoint loading, but the third point loading. And we thank you that our students can make use of the facilities of UTM either in DPWH Regional Office 4B and the Bureau of Research and Standards. No? For this kind of testing, beam testing, and of course for the cylinder test to get compressive strength of concrete. Okay, next. Well, another consideration in our structural design is establishing the drainage coefficient. So this is for modifying our, if we use untreated base and sub-base, no, in flexible pavement. But if we use cement treated base or asphalt treated base, so we don't need to establish the drainage coefficient. So the percent of time pavement structure is exposed to moisture levels approaching saturation. So we have the quality of drainage. For example, if our drainage system in the area can be qualified as excellent, and then the exposure is about is greater than 25%, our value is 1.2 as the drainage coefficient. And that is already excellent, no? Greater than 1.2 because this is an input in our equation. to be. Okay, next, please. And we have another set of drainage coefficient, and this time it will be for rigid pavement. So, for excellent quality of drainage and greater than 25% exposed to moisture level, we have 1.10. So it is lesser than the flexible pavement. Our flexible pavement, I remember, is about 1.2, no? This is 1.10. Okay? So, but if we have a very poor, imagine, greater than 25%, our coefficient is 0.7. So that means we need more thickness. Okay, next. Well, this is just how we, the quality of drainage. We call it excellent if the water removed is about 2 hours. And very poor, water will not drain. Okay, next. Well, for the flexible pavement, this is our structural number. So where we input our drainage coefficient. So A1, D1 plus A2, D2, M2. M2 is the drainage coefficient for our base course, and M3 is the drainage coefficient for our subbase. So this is usually reported in inches, or if not, in mm. Okay. Next. And if we do not use the design nomograph, this is the basic equation for each pavement course. Okay. The advantage of the equation is that the calculation can be done up to 2 decimal places, unlike when you read it from the nomograph. And it will be easy if you put this into Excel, and the computation will be very simple, just only a repetition. So take note of our input. No, the CR is the deviate from function of reliability. That is how much to predict our design that it will perform as designed, no? And of course, the MR, this is our modulus, subject resilient modulus, which can be obtained as a function of the CBR. And actually, the SN is capital N. Yes. Okay, so this is a trial and error solution. We have this W18 is the design traffic. Okay, next. So okay, next. Next slide. Well, this is determining now the layer thickness requirements. If we get our SN, the totality that is represented by SN3. Now, it is but a practice to determine whether our surface course thickness is sufficient or adequate. And that is by the use of these equations. Okay. The same thing with the thickness of our base course on top of our subbase course, and SN3 on top of our road bed subscript. Now take note that the A subscript is for representing the actual value used, and it should be greater than the required value. Okay. Next. Now rigid pavement. So it's essentially Portland cement concrete. So it can be designed using the concrete fatigue and or erosion as proposed by the Portland Cement Association, or the rate of reduction of serviceability as suggested by us to guide 1986 and TRL Road No. 29. Now, the TRL Road is the design method used by Great Britain or the UK, no, United Kingdom. Okay, next. Now, this is now the working equation for our thickness of pavement slab. So this should be in inches, and as much as possible, no, is this is again a trial and error. So the drainage coefficient here is CD, as you can see, and then the D is the thickness. So usually we assume a slab thickness and compare it with the log 10 W18. Okay. Okay, next. Well, okay, the variable here is the ZR, standard normal deviation, but we can see it in table. Next, please. This is the value of the standard normal deviation. You'll take note that if our reliability is 50%, the ZR is 0. So meaning, the higher the value of the R, you need more thickness. Okay? Because just imagine, if we adapted the 99 or the 90, no, or yes, the 90, our ZR is negative 1.282. So that negative value corresponds to increase in the pavement thickness. Okay, we have a recommended level of reliability. So depending on the location of the road, whether urban or rural. So this just suggested, and also on the functional classification. As an example, if we have a principal arterials like EFSA, so urban location is about 80 to 99%, and for rural is 75 to 95. So the mid can be taken into consideration. Okay, next. Next slide. Well, recommended terminal serviceability PT. So this is using the calculation of the SL factor. So high volume, we consider it high volume if our average daily traffic is more than 10,000. So the value of our terminal serviceability is 3 to 3.5. If you have a medium volume, that is 3,000 to 10,000 ABT, 2.5 to 3. And if we have low volume, that is less than 3,000 ABT, 2 to 2.5. So this will serve as guide for the designer of the pavement structure. Okay, next. Well, of course, the thickness also, there is a guide, but for if our subgrade CBR is in the range of 6 to 15%, no, our subbase thickness minimum is 100 mm. This is for rigid pavement. And for if our subgrade is greater than 15, the 100 can be adopted as minimum. So asterisk meaning that it can be omitted. But just for construction purposes, to expedite construction, a minimum value is used. So this now, the subgrade K, if we use the granular subbase of thickness, let's say of 4 inches, our subgrade K will become 65. Or if 12 inches, our subgrade K of 50 will become 110. So that is the use of this table correlation. Okay, next, please. Now, for joint geometry of concrete pavement as a rough guide, joint spacing in feet for plain TCCP should not be greater than 2 times the slab thickness in inch. Just for example, if we have an inches slab joint spacing, 8 inches slab, our joint spacing will be about 16 feet. Okay, so this is a rough guide. And as a general guideline, ratio of the slab width to the slab length should not be greater than 1.25. Then we will have a construction joint. A construction joint when the construction is halted or interrupted. An expansion joint when interface between the concrete pavement and fixed structures such as chambers and bridge decks uh, will be encountered. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, as for dowels, for joint opening, we have these, no? For if we intend for undowel joints, the opening should be 0.04 inches, so 0.04 inch or less. And for dowel joints, we can allow joint opening of the contraction joints up to 0.25 of an inch. Okay? So dowel size, as practice, can be estimated by the thickness of the slab in inches divided by 8. And the length usually of the dowel is 300 mm to 500 mm long and is spaced at 300 mm to 375 mm. Though it can be designed to establish the spacing and the length requirement of the dowel. Okay, next. And for the reinforced requirement, of course, it needs for our tie bars to hold the two slabs together is according to this formula AS. And W here is the slab weight in PSF, and F is the coefficient of subgrade resistance equal to 1.5. And of course, Fs is the allowable steel stress in PSI. Of course, this equation can be converted into SI. But remember, the tie bar spacing in inches should be 48 inches maximum. And for the band stress requirement, 350 PSI maximum. Okay? And for the length of the tie bar, it should be according to this equation. S is the spacing of the tie bar plus 3 inches or 75 mm for misalignment for the tie bars. Okay? Next slide. Then this is for reinforcement requirements or temperature reinforcement. Remember that this is not to add any structural strength to our pavement, but simply to take care of the drop or the changes in temperature, that when the slab crack, there will be something to hold the cracks together. Okay? Okay, I think this is the last portion of this slide. Buhayin mo. Buhayin mo. Yung power. Yung ganito. Yan. Yung isa. Yan. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so medyo maingay na yung background ko.
Oh.
So we will unfortunately we can't proceed sa sa question and answer.
Bakit?
Kasi po nag-overtime na po.
Ha?
Opo.
Overtime na ba? Ay, sus.
Napasarap po sa sir, sa discussion.
Yung ng ilan. Okay na yun.
Opo.
Ano lang naman ako
if you have questions, you can you can directly address it to Dean Potante.
Oo. Andyan lang naman ako Kaya walang problema yon, di ba?
Yan. Opo. So of all the speakers naman, you can approach him. Siya yung pinaka-approachable.
Lumampas na ba ako sa 40 minutes?
Opo, sir.
Hindi ata. Nag-upisa tayo to 1 Okay, sige.
Okay po, sir. So we will proceed now to the awarding of certificates. So I would like to call on Dr. Michael B. Bailon to present the
Yes, sir, will allow. Ay, 5 minutes na lang pala. Sorry.
Sir Bailon.
Ay, lumampas ata ako ma. Hindi, ang tingin ko, 1 lang Oo nga. 241 na nga pala.
Okay, so I think wala si Sir Bailon sa Zoom.
Okay na.
I-award na lang po namin certificate, sir. That's na po.
Okay, oo. Ha?
Okay po.
Ay, sorry for the time.
Okay lang po.
Oo. Okay. So, ano na kayo ngayon? Ano yung next number niyo?
Awarding na po ng certificate niya.
Hindi, akala ko ipapadala niyo na lang.
Ipe-present pa po namin yan.
Sige, okay. Magsimula ako ng sabihin mo 150. Kung 40, ay lumampas nga. Umubra ako. Ang tingin ko kasi hindi ito 240 ito. 141. 115 plus 40. Ay, lumampas ako ng halos, no? 115 plus 40. 155. 40? Mahaba ka na ba? Mahaba. Mahaba ang nalampasan ko. Kasi binigyan ako ng 5 minutes. Kala ko. Hindi dito ko na. Hindi, meron nagkuhan. Eh, akala ko, hindi pa ako lumalampas ng 5 minutes. Oo nga. Kakayahan mo sa mga bata. Wala na. Ay, meron pa. Dalawa pa. Dalawang topic.
Okay, sir. So, ako na lang po mag-represent tong no certificate niya. Okay po, sir.
Okay.
Okay po, sir. So, Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Manuel L. Quezon University presents this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Dante B. Potante for sharing his valuable knowledge as a guest speaker of the General Assembly 2021 for transportation engineering with the lecture entitled Transportation Facility Design, Cross-Section and Structural Designs of Travelways, awarded the 16th day of January 2021 by a Zoom meeting. So, yung signature po, di pa po siya nag-reflect in this certificate.
Okay.
Pero this certificate will be signed by me, Raymond Francis M. Manalo, President of Pice Mlqu, and Dr. Michael B. Bailon, our faculty advisor. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
sir.
Oh, thank you. Ay,
So,
ang natabunan ko.
okay, so we will proceed na po sa sa next speaker natin. Our next speaker, I think it's Engineer Bondo. So, okay, so to introduce Engineer Bondok. Engineer Bondok graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the Angeles University Foundation as a cum laude in 2008 and continued his master's degree at the University of the Philippines as a geotechnical engineer in 2016 to 2017. He is a licensed civil engineer with 11 years of experience in the geotechnical engineering field. He first worked for PGA Geopure Incorporated as a field engineer and geotechnical engineer from June 2008 to January 2011. Subsequently, he was also a geotechnical engineer of Pacific International Incorporated, Micronesia from April 2011 from January 2013. He further strengthened his experience with GHD PT, sorry, I can't pronounce this, from November 2013 to June 2019. He was also involved in GHD projects such as Water Tunnel Works, NBA Q4 Quezon City, multiple land development projects, Aboitiz Land, Ayala Land, Flagship Bridge Project, CCLEX, and many more. He currently works at JV Angeles Construction Corporation as the Civil and Geotechnical Engineering Department Manager since July of 2019. Apart from being a successful geotechnical engineer, he was also a full-time college instructor at Holy Angel University from July 2013 to October 2013, and a part-time instructor at Far Eastern University Institute of Technology teaching building construction and estimates. He attended the 17th Region 3 Technical Conference of Pice in 2019 at the Kingsborough International Convention Center and GHD Technical Conference for Geotechnics, Geology, Mining, and Tailings of GHD Pty Ltd in 2016 in Melbourne, Australia. He had been involved with various soil stabilization and foundation projects, not only in the Philippines but also overseas. In line with his field of expertise, he is proficient with the use of geotechnical softwares such as Slope W, Slide 3, and Plaxis 2D. As an established professional of his field, he was invited as a guest speaker by several universities, including Mapua University, National University, Bulacan State University, and Far Eastern University Institute of Technology. So let's all welcome Engineer Abner Bondo.
Yes, hello, and
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hello and good afternoon to everyone. So I think I already sent you guys a recording of my presentation just to ensure that we don't go beyond the 40-minute time limit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh, we
Yes.
will uh,
So
we will play the recording about.
okay, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, po, sir.
So hello and welcome to my current um, presentation. So thank you muna sa mga students and sa mga nasa student council and sa faculty na nag-invite sa akin dito sa MLQU presentation, no? So thank you so much. So before I begin with my presentation, gusto ko muna magpakilala sa inyo. My name is Engineer Abner Bondo. No? So I am a civil geotechnical engineer, and currently I'm I am with Freycinet International Manila. Okay, so papalit ko lang ng work. So I would like to present to you the civil engineering specialization of geotechnical engineering. So some additional background then, I have been a civil engineer since 2008, no? So 2008 pa. Um, so I currently have about 12 to 13 years of experience in terms of geotechnical engineering. So hopefully, mabigyan ko kayo ng background kung ano ba ang geotechnical engineering and bakit siya interesting na field. So I would be presenting that in the next couple of minutes. So I hope everyone is seeing my screen and you can hear me during this recording. No? Okay, let's begin. So as you can see, this is the title page or the title slide. So in this presentation, we're going to discuss about what is geotechnical engineering in simple terms, no? Ano ba siya para maintindihan siya ng karamihan? Ano ba ginagawa ng isang geotechnical engineer? So why should someone or anyone take up geotechnical engineering? And what would be the consequence if there are no geotechnical engineers? So to begin with, basahin natin to. It says, everything you see around you is supported by soil or rock. Geotechnical engineers are responsible for that. Anything that is not supported by soil or rock either floats, flies, or falls down. So, nakuha ko yan galing sa whatisgeotech.org. No? So, it's a very cool quote kasi it emphasizes or highlights the importance of what geotechnical engineers do. So, in essence, kapag umapak ka sa lupa or sa bato and you're building any structure, whether it's onshore or offshore, it's bound to be in the jurisdiction of the geotechnical engineer. Kasi kung hindi siya supported, kung hindi well supported ang structure, so sabi nga dito, either liliparin yan, tatangayin yan, okay? Or aano rin siya, or at the same time, pwede siyang mag-collapse, pwede siyang mag-fall down. Okay? So, bigyan natin siya ng a bit more technical na definition. So, what is geotechnical engineering? So, geotechnical engineering, it explains the mechanics of soil and rock and how it is applied for the development of humankind. So it sounds a bit like an exaggeration, yes, but actually it's very accurate, no? Kasi anything that needs to be constructed by a civil engineer needs to be examined by a geotechnical engineer, because all of infrastructure, all structures that require foundation will be under the jurisdiction of a geotechnical engineer. So I have listed down those which have been in the scope of geotechnical engineers in the past and probably up until the future, no, foreseeable future. It includes foundations, slopes, retaining structures, embankments, roadways, tunnels, levees, wharves, landfills, and other system that needs to be supported by either soil or rock. So, lahat ng nakikita nyo na kailangan itayo, under yan sa geotechnical engineer. Kasi, kumbaga, kung hindi stable yung structure, which is usually supported by soil or rock, magkakaroon kayo ng issue either during construction or during operation na nung structure na yon, nung construction na ginawa nyo. So ito yun. In short, if it needs to be built on the ground, we are there. And it is also the love child of civil engineering and geology. So if you're a geotechnical engineer, you have to have some sort of background or working knowledge about the different types of soil and different types of rock. Kasi ang parent material ng soil is rock. Okay, so that's the parent material. Okay, so a description of a geotechnical engineer is, it's a type of guy who does not shy away from getting dirty, no, getting down and dirty on the job site. So, since lupa ang pinag-uusapan, a geotechnical engineer must be comfortable in terms of touching the soil, touching rock, okay, getting your hands dirty. For any project that usually begins with foundation preparation, geotechnical engineers are the first people or set of engineers that are sent to the construction site for investigation and preparation. Okay? And more often than not, geotechnical engineers are not mentioned or given credit when it comes to the completion of a project. No? Since ang trabaho ng geotechnical engineer is at the beginning of the project and they usually are handling yung foundation, okay? Hindi nakikita kasi yun ng mga tao since nasa ilalim siya ng lupa. So, more often than not, credit is not given to geotechnical engineers. You don't often hear when a good looking structure is praised, it usually is not mentioned na ang galing naman ng geotechnical engineer niyan. No. So walang nag-mention yan in reality. And then pag may nangyari na, for example, if the structure is sinking, so doon pa lang siya mag-uumpisang magkaroon ng significance or maaalala siya bigla, oh, lumulubog na yung structure. So let's call a geotechnical engineer. So they are often called to troubleshoot, usually in the middle of construction or operation of a project. So minsan may mga projects na nagmadali, no? So hindi inayos yung preparation ng foundation. So biglang tatawagin si geotechnical engineer to provide solutions. Okay? So essentially, since mas adventurous ang mga geotechnical engineers, I often liken them to Indiana Jones, no? So sila yung madalas na palibot, okay? Sila yung madalas na marumi, okay? So medyo kung i-compare natin siya sa mga kabaro nating civil engineers na may ibang specialization, medyo dugyot yung natin ang geotechnical engineering. Pero hindi ibig sabihin yan na dugyot yung pagkatao ng engineer. It just means that marumi lang siyang trabaho compared dun sa mga office type jobs. Okay, kung usually nagmo-model ka lang, nandun ka lang sa loob ng office. Ang geotechnical engineering kasi has a field component, no? So para siyang Indiana Jones, or if you prefer, you can call it Tomb Raider. Okay, so since mas action-packed siya, okay, compared sa ibang engineering field. So here's the thing, what if there are no geotechnical engineers, no? So if there are no geotechnical engineers, there will be more instances of engineering blunders. Yung mga famous na engineering blunders, for example, na naging landmark siya, naging famous siya, is yung Leaning Tower Pisa, no? So if you think about it, the issue there is a foundation issue, no? So may clay dun sa ilalim no foundation ng tower, and nagkaroon siya ng differential settlement. So buti na lang hindi siya nagkaroon ng total collapse, hindi siya nahulog, okay, hindi siya nagkaroon ng structural failure. However, it is still considered as an engineering blunder. Okay? So, merong ibang mga buildings na hindi pinalad, na nagkaroon din ng differential settlement, na instead na maging landmark sila, naging poster boy sila, poster material sila for things that are not to be done on site, no? So, if there are no geotechnical engineers, the designs as well for foundations, for the entire project din, can either be too conservative kasi hula hoops lang, nanguhula lang, hindi inaral ng mabuti, so para hindi magkaroon ng problema ang ginagawa ng iba, i-over-design nila, so magiging costly siyang masyado, or under-design, which is mas delikado yon kasi di baling over-designed siya, at least hindi siya danger in terms of life and property, pero at the same time, kung super costly naman siya, hindi siya practical as a project. Okay? So, usually, in the middle of construction or operation, magkakaroon ng issue yan eh. Kung hindi mo tinawagan ng pansin, or hindi mo in-include or in-involve ang isang geotechnical engineer at the beginning of the project. Okay? So for example, here we have a building that suffered a foundation issue. So ayun, nagkaroon siya ng failure. This is in China, no? So essentially, ano ba nangyari dito sa structure na to? Nagkaroon ng excavation dun sa tabi ng structure. If you can see it on the left side of the screen, no? Nagkaroon ng excavation, and then umulan. Ngayon, yung in-excavate na material, nilagay nila doon sa isang side ng building. So, syempre, pag umulan dyan sa area na yan, alangan namang dito lang siya sa isang side. So, yung buong site inulan. Itong na-expose na foundation dito sa kung saan yung pile nitong building na to, nagkaroon siya ng compromise, no? Na-compromise yung yung foundation, so nag-collapse siya. So, kung iisipin natin, nung tinanggal itong lupa na to at nilagay mo siya dito, itong additional soil na to naging dagdag pa siya na burden or overburden dito sa one side of the building. Since nauka na to, na-excavate siya, nung umulan, lumambot yung lupa, then pinabigatan mo pa siya dito sa other side. So, ayun, nag-collapse na siya. Okay. So, for a geotechnical engineer, the terms in this list are very essential kasi data gathering siya. So, first is data gathering, analysis, interpretation, evaluation, risk assessment, solutions and alternatives, and then you do designs. More than, I think, no, at least for structural engineering, no, more than the other engineering, typically data gathering is the primary source of information. Pero in terms of dito sa na to, sa geotechnical engineering, part kasi ng isang malaking part ng trabaho ng geotechnical engineer is to get information about the soil characteristics, the rock material. So, yan is hindi mo pwedeng kunin lang ng literature-based lang. So, you really need to go to the site and get as much info coming from a regional perspective, no? So, regional, and then it becomes localized up to the point na nagiging specific na siya, nakukuha ka na ng sample ng lupa for you to test, and those tests are often divided into two categories. One is to check the index. Ibig sabihin, you have to identify kung anong klaseng material. So, index testing. And then number two is behavioral testing, no? So, may index test ka and behavioral test. So, yung index test na yan yung mga ginagawa nyo sa school. So, yan yung ginagawa nyo sa soil mechanics like sieve analysis, Atterberg limits, ayan. So, yung mga yan, kinukuha natin dyan kung anong klaseng soil, no? So, kinaklasify natin siya para malaman natin kung either soil ba na yan ay silt, clay, sand, or gravel. So, those are your 4 types. So, afterwards, you analyze yung material. Okay? So, dun pala sa data gathering, kasama na rin yung behavioral doon. No? So, kung ano yung strength ng soil, kung ano yung shear strength ng soil, yung compressibility ng soil, etc. And then, also, how the soil behaves kapag nalagyan siya ng tubig. So, one thing that I would like to insert, no, hindi ko na na-type dito sa presentation, is that the soil, just like any other common material na ginagamit for construction, is heavily influenced by water. No? So, kalaban ng soil ang water. For the majority of these soil types, kapag nalagyan siya ng water, yung behavior ng soil is nagbabago siya significantly. Okay? So, that's one thing that we need to consider. Also, even if we consider rock material, the presence of water can also affect the behavior of that rock, especially kung yung rock na yon tends to dissolve. So pwede siyang matunaw, just like yung mga limestones na yan, dolomites na yan, pwede siyang ma-wash out. Okay? So, yan yung isang kailangan natin maintindihan. So, we need to identify kung anong klaseng soil yan or rock para ma-identify din natin kung ano yung behavior ng material. Okay? Ma-anticipate natin. Next is we do our analysis. So, yung analysis na yan, yan yung pag nakuha mo na lahat ng information, okay, nag-gather ka na ng data from site, you try now to analyze and see kung ano ba yung mga, kumbaga, you paint a picture. It helps you to interpret Yun na. So yung tatlong items na yan magkakasunod, analysis, interpretation, and evaluation. It helps you to understand kung ano yung klase ng material, ano yung behavior ng material, and anong magiging interaction niya pag nandun na yung structure na gusto mong i-construct. Okay? So, these three, so you analyze, you interpret, so you try to understand, and then you evaluate. So yung evaluation na yon, pag interact na yung soil and structure mo, so ayun na siya. And then, from that interpretation and evaluation, you try now to understand what are the risks. Okay, so for example, if you have some sort of clay material, you try to understand kung yung soil na yun ba is most likely magkakaroon ng consolidation, magsisettle ba siya, okay? Magkakaroon ba siya ng differential settlement, okay? Or if sandy naman yung material, is it too loose, no? Kung loose ba yung material? Kung masyadong loose yung material and there's water, kung may malapit din na fault line doon, possible na magkaroon siya ng liquefaction. So, may mga iba-ibang conditions na pwede mong i-evaluate para makita mo kung ano yung risks na associated, and if there are solutions or alternatives that you can do para ma-arrest mo yung risks na yun. Okay? So I hope that's clear. And then once you get the solution, the preferred solution, and that's often considering time, cost, technology, okay, yung availability nung solution na yon sa area mo, you can now perform a design, okay, na pwedeng gamitin for concept and detailed design para integrate na siya dun sa foundation ng structure. This does not only include yung para sa foundations. So this list, no, these keywords, this process is applicable to slope protection. This is also applicable to tunnels, road design, no? So yung lahat ng mga ginagawa nating related sa infrastructure, kailangan ding i-follow itong keywords na to or itong list na to, itong process na to para maging scientific and detailed yung way natin ng pagdi-design or yung engineering natin. Okay? So data gathering, like I said, isang napakalaking component dyan is for the geotechnical engineer to actually go to the site and try to understand kung ano yung nangyayari or ano yung situation, yung condition ng site. Okay? And then from a regional perspective, sabi ko nga, you will now perform something that is localized. So you can either get a drilling crew. Yung drilling crew na yan, you usually get them to perform field sampling and field testing, lalo na dun sa mga malalalim na locations, yung mga several meters below the ground. Okay? And kung hindi naman ganun kalalim, like for example, ang kailangan mo lang makuha information is between 2 meters to say 4 meters into the ground, you can perform test pitting. Kagaya nung nandito sa kanan. Okay, so you can see that there's a low cost way and a high cost way na magagamit natin for data gathering. So it depends on the project and it depends on the budget as well. So next is once you get your samples, no? Yung samples na yun, you perform your test. Itong pinakikita ko dito sa presentation now is what they call the triaxial test. Okay, so that's a triaxial machine. So hopefully, meron kayong ma-encounter nito sa career ninyo kasi this is a very good test to identify the shear parameters, usually for silts and clays, no? So essential yan. And then you try to interpret coming from the information na na-gather nyo sa data gathering, and then sa analysis, you interpret, and usually the interpretation comes into the form of a borehole log. No? So nakikita nyo ngayon, dito sa presentation is a sample of a borehole log which tells you the type of soil, okay, yung description ng soil, at what depth na encounter. And then you can see here yung mga results ng standard penetration test. Hindi ko muna masyadong explain yun, but the standard penetration test is a parameter or is a good way to see the strength of the soil. Okay, it can be correlated into different parameters of the soil like friction angle, cohesion, even bearing capacity, no? Pwede siya makuha dyan. Ito nandito naman sa side na to, yung gradation. Okay, so yung tinatawag natin na grain size analysis, which is most likely may encounter nyo sa soil mechanics class nyo. And then yung triaxial shear strength, no? So makikita nyo dyan. Consolidation, okay, kung clay yung material, so most likely meron din yan. And you will also find information about the depth of water kasi malaking bagay yon, especially if you're trying to see the characteristic of the soil. So yung level ng tubig, malaking factor yon kung stable ba yung ground or hindi. Okay, so next is, in terms of interpretation, there's also the use of geophysics, no? So, for the most part, ang geophysics is not a geotechnical methodology. So, merong sariling branch ng science itong geophysics. Pero, in the recent years, especially in most countries globally, ini-integrate na ngayon ang geophysics sa pag-study ng soil. Kasi yung mga previous na hindi natin na kukuhang information like the overall layering of the soil, hindi natin siya ma-interpret ng maayos kung boreholes lang, okay, yung gagamitin natin. So, with the help of geophysics, so nakikita natin ngayon seismic refraction, yung ginagawa nila dito sa presentation. Essentially, we're trying to find the layer of soils, kung halimbawa itong unsaturated soil, and kung saan yung interface ng mga materials na yan, yung depth niya, in terms of saan ba yung bato, saan yung portion na saturated na tubig, saan ba yung portion na hindi saturated ng tubig. So, kung makikita nyo, itong technician, no, itong geophysicist, meron siyang plate na nandito sa ground. So kaya meron siyang maso dyan is iwawak niya yan, no? Hahampasin niya yung plate, and that plate will produce an energy source. So the vibration of that energy will travel across the different soil layers, and meron siya mga detectors na makikita niyo dito sa tabi niya, mare-record ngayon yun. So yung vibration na yon, kung ano yung time delay, yun yung magsasabi kung ilang feet per second or meters per second yung velocity, and that velocity can be translated into density of the material. Okay? So kaya nga malalaman natin saan yung interface ng low density tsaka high density material. So kung bato yan, we expect that to have a higher velocity which translates to higher density. Okay? So, yun yung pinaka-gist nito. So, it's very essential na kung halimbawa merong mga projects na nagre-require ng good idea or good level of understanding kung anong klase ng soils and saan yung malalim na soft soil or malalim na location ng bedrock. So ito makikita dito sa geophysics. I'm sure it's not often taught in the school setting, pero in the industry, ito na, nagiging prevalent na to. Okay? So sana magkaroon ng chance within the next generation of engineers na makita yung method na to, maging familiar, para yung mga engineering comrades natin, yung mga engineering colleagues natin maintindihan kung ano yung value ng geophysics. So malaking bagay ito. So at the end of the day, yung binabanggit ko nga, so yung velocity, ayan siya, malalaman natin kung nasaan yung malalim. So kung borehole lang, yung kagaya ng pinakita natin kanina dun sa medyo technical drilling, ito lang yung ma-interpret niya na location nung rockhead na tinatawag, no? Pero kung merong geophysics yan, makikita natin na ito pa lang sa baba, meron pala siyang mas malalim na soil, okay, bago ka magkaroon ng rock. So this is a very good way of trying to bridge the gap between two boreholes. Okay. So evaluation. So in essence, why do I think that geotechnics is a more interesting aspect of civil engineering? No? So personally, ito yung mga naisip ko. So most of the time, geotechnical engineers give the inputs for design. No? So hindi kami nanghihingi ng inputs mostly sa mga structural engineers because we get them from our own data gathering, no? Pero hindi naman sa lahat ng pagkakataon ganyan. So sometimes we need help from structural engineers, from hydraulics engineers, no? So yung mga ganyan, yung mga hydrologists, to understand kung ano yung nakikita namin na site conditions. But for the most part, we generate our own data. We generate our own interpretations based on our data gatherings. No? We also do ground improvement. Okay, so may improve namin significantly yung material depending sa ground condition at saka sa requirement of project. And mas challenging kasi yung soil because it's a particulate material, meaning it's not homogeneous. So makikita nyo sa isang dakot ng lupa, yung soil na yon may mga iba-ibang elements, meron siya iba-ibang minerals that can have varying behavior that cannot be predicted with high certainty. So, hindi siya kagaya ng steel, hindi siya kagaya ng wood, hindi siya kagaya ng concrete na pwede mong i-predict yung behavior ng material na yon with a very high certainty. Ito naman, soil, medyo may kasama siyang unknowns, no? Okay? So soils do not have tensile capacity, so it's a tricky material to consider for design. Okay, so since hindi siya good in terms of, dahil nga particulate material siya, hindi mo siya pwedeng batakin. Okay, in terms of compression lang siya medyo lumalaban, pero aside from that, medyo mahirap na siyang i-interpret, kaya mas challenging. Pag sabi ko nga kanina, pag nilagyan mo ng tubig ang soil, nagbabago yung behavior niya. Okay? So, knowing all of that, when you're doing risk assessment, you try to understand how the soil will be affected by earthquakes, no, seismic activity, landslides, liquefaction, no, and then you also try to understand the displacement of the structure na pwedeng mangyari because of the presence of clays, no, yung soft soils. And then, if possibly, kung merong rock yung material, may cavities ba siya? So, ibig sabihin, meron ba siyang ampaw? No? Kagaya ng limestones, no? Yung mga limestones, madalas meron silang cavities. Okay? Risk yan. Also, is it possible that there could be shear failure, water-related issues, or geochemical issues? No? So, for example, if certain locations have geochemical, for example, what I mean is, yung minsan yung mga merong fertilizer na nilalagay sa lupa, tendency niyan kapag umulan, yung chemicals na yon napupunta doon sa mga locations na may foundation, and since merong acids yan, so they can in turn corrode certain materials like yung concrete and yung steel. Okay, so kung hindi protected yan kung hindi mo nilagyan yan ng allowance for corrosion. So possible na magkaroon ng geochemical issues. So yung mga yan, kinoconsider yan in terms of how it affects your project, how it affects the longevity, the durability of the foundation or whatever it is in contact with your soil. So it can also happen with roads. For example, kung yung road na yan is gagamitin siyang farm to market road. Kung merong fertilizer yan, kung merong mga nilagay na additives dyan sa lupa niyan, if it interacts in a bad way, so possible na magkaroon ka ng geochemical issues. So maraming kinoconsider sa geotechnical engineering, no? So yan yung risk. And knowing all of these risks, you now try to recommend kung ano yung proper design. So ito na yung evaluation going to design. So for example, if malambot yung lupa, usually you go for some sort of foundation similar dito sa kanan, which is what we call the pile foundation. Kung hindi naman kailangan ng malalim na foundation, you go to shallow foundation, which is on the right, on the left, sorry. So it depends on the type of soils and the type of structure. So dito mo na kino-consider kung gaano kabigat yung building, mga ganun. Okay? So it also applies to slope protection. So kagaya nito, meron tayong gabion wall dito sa gilid. And then dito sa kanan, meron tayong reinforced concrete structure as a retaining wall. Okay? So yan yung mga kumbaga depende kung anong klaseng soil, kung anong klaseng material, doon natin nakikita kung ano yung pwede nating i-recommend. Okay, so that's it for me. I think I explained some ideas na. So kung merong mga unclear questions, itanong nyo na lang sa akin sa live Q&A natin. So since this is a recording, I would rather reserve the answers to most of the questions kapag tinanong nyo na lang siya. Okay, so thank you so much and hopefully may nagets kayo dito sa presentation ko. So, all right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Ben.
we will proceed now to the question and answer segment of this lecture. So may we call on Engineer Abner Bondok to. Okay, I can see now, yes, sir. Okay, so anybody na may question, you can raise it via chat about Engineer Bondok's presentation. Okay, I can see one question. Sir, may nagtatanong po about your lecture. Wait. Ano ba ended si sir? Wait, sir, nakabaano po?
Yes, hello?
Ayan, sir. Okay, may tanong po from one of our students. Sir?
Ano yung question?
This question is actually hindi siya solid yung pagkaka-construct, pero I'll rephrase. Yung isa po naming student, nagtatanong siya kung ano po ba yung kasi sa geotechnical more on siya, parang yung discipline niya is under na siya ng ibang major fields ng engineering. So ano po talaga yung particularly kunwari po isa po akong fresh graduate, ano po yung particular discipline ng geotechnical yung maipa-practice ko directly? Yung hindi po siya na-under sa ibang disciplines or fields.
Actually, I beg to differ, no? So, tingin ko there's misunderstanding na ang geotechnical is under
Yes.
under siya sa different fields pa. Parang hindi kami under sa structural, hindi kami under sa transpo, hindi kami under din sa ibang fields. It's a completely separate field. So if you've seen the presentation kanina, for example, if I'm going to build anything literally, no, platform man siya, um, yung actual structure man siya, yung field ng geotechnics kasi is a standalone field. So wala siyang under. So if you want to go to a geotechnical field directly after mo gumraduate, you can try to get some experience with um, geotechnical drilling companies, or you go to consulting. Okay, so may mga geotechnical consulting companies, meron ding mga solo na nagge-geotechnical works, no? So there are actually different ways to incorporate yung geotechnical work sa overall construction work, no? So for example, if merong mga roads na gagawin sa gilid ng bundok, so if you imagine, yung roads na yon, hindi naman sila pwedeng i-construct ng basta-basta. So
Mm.
you need to stabilize the slope. And you usually get the help of a geotechnical engineer to ensure na stable yung slope bago mo magawa yung project na yon. So there are actually so many ways, maraming ways yan. It depends lang kung ano yung nafe-feel mo na gusto mong gawin. If I were a complete freshman, no, na gusto ko mag-geotechnical engineer pag-graduate ko, um, yung dito sa Philippines kasi wala pa tayo nung curriculum na geotechnical engineer or soil engineer, no, as far as I know. um, Usually you go first to civil engineering, and then from civil engineering you have to practice it or get an MS from a school na nag-o-offer ng geotechnical program. So kung yun ang gusto mong gawin, then it's cool. Either way, if you want to go through a work related or work path muna, or kung gusto mo maging academy based or academics based, so pwede naman. Or pwede mo i-combine yung dalawa. So similar to what I did. So I started as a junior geotech sa isang company, and then I also took masters. So nag-combine yung dalawa. So it's totally up to you. Pero for the most part, I would suggest na if you want real life experience, go join a geotechnical consultancy muna or a geotechnical drilling company. Okay?
So parang magkakaroon po ng idea kung ano po yung nature ng geotechnical engineering sa field
Yes.
natin. Oh, yes.
Yep. So pwede rin naman na during your OJT, no? So pag nag on the job training kayo, pwede kayong kuha ng inyong experience, no, yung immersion nyo sa geotechnical company muna so that you understand what they do. Okay?
May question lang po ako, sir, personally.
Sure.
Ano po yung most common projects na nire-require talaga na hindi pwedeng mag-proceed hangga't walang geotechnical engineer? Yung kailangan
Ah,
po talaga i-consult yung project to them.
sige. If we look at the code, no, sa NSCP,
Yes.
sa NSCP kasi sinasabi niya diyan, any structure that is 2 stories or above, dapat matik na yan na meron kang geotechnical engineer.
Okay.
So, kung susundan mo yung code, yun talaga nakasulat sa code. Ngayon, if titingnan natin dun sa mga typical practices, no, merong iba na hindi sila nagko-consult sa geotechnical engineer kahit 2 stories and above na sila. Pero by code, dapat talaga may geotech engineer na yon. Ngayon, sa mga projects, typically napansin ko, lahat ng bridge projects na nakita ko, laging may geotechnical engineering yan. So, halimbawa, kung kailangan mong i-bridge yung dalawang sides nung isang bridge, yung abutment location, it always requires a geotechnical engineer. Sa code din, sorry, sa DPWH standards din, makikita natin siya na sinasabihan na lahat ng projects under sa DPWH, laging may geotechnical engineering investigation muna. So, all, sabi ko nga dun sa start nung ano ko kanina, nung presentation, all geotechnical works, all infrastructure works requires a geotechnical engineer to be there.
Thank you po sir sa answer.
Okay.
Meron pa po ba tayong questions for Engineer Bondo?
Ako may tanong ako.
Okay, proceed.
Sir?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. Yung sa geotechnical engineer po ba? Kung magtatayo ka, kunwari, sample po sa MOVA, sir, di ba? Ang ilalim nun, water daw, sabi, di ba? So, ano yung dapat? Kailangan pa rin ba ng geotechnical engineer doon?
Okay, let me see if I got the question right, no? So, halimbawa, yung sinabi mo example is MOA, tama ba? Ewan ko kung narinig ko ng tama yun. Is that correct?
Opo, MOA po.
Yes.
So, actually, ewan ko kung anong rumors yung narinig nyo, no? Pero, ang MOA is not constructed on top of water. Hindi siya on top of water. It's constructed on reclaimed area. So, ang reclaimed area means is, dati, isipin natin yung part ng coast, no? Sa gilid ng tubig. Yung coast natin is, in-extend natin siya artificially. Ibig sabihin, nagdagdag tayo ng additional na tambak doon sa gilid ng coastline hanggang sa na-extend siya. So that's what it means to have a reclaimed area. So parang hinabaan mo yung stretch ng land, no? So it's not really true na yung sinasabi sa chismis na tinayo siya sa ibabaw ng tubig. Hindi floating ang ang MOA. Hindi siya nasa ibabaw ng floating area. Nevertheless, kailangan ng geotechnical engineering kapag meron kang reclaimed area construction kasi merong mga instances na yung reclaimed area ay very very prone siya sa consolidation. So ibig sabihin ng consolidation is halimbawa kinonstruct ko yung structure ngayon and then maghintay ka lang ng mga ilang panahon, you will notice that as the water pressure tends to dissipate dun sa ilalim ng foundation mo, mag-uumpisa na mag-sink ngayon yung structure. So nagkakaroon siya ng consolidation kasi kumbaga sa sponge, lumalabas yung tubig dun sa ilalim, no? So lalo mong kailangan ng geotechnical engineer doon kasi ang geotechnical engineer ang magsasabi kung ano yung possibility na mag-occur yung consolidation, gaano kalaki yung magnitude nung paglabas ng tubig, nung excess settlement na yon, and anong pwedeng gawin? Like, do we need to place any sort of special foundation? Do we need to improve the ground kung saan itatayo yung structure? Do we need to have a select type of backfill para doon sa reclamation? So yung mga ganun, kino-consider yan and ang gumagawa ng solutions dyan is the geotechnical engineer. So kailangan na kailangan siya.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
No worries. Thank you din. Salamat sa question.
I have a question. Yun.
Oy, sir. Kamusta?
Okay lang po. Parang nagkita lang tayo sa FAU Tech nun no?
Oo nga, sir Parang kailan lang yun.
Yo.
Nung wala pang pandemic yan, sir Nung wala pang pandemic.
Tama. Nandun lang tayo sa may ba yun? Nasa labas lang tayo, nagkaroon ng activity. Hindi man lang aircon, joke lang. Anyway, my question is, what is your advice to our C students here in MLQU to pursue geotechnical engineering? Yan po.
Okay. Part ng presentation ko kanina is the reasons why I find geotechnical engineering to be interesting, no? So, sabi ko nga doon sa isang bullet doon, actually ang soil, yung behavior ng soil is very different siya compared sa concrete, compared sa steel, compared sa lumber, no? Kasi yung mga yan, napaka-predictable ng movement niyan. Kapag nilagyan mo siya ng load it's almost certain na mag-undergo siya sa elastic deformation. Pag tinanggal mo yung load na yun, babalik din siya sa original shape niya, more or less. Ang soil, hindi siya ganun. Ang soil is elastoplastic siya. So, ibig sabihin, pag nalagyan mo ng load yan, it's like not going to go back to its original shape. Magkakaroon na siya ng permanent deformation. Hence, iba yung behavior niya. And then, pag nalagyan mo rin ng water yan, napaka-different din ng behavior niyan. So, malaking difference. And then, in terms of variety of projects, ang geotechnical engineer sobrang laki. Yung mga nilist ko kanina, tingin ko kulang pa yon. Kasi, um, sabi ko nga, anything that needs to be built on top of the ground, no? Anything, regardless of size, regardless of application, requires the help of a geotechnical engineer. So, yung nabanggit kanina ng isang student na under daw siya sa field ng ibang ano, no, absolutely not. Actually, yung ibang fields ang dependent sa geotechnical engineer. Sobrang dependent nila kasi yung magiging behavior ng soil lalo na kapag nagkaroon ng seismic activity, pag nagkaroon ng yung consolidation, yung mga liquefaction na yan, all goes to geotechnical engineers, no? So kami yung nagbibigay ng mga parameters diyan. And kami yung source of input para doon sa ibang mga um, fields, yung mga ibang ibang mga civil engineering fields para doon sa design nila. So nanggagaling sa amin 'yon. So hindi siya under,
Yeah.
absolutely not. So
We
I
interact.
refute that. So
Yeah, we interact.
we interact. Yes. So interdependency yan eh. Kasi hindi pwedeng mag-exist lang ang geotech and then wala ng structural. Hindi rin pwedeng nag-exist lang ang structural na walang geotech. Hindi rin pwedeng walang geotech tapos merong road engineer. So
Yeah.
hindi pwedeng ganoon. Maraming klase ng engineers because they serve their own functions and then they serve yung kumbaga iba-ibang um, parang needs no para doon sa project. Kaya nandyan sila. So kung gusto niyong maging geotechnical engineer, ang mapapromise ko lang, hindi magiging boring yung practice nyo. Kasi lahat ng klase ng structures may encounter nyo in due time. Parang kung gusto mo mag-bridge ka, may encounter mo yan sa geotech. Kung gusto mo
Mm.
mag-tunnels ka, may encounter mo yan sa geotech. Kung gusto mo pumasok sa mining, actually pwede kang pumasok doon. Kasi
Yes.
love child siya ng civil engineering and geology. So marami siyang way na pwedeng maigamit sa nakikita nating gumagalaw na infrastructure sa mundo. So if I were a student, I'd give geotechnics a second look, a glance, kasi sa nakikita ko ngayon, ang curriculum is heavily based siya sa structural engineering.
Mm.
So, I think it's about time that we change that kasi
Mm.
ako rin nung ako nag-uumpisa, I actually started no as uh, a structural engineer. Yung first year ko was heavily based sa structural, but in due time sa nakita kong pwede kong gawin sa geotechnics. So nakita ko there's a beauty in it. So ayun, inabot na ako ng 12, 13 years sa geotech. So ayun.
Thank you very much po for the answer to the question. Uy, biglang wala si Sir Abner. Wala. Okay. There's another question
Yes sir,
coming
hello,
from
hello.
Yan. May isa pang question. Nasa may
Okay,
MC
sige.
natin.
Okay, sir. Here's another question po. Probably ito na yung last. Okay, so question from Joshua John Julio. I would like to ask for the first step in taking geotechnical engineering path. Where should I start? Should I take the DPWH ME exam or take first a master's degree in geotechnical or look for some geotechnical consultancy firm to start a career related to this field? Ayun po. Yun yung tanong niya.
So actually similar to dun sa unang question pero ah, linawin ko lang, yung ME exam sa DPWH, although it
Yes.
gives you an idea of in terms of yung gravel, yung sand, yung mga ganyan, yung mga materials na yan, it gives you some sort of a mechanical idea kung ano yung material, parang yung mga specifications, ganyan-ganyan. Pero hindi natin siya naiintindihan in terms of behavior. So if gusto niyong magkaroon ng experience muna sa path na 'to, kung afford niyo rin lang na mag-aral muna ng MS Tapos from there, you proceed kung ano magiging next step na um, tawag dito. Pwede kayo kasing mag-take ng MS while working, no, for a geotechnical company, similar to what I did. Ang naging career path ko kasi is nagtrabaho muna ako sa something related sa geotech, and then after 5 or 6 years, doon ako nag-take ng MS ko. What I found out based on experience is that kung diretso kang nag-take ng masters mo na hindi ka parang wala kang work experience or wala kang nakita sa field related to geotechnics, you always believe what the books tell you. Parang yung sinasabi ng libro na ito yung material na yan, ganito yan mag-behave, etc., etc. Ang napansin ko doon is medyo incomplete yung picture. Iba talaga pag nakikita mo siya sa site. So, kung kaya niyong pagsabayin yung magtrabaho ka sa isang geotechnical consultancy and mag-take ka ng masters mo, sa akin better yon, no, coming from me. Kung gusto mo naman na mag-take ng masters mo muna tapos saka ka kumuha ng field field experience, that's also okay. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Basta ang kailangan lang is you go to that direction, whether academics based ka muna or field based ka. It's just up to you kung anong afford ng time mo at saka anong afford ng parang capability mo. Parang kaya pa ba ng katawan mo, kaya pa ba ng lamang lupa mo, ng katawang lupa mo na pagsabayin yung dalawa. It's up to you. Kasi kung purely technical lang na theoretical lang ang nalalaman mo sa masteral, incomplete siya, I promise you. Mas marami talagang matututunan pag nasa field. So, kung kayang pagsabayin, better. Kung hindi kayang pagsabayin, you choose one. So, either work for a geotechnical company or mag-masters ka. So, either way works.
Okay, so thank you, sir. More questions? I don't think meron pa po tayong questions. So we will proceed now to the next segment, the awarding of the certificate. Okay, so I would like to call on Dr. Michael B. Bailon, our
Yan na po,
faculty
andito na po.
advisor, and Engineer Dante B.
Napaka-busy.
Potante.
Yun, okay. So I'll be reading the citation. Asan na ba? Nawawala ang aking... Yun. The Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Manuel L. Quezon University Student Chapter, present this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Abner Bondoc, okay, for sharing his valuable knowledge as a guest speaker of the General Assembly 2021 for Geotechnical Engineering with the lecture entitled Introduction to Geotechnics, awarded this January 16, 2021 via Zoom meeting. Signed, Mr. Raymond Francis M. Manalo, President, Pice Mlqu, Student Chapter. Yours truly, and Dr. Dean Dante Potante of School of Engineering, MLQU. Thank you very much, Engineer Abner Bondo. Let's give him
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
digital clap. Yeah, welcome po.
Salamat, salamat.
Picture. Picture. Wala yung picture natin. Bakit nagkagano? Paano ba yun? Speaker view. Yeah. Speaker view dapat nakaano si Sir Abner. Ang tawag doon, nakapin. Okay, nakapin. Ay, short message from our Dean, Sir Dante. Teka, wala siyang ask to unmute. Sorry po. Sir Dante. Ano po, yung sound. Teka lang, paano ba yun? Ask to unmute po. Sir, yung mute. Pipindutin ko na ba? Sir, unmute, sir, unmute. Yon. Sir, di ba ako mag-unmute si sir? Sir, unmute.
Ayan. Okay. Oh, sorry. Very sorry, Sir Bodok, nagamit ko yung oras malabo na kasi ang mata ko. But anyway, ganda ng message mo sa mga bata, no? It's a very really interesting at na ano mo yung kanilang interest. Actually, na-touch mo yung interest nila. Ang one thing else, napaka-simpleng intindihin yung discussion mo. Ako myself, because my friend together with Engineer Cañete, si Assistant Secretary Gilberto Reyes, is a geotechnical engineer.
Technical.
No, actually team kami I am the transportation engineer, structural engineer si Cañete, and geotechnical si Reyes. So, talaga, ha? So, very good para rin sa mga bata. Kasi ang concentration ngayon ng mga bata is structural Kasi parang sa kanila, madaling kumita.
Yes, sir. I agree. Yes, sir. I agree.
Sir,
Sir, kung gaano kadaling kumita sa structural, ganun din sa geotechnical. Basta alam mo lang ginagawa mo.
Mas mahal ang pirma ng geotechnical.
I agree, sir. So, yun nga. Hindi pa yata sa stage ko, sir. Parang hindi pa. Sa akin, parang hindi pa.
Doc Salvador Reyes, Doc Reyes, yan.
Si Salvador, iba yan.
Kasi dati, ang
ibang level na yan
is only, parang ang tawag sa kanila is foundation and soil engineering.
Yes.
Foundation engineering, noon, before. Ngayon, lumabas na yung technical engineering. Just to share, engineer, when we went to the state, alam mo, si Gil Reyes, ang sabi niya sa graduate school doon, ang pinakukuha sa kanya is soil mechanics and foundation engineering. Ang sagot sa kanya ng dean, there is no such specialization. Only subjects yan, geotechnical. Imagine, galing sa Pilipinas.
True, sir.
Pala, geotechnical. Yun. Kaya,
That's correct, sir. That's correct, sir.
Bigyan mo mga bata. Ha? Engineer
Yes, sir. No problem, sir. Dito lang.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sige, sir. Thank you po.
So, ipapadala na po sa inyo yung certificate nyo, pero hindi pa ngayon. At saka token po. Thank you very much, Engineer Bondo. Okay, so Mr. President, your turn.
Okay, so we'll take a break from our guest speakers. We have I think 3 topics left for this event, but right now we will proceed with, I don't think it's the main event of this event, but we will introduce the organization. Actually, this must be the first. We should have introduced the organization first bago kami nagsasalita dito ng sa speaker. Pero right now we will play an audiovisual presentation introducing our organization. Not actually introduced kasi kilala niyo naman na organization for years. We will introduce our upcoming activities and our set of officers, of course, and our faculty advisor as well. So, okay.
Don't be afraid, it's only dark till the world turns round. Just don't look down if you're afraid of the higher ground. Hold on to me and let me hold on to you. We don't look back, we'll let it slide out of you. And we can make it if we break out beyond these clouds. We'll be standing out. out in the sunlight. We'll stay together, we'll live forever in the sunlight. It's now or never, you know you better just touch who you wanna, kiss who you gotta, fight like the winners, love like beginners, dance like you mean it, sing like you feel it. Everything's better standing out in the sun. Stop for a moment just to take in the sights and sound. We wanna live it like the sun never will go down. Hold on to me and let me hold on to you. We don't look back, we let it slide out of you. There's no tomorrow, so let's live in the here and now. We'll be standing out in the sun. We'll stay together, we'll live forever in the sunlight. It's now or never, you know you better just touch who you wanna, kiss who you gotta, fight like the winners, love like beginners, dance like you mean it, sing like you feel it. Everything's better standing out in the sun. Turn me inside out, upside down. I'll be your lover boy. Turn the music loud. We can join the crowd in the sunlight. We'll stay together, we'll live forever in the sunlight. It's now or never, you know you better just touch who you wanna, kiss who you gotta, fight like we're winners, love like beginners, dance like you mean it, sing like you feel it. Everything's better standing out in the sunlight. We'll stay together, we'll live forever in the sunlight. It's now or never, you know you better just touch who you wanna, kiss who you gotta, fight like the winners, love like beginners, dance like you mean it, sing like you feel it. Everything's better standing out in the sun.
Bakit ang kinis ko doon?
Okay, so after our audiovisual presentation, we will now proceed to our taking. So, I would like to call on my fellow officers. So, ako din yung MC. I would like to call on my my fellow officers and of course our faculty advisor to lead
Yes.
our outtaking. So.
Picture nyo na ha.
Okay, officers, please turn on your cameras. So,
Yan. Ganyan talagang buhay. Oy, pasaway talagang presidente namin. Tama yung background niya. Makakaiba. Ano yan?
sorry.
Background ng patay.
Kasi ako
Okay, sige. Ipakita mo sa akin yung, yung cheat sheet natin. Wala akong, hindi ko memorize yan. Nasaan na ba? Yan. Okay, so raise your right hand and repeat after me. Yeah. Game.
Raymond Francis Manalo.
Lang, easy lang. State your name.
I, Raymond Francis M. Manalo.
I, Mary Genevieve Ansi Gakot.
I, John Kevin P. Batong.
Kumusta yung iba? Okay. Having been duly elected to the position of okay. State your position in the organization.
Having been duly elected to the position of president,
Having been duly elected to the position of secretary,
Having been duly elected to the position of VP Internal Affairs,
Sige. Representative. Do hereby solemnly swear
do
Do
hereby
hereby solemnly swear
solemnly
I
swear
swear
that I will support
that
that
I will support
the Constitution and bylaws
the Constitution and bylaws
bylaws
of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers,
of the
the
of the
Philippine
Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers,
Engineers,
Manuel L. Quezon University Student Chapter.
Manuel L.
El
Quezon
Quezon
University
University Student
Student
Chapter.
Chapter.
I will faithfully execute my duties
I will
I will faithfully execute my duties
execute my duties
toward my fellow men and co-professionals
toward
towards
my
my fellow
fellow
men
men and
and
co-professionals
co-professionals
with honor and dignity,
with honor and
honor and
dignity,
dignity,
and will observe the golden rule of justice
and
and will observe the golden
observe
rule
the
of
of
golden
justice
rule
justice
of
golden rule of justice
and equity in all my actuations toward all men.
and
and equity in
equity
all
all
my
my
in
actuations toward all
toward
men.
all men.
So help me God.
So
So
help
help
me
me
God.
God.
So help
Congratulations. Virtual clap. O, di ba? Maraming salamat po.
Okay, so I think we will proceed now with the next speaker. Our next speaker is, I would like to call on who would introduce the next speaker.
O, go.
So our fifth speaker, Dr. Donna Melsayari, is a professional civil and environmental engineer. She graduated Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering at Central Colleges of the Philippines and has master's degree for two specializations: Construction Management Engineering in Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila and Environmental Engineering in Mlqu Institute of Technology. She also earned a doctorate degree in philosophy in Mlqu Institute of Technology. Dr. Sayari has almost 20 years work experience in various fields of civil engineering and environmental engineering. She is current Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Test Consultant Incorporated. Her line of expertise is in environmental impact assessment, water quality and monitoring, water supply and sanitation, watershed management, cost engineering, and other civil engineering fields. Aside from her industry experience, Dr. Sayari was then the Civil Engineering Department chairperson at Adamson University. She is also an adjunct professor in water resource management and treatment and geoenvironmental engineering courses in Adamson University Graduate School. Furthermore, she is a peer reviewer of various scientific scientific papers in the world's leading source of scientific journals like Science Direct and many others. Let's all welcome Dr. Donna Mel Sayari.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank my classmate in Review Center, Doc Mike.
Hello!
Yan, nakakamiss na. Hindi tayo nagkikita in
Yes.
person. Ayan, uli pa tayo nakakapagkape. Anyway,
Kape. Yeah.
ayan. So, as requested by the organizers,
I
yeah.
have an announcement.
Yes, sir. What's that?
Dr. Sayari is also now an officer. Although hindi pa niya alam of
Hindi
the
ko alam.
Philippine Society. Kanina lang, nagkaroon kami ng meeting. Approved na.
Alright. Ay,
Yan, the
ganon.
Philippine
Bakit hindi ko
Society
alam yun?
for Engineering Education. Yeah.
Alright,
High
thank you,
praise to
Sir
them.
Mike, for that.
Congratulations to them.
Another blessing. So I think there is a purpose why I was elected in that position. Thank you so much. Nakakatuwa kasi nandito si Sir Dante Potante. I remember before when I 1 minute lang. Sir Dante, I visited you in DPWH for the final signing of my master's thesis. Ayun, sir. Tapos dito ko lang nakita ulit si Sir Dante. Tagal na. Long time ago. Way back in 2012. Nagkakahalataan tuloy ng edad, Sir Mike. Nakakatuwa kasi ang
Pero
lakas pa
mini
ni Sir.
reunion. Di
Sir,
ba?
i-hire kita, sir. Transportation expert ka pala, sir. Kulang pa kami. Kasi just yesterday we had a meeting with a Netherlands consultants who would do the master planning of Clark Airport. O kailangan namin ng mga transportation engineer. So si Sir Sir Dante, kukunin ko kay Sir Mike yung contact mo, tatawagan kita.
Baka
Anyway,
naman, baka naman.
sir, wala pa kami masyado kasi na structural ngayon. So more of master plan. So pag meron, sir, alam ko naman nandiyan ka lang sa tabi-tabi. All right. So I think because the time is limited, I have provided my presentation. Mr. President Raymond Francis, can you please play my presentation to save time? Thank you. See you on the question and answer portion. Good afternoon, Manuel L. Quezon University, to the administrators, to the students, to all the participants, to the distinguished guest. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizers, the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers Student Chapter of Manuel Quezon, for making this event successful. So congratulations, guys. Good job. Now, for today, I'll be discussing the harmful algae monitoring as bioindicator for water resource management. Oh, actually, this is aspect can be in environmental engineering or in water resource management because, as you all know, water is a very essential need of humans. So we have to take care of this water. Okay. I think it's very timely to discuss this topic because recently we have water issue and problems, and we have to conserve and protect our water to make it sustainable. All right. When algal bloom may occur. By the way, are you familiar with algal bloom? Nakakita na ba kayo ng algal bloom? Probably you have heard this in Boracay. The Boracay was closed because of the presence of the algal bloom. So they have to do something to revive the beauty of Boracay. So algal bloom may occur because of the following. Okay, so actually it's in anthropogenic activities, means through human activities why this algal bloom may occur. Like for instance, if we are discharging some nutrients, so these are the chemicals that are, could help proliferate or induce the occurrence of the algal bloom in the water body. Okay, so this may come from even from our houses, from manufacturing plants, wastewater treatment plants, and many others. Okay, so probably you are not aware how these sources may come from, but we have to be aware to in order for us to conserve and protect our body of water, because this is our source of daily drinking water and water use. So it's very essential. So this algal bloom can be induced by high temperature. Okay, that's why there are some studies that algal bloom presence may be high during summer seasons. Like in the Philippines, we don't have 4 seasons. We only have rainy and sunny or dry season. Actually, when I said to my to international delegates when I usually attend conference, it's only when they're asking me about the temperature in the Philippines, it's only hot and hotter. Agree? Di ba? Mainit lang at mas mainit. Wala tayo yung malamig. Except for those people who are living in higher altitude like in Tagaytay or in Baguio. Yan. Okay. Now, so if you get water from the system, so this is how algal bloom would look like. Okay, so it's definitely greenish in color. All right. Now, so as you can see here, if there is a pollutant concentration and it can be induced by temperature rise, so there's no other way, but there would be an algal bloom occurrence in that water body. Now, what is this process of eutrophication? Eutrophication is a buildup of nutrients in a water body. So usually these are the nitrogen and phosphorus. So where these nutrients may come from, okay? So these are usually from fertilizers, pesticides, and even, you know, when we take a bath, the one that provide lather or to make it to have bubbles, it's usually the phosphorus. So you can see we are daily contributors of these nutrients. Okay, so this nitrogen and phosphorus are essential nutrients. However, in excess quantities, this is already harmful to our water body. Okay. Probably you have not read this, but let me just share to you. This is courtesy of the Philippine Star way back in 2015. Where Mainalad mentioned that there is the unusual odor behind the algal preparation, and it was there was an effect in the taste of the water being supplied on one of their plants where they had their intake in Laguna de Bay. Okay, back then I was then in Taiwan, where my professor saw this news. That's why we made a proposals to have a research collaboration in one of the university here in the Philippines because of this occurrence of algal bloom. Okay, and for all you know, Laguna de Bay is one of the largest our largest lake in the Philippines. Okay, so it's not does not happen in 2015. Even just 2 years ago, it also occurred um, in Laguna Lake, wherein Maynilad said through their FB page that algal bloom spells woes for Maynilad customers. So sometimes they suspend their daily supply of water because they have encountered problem in their water treatment plant in Potatan in particular. So how do this cyanobacterial bloom look like? So this was taken during the visit of my Taiwanese lab mates who conducted the study here in the Philippines way back in 2017. So if you notice that the green color are the algal bloom. All right. So if you notice, there are some portions that are, you know, extremely that the color green is easily recognized. So these are the algal bloom. And for your information, algal bloom, actually the positioning of the cyanobacteria in the water, it has a cycle for 1 day. So usually it comes on top on the surface of the water at between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then it goes down again on the sediments at nighttime. Okay. Okay. So cyanobacteria is not only present actually in our country. It is already globally present. Okay. And what is something you have to take note about the cyanobacteria? It's the cyanotoxin. These are the harmful um, compounds that can affect our health. Okay. So as you could see here, there is the world distribution of cyanotoxin. The various cyanotoxins are microcystins, nodolarine, cylindrospermopsin, saxitoxins, anatoxins, and BMMA. BMMA, by the way, is the beta metal amino L-alanine. Okay, so these are the compounds that may provide, a harmful effect in our body when we are intoxicated by cyanotoxins. Okay, so if you could see here, in the Philippines, so it is present at the center. So most likely, it's in the center. So it's indicating it is in Laguna Lake. So we are already cited in the map. All right. So what are the cyanotoxins health hazard? Okay. So cyanotoxins can be inhaled and ingested. Okay. And exposure to these toxins can induce acute, subacute, or chronic poisoning effect in animals and human. Okay. So this is something that we have to be serious of because globally they're putting their attention in cyanotoxins health hazard. Why? Because cyanotoxins usually targets liver, okay? Kaya nga, we would say, we cannot just simply acquire hepatitis from eating those, street foods, yung mga may hilig sa kumain ng street foods. But possibly, we could also acquire this, liver problems when we were able to intake, unsafe water or water with intoxication of cyanotoxins. Okay, so it may also target not only liver, kidney, lungs, thymus, spleen, adrenal glands, intestinal tract, and of course our immune system and especially our heart. Okay, so this is something that we have to put our attention on. Okay, now globally, there is already the established guidance of cyanobacterial toxins. Like for instance, for microcystins, because it causes serious damage to the liver and over 90 different microcystins have been discovered. So according to the World Health Organization, about 1 microgram per liter of microcystin LR is only allowed, or about 500 cells per ml of microcystin cells. Assume that all cells are toxic. Okay, and for cylindrospermopsin, because it is also toxic to liver and kidney tissue, and it may inhibit protein synthesis or covalently modify DNA or RNA of a human being, so or any living or living organism. So the Australia reference is also 1 microgram per liter of cylindrospermopsin or 15,000 cells per ml of cylindrospermopsin cells. Okay, again, that the assumption that all cells are toxic. All right. Now, for the guidance of cyanobacterial toxins when it comes to saxitoxin and other compounds. Okay, saxitoxin, it's very we have to take note that it would block the sodium channel. So it has something to do with our brain or respiratory system because this is very lethal. Okay, so if you are able to ingest a water with cyanobacteria, so it could you could feel, if you feel dizziness, headache, salivation, intense thirst and perspiration that would also lead us to vomiting or diarrhea. So you have to check that you might be ingested saxitoxin in your body. So that's why the Oregon in USA or Australia drinking guidance only allowed 3 microgram per liter of saxitoxin. Okay. Now, I remember there was one paper that I read. There was a dog in US, I think, if I may not mistaken. The dog was roaming around around the lake, and perhaps it was summer, and the dog got thirsty, and when he drink water from the lake, apparently within a few hours, the dog died because probably it was intoxicated with cyanotoxin. So it's not, especially at high concentration, this is not, a joke. So we have to be, familiar of this. Okay. Not only, the toxin. If you try to visualize, if you drink water that has you smell something not right. So these are, the odorous compound, okay? So that we may find in water. So how does it smell? If you're familiar with sulfur, okay? If you smell sulfur in water, so that's how these compounds would smell. So the 2-MIB or the 2-metallosoborneol or the geosmin, maybe probably if you have eaten a very good example, if you have eaten a freshwater fish like tilapia or St. Peter fish or bangus, we call it yung parang lasang putik or lasing gilik. So that's the compound. So that's why it's not, in our laboratory back then, I remember there was a study that they are determining the concentration of cyanotoxins on fishes, okay, captured on lakes or reservoir that has, cyanobacteria. So having said that, Japan drinking water standard reference, it's only 10 microgram per liter of 2-MIB is only allowed, and also 10 microgram per liter of geosmin. Okay. Cyanotoxins these are the toxins and the taste odor compounds that usually occur in the bloom. Usually if the blooms is about 91%, I think probably in Laguna Lake, if you have seen the lake, a very green color, so probably it's more than 91%. Okay, so the two compounds is present. Okay, so the odor may serve as an indicator that the cyanotoxins are likely to be present. And these biotoxins, as mentioned earlier, they may cause serious environmental and economic problems affecting the wildlife and human health. So how are we going to distinguish, or how are we going to determine whether the cyanobacteria are producers of cyanotoxins? Can we just see that, or could we just recognize it by merely looking the cyanobacteria? Okay, so there are examples here of different cyanobacteria species. So we have the Planctotrichoides genus, the Planctotrix genus, the Leptolimbia genus, the Oscillatoria genus, and the Pseudoanabina genus. Actually, in the Philippines, the most common that we have in published papers, it is the Pseudoanabina genus. So that is the one that was found in Laguna Lake. Okay, so merely by looking at the microscope, you could recognize that they are cyanobacteria. However, you cannot tell whether these cyanobacteria that you have seen are toxigenic or non-toxigenic. That's why we have to employ additional tests in order for us to determine whether there are toxigenic or non-toxigenic. So what are these kind of tests? All right. Okay. So usually for a typical test, in order for us to determine whether the non-odorous or odorous using a microscope is not, it cannot be recognized. So that's why we have to employ another system, which would took us about 1 to 2 hours per sample, or about 10 to 20 hours for 10 samples. Okay, so I will enlighten you later on what are these tests on our succeeding slides. All right, okay. It's very timely that nowadays we are, familiar. RT-PCR is no longer, a new term for us. Okay, what is RT-PCR again? Because of this COVID virus, that is the real-time polymerase chain reaction. Okay, so as you can see on the visual, that is our mobile, because we usually take that instrument anywhere, because in our laboratory we have the mobile laboratory, so we could determine whether the cyanobacteria is toxigenic or non-toxigenic. Actually, in fact, this instrument was brought in here in the Philippines when they had conducted the study. Okay, and fortunately, right, they have continuous monitoring, except for the incidence of COVID-19, that they were not able to come here in the Philippines. Okay, so commonly, like the COVID-19 test kit. Okay, so we use to take the sample. But in this case, it's not the swab test sample, it's the water sample or the sediment sample. Okay, actually, the downstream tests are the same, except for the preliminary or what type of sample that we're going to extract. So that's only differs on the DNA kit. So the one that we use here is for soil and water, and the one that we use for for the human test, it's the swab test. Okay, but essentially the downstream tests are just the same. Okay, so we get the samples, we extract the DNA, then we subject it to PCR, then we get how many genes. By the way, the RT-PCR, it's not only the DNA that we are testing here, it's already the gene level. Okay. So like human, we have we get samples from human with COVID-19 symptoms. So we extract the DNA and RNA. By the way, what is the difference between the DNA and RNA? DNA can be determined only whether, even if it is alive or dead. Okay, dead cells. However, for RNA, it must be an active cell, so it must be an alive cells. Okay, so we subject it to the real-time polymerase reaction, or the RT-PCR. Then we determine whether the person is COVID-19 positive or negative. All right. Okay, moving forward. So same things apply when we test for cyanobacteria, if we would like to know whether it has cyanotoxins or if it is toxigenic or odorous. Okay, now, so we get the samples of water, then we subject again for DNA or RNA extraction, then to RT-PCR, and then we now determine whether it's toxigenic or non-toxigenic. All right, okay. So this slide is courtesy of our laboratory in Taiwan, the National Cheng Kung University. So I would like to give the credit to them. So this is where the current process, or way back in back days, the current process is they get sample from the lake or reservoir. They usually transport the sample to the laboratory for about a day. Yeah, I remember back then when get samples, I need to bring that because I have to travel from Kaohsiung to Tainan. So I need to bring that to the laboratory for analysis. And then that took me a day. So I need to see in the microscope to verify what are the species of cyanobacteria present in the reservoir or lake. Then after the result of one day, that's the time that we could already generate the report. However, through the innovation made in our laboratory, actually this was patented, so we could already perform the on-site monitoring. So we have the car, so we bring this car, actually it's state-of-the-art car. It has several instruments inside. We have also their small refrigerator because, as you all know, if you're doing biomolecular thingy, so you need to, to control the temperature. Okay, because as you know, microorganism, um, it grows very fast in high temperature, so you have to control the temperature. So we can do the determination of the genes through the RT-PCR, and simultaneously you could run the ELISA. The ELISA is, we call it the enzyme link immunosorbent assay. So simultaneously, we could already determine the result for whether it is toxigenic or non-toxigenic for 4 hours. Actually, even in COVID testing, if you could pay more, you could get the results for 4 hours. So that's the time, the usual duration, because DNA extraction usually in 1 hour, then you subject it to RT-PCR, and the preparation, the RT-PCR is usually more or less 2 hours. So that's why we could immediately get the results in 4 hours. Okay, so that's the advantage of on-site monitoring. By the way, I missed to mention, in the analysis on top, in the previous process, they use the LC-mass. The LC-mass is what we call the liquid chromatography with mass spectroscopy. In that process, the disadvantage is that it is a bit longer, and there are some losses during the extraction of the compound, or the target. So that's why sometimes you could determine the concentration, however, it is already diminished compared with the ELISA. Okay, now, this is very important for us to know. Cyanotoxins are relatively stable in water, surface scums, crust, and sediment. Okay, and as mentioned earlier, I already mentioned that we're doing some tests before in some of the freshwater fish, because it can bioconcentrate in local biota, such as bivalves, such as oyster, mussels, scallops, and even shrimps, crabs, and other fishes. Okay. So what kind of molecular biological technique? So like here, you can see we have shown in the picture the non-toxic microcystis and the toxic microcystis. If you're going to look at them, it's just the same. You cannot distinguish whether it is toxigenic or not, right? So that's why we have to employ a biomolecular test. Actually, this is already our trend in water quality monitoring, that we are performing not only the chemical analysis, but also we employ the biomolecular test, because the test, the microorganism present, it is in the gene level. It's no longer actually in the DNA. So that's why biomolecular technique in water quality monitoring is very essential. Okay, so you can see here, after the DNA extraction, so you can now have the DNA, okay, combined with the other DNA, because we have not isolated. So it's a different microorganism present in the water, but we have the template, the target. So our target here is the cyanobacteria, which has cyanotoxins. So we have that kind of primer. We call it primer. Actually, in the field of civil engineering, di ba, yung primer natin is the paint. But here, the template DNA or RNA is what we call the primer. And we have different techniques that we could also apply here. We have different options. It depends on the budget of the lab, because a more specific test is more price, would incur a higher cost. Okay, so you have depending on the specificity of the primer. So we have the total microcystis, and now we can break that into toxic microcystis, because not all microcystis are toxic. So these are the non-toxigenic, but we could have another primer which has specificity for toxic microcystis. Okay, now we can distinguish whether which are toxigenic and non-toxigenic. Okay, so cyanobacterial blooms are affected by the following. physical factors such as sunlight and temperature. Because if you're familiar, especially for those people who are fond of swimming, di ba pag nag-swim ka sa tubig, may portion na mainit, lalo na pag tanghaling tapat na paglubog mo sa tubig, mainit. Tapos pag medyo malalim, medyo mas malamig na yung tubig. Okay? So, this kind of, phenomena has effect in the presence of cyanobacteria. So, like for instance, the lake depth and its morphology. Okay? Some other biological factors like the presence of grazers, yung mga kumakain ng damo na mga animals. Okay? So, it has also effect on the presence of cyanobacteria. Okay? And other chemical factors. These are the nutrients like the nitrogen and phosphorus. All right? Okay. So, hydrological factor is also has also an effect in the presence or the number of cyanobacteria that may grow in the reservoir or lake, like the rainfall patterns. Okay, there was a study that they have to consider also the hydrodynamic factors like the freshwater discharge, the flushing, and residence time. Why? Because, like for instance, if you are, very keen looking on our water system like river, lakes, or even yung creek natin, most commonly, those that are not moving or their lesser flow of water or low velocity of water, you can see there are many green, probably that is cyanobacteria or other plants that have lived there. So retention time is very essential for the bloom development. So we have to make to prevent this from happening. We have to discharge water, and we could do that by flushing. Okay, so it's a system. So this is our role as a civil engineer when we have reservoir or lake or any type of structure where we usually intake the water for treatment for use. So we have to apply or construct some infrastructure that would prevent this cyanobacterial bloom. I would like to share with you in one of our benchmark study during the rate rebasing way back in 2017. By the way, if you may allow me, rate rebasing is our project where in our output is the current rate of water of the two concessionaires. So I'm pertaining to the water rate of Maynilad and Manila Water. All right. So during back time, because we need to, as a consultant, we need to recommend what is the best practices. So that's why we benchmark in Singapore water and also in Melbourne, Australia, the Melbourne water. Okay, so good thing that they have a very, very big water storage. So during drought seasons or summer season, so if they have limited water flow in their creek or streams, they enable to sustain the good water ecology, because there are a lot of living organisms there like ducks, fishes. So if there would be low water level, so this living organism might die or might migrate somewhere else. So they have to sustain this. So what they do usually, they discharge water. They flush water in order to sustain the water flow. So this type of approach usually discourage the growth of cyanobacteria because they have prevent the stagnation of the water. Okay, so you have to take note that cyanobacterial blooms is observed in higher temperature, reduced wind speed, and reduced cloud cover. All right, so as an engineer, what would be the intervention that we could do in order to prevent the cyanobacterial blooms? Okay, it was suggested that the minimum flow rate must be 5.21 cubic meter per second or 450 million liters per day. So with this amount of water, it could already suppress the development of persistent stratification, and it mitigates the presence of cyanobacterial blooms. Also, for flow velocity, it must be around 0.04 meter per second, and it could already minimize the intensity of the blooms, or even while in critical water of 0.03 meter per second. Okay. However, if there's already cyanobacterial bloom or stratification in the water of body, you have to consider a critical flow velocity of 0.05 meter per second. Okay, so that could, suppress or stop the proliferation of cyanobacterial blooms. All right. So what if the water or cyanobacteria now is in the water? So how do we treat it? How do we provide intervention so that we will not be intoxicated? Okay. So is oxidation or chlorination process good? Because, di ba, on the last part of our treatment, we apply chlorine. Okay. If it is in the last part, that is okay. However, if initially, because thinking that because this is toxins and we would like, to sterilize the water, so chlorination process is a no-no. Why? Because it releases the toxins to the water. So what will happen if you add chlorine to the water with cyanobacteria? The cell of the cyanobacteria will open, or it will cell lysis, and thus releasing the cyanotoxins into the water. That may cause taste and odor in our water. So chlorination on the preliminary part is not acceptable. Okay. So what other things that you can do? Okay. So you could provide a multi-barrier. Okay. So to filter the water that will come in. So you filter out the cyanobacteria. Okay. So actually this was the approach that I've heard from attending the International Water Association Symposia in Shanghai, China. I think that was in 2018. So the New Zealand specialist suggested a multi-barrier, okay, which is a very good process control. Actually, they also have diversion. So they don't allow if the water has so many cyanobacterial blooms, they used to divert the water and have it diverted into a sedimentation basin. So as mentioned earlier, di ba, there is a cycle in the location of the cyanobacteria in the water surface. So usually it goes down during nighttime. So what they usually do, they only extract water at nighttime so that they could not extract the cyanobacteria in the water. So, however, it will entail an structure like sedimentation basin. But in the Philippines, sometimes since our space, especially in Metro Manila, is limited, we don't have enough sedimentation basin. So our reservoir serves already as the sedimentation basin. All right. So how do we remove it? Okay. Actually, the sediment removal or the dredging, this is the last option because this is very costly and very time consuming. One very good example that usually they apply is the hydroluminetic aeration. So kaya may mga aerators dyan para because the presence of cyanobacteria, it prohibits the entry of the oxygen. So somehow it would also affect the living organism. So that's why one very good intervention is to provide aerators. Okay. And having that aerators, somehow it could also destratify and mix the water. Okay. And in some other countries, like in Korea, they apply sediment treatment for phosphorus inactivation. This technology was also considered in Australia, but it was already adopted in Korea. But it has a system in order to to uh to to provide a quality control in the water uptake. Now, in summary, toxic cyanobacterial blooms develop in bodies of water like lakes, reservoir ponds, and slow-flowing flowing bodies of water, such as river, drainage, ditches, streams, and estuaries. And cyanotoxins can be inhaled, ingested, and exposure to these toxins can induce acute and subacute or chronic effects in animals and in people or human. These biotoxins may cause serious problems in the environment and may pose also economic problem affecting the wildlife and human health. The hydrology and hydrodynamic conditions for the growth or enhancement of cyanobacteria, such as rainfall runoffs, transport the nutrient to the lake, which can intensify the eutrophication, which favors the growth of harmful algal blooms. However, biomolecular techniques can be employed to determine the presence of toxigenic cyanobacteria in the water source, and also imposing of stringent monitoring of water quality is necessary to ensure the ecological and consuming public safety. Several water resource management interventions can be adopted to prevent the growth of these harmful algal blooms. Okay, thank you everyone for listening. So before I leave, I would like to share these thoughts to you. When you open your mind, you open new doors to new possibilities for yourself and new opportunities to help others, courtesy of Roy T. Bennett. Okay. Again, thank you. Sharing also these photos with my junior engineers when we had our Boracay Water audit before the ECQ last February 2020. Again, have a pleasant day to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so we would like to call on Dr. Sayari to entertain questions from our students.
Unmute na po.
Ayan, hindi ako binagsasalita ni Mr. President.
Ay, sorry, sorry, ma'am.
Hindi, okay lang. Anyway, yun nga. Kaya yun yung thoughts ko. Kasi nga, sabi ni Sir Mike, dumugo na yung ilong niya. I felt the same way before. Sabi ko nga, naligaw ba ako? Bakit biomolecular? Kasi it's really a different diba, aspect of civil engineering. But we have to learn this new technology, the innovations, because this is the current trend around the world, para hindi naman tayo may iwan sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga nung sinabi nila about sa COVID, about RT-PCR, akala ko ako lang makakaalam kasi very few lang nakakaintindi lang sa akin pagkausap ko yung mga nasa biology department. Hindi ako naiintindihan ng mga colleagues. At least ngayon pag nagkwento ako about COVID-19, yung RT-PCR, hindi na masyado dumugo yung ilong nyo. Just kidding aside.
Alam na.
Alam na this. Yun. Yan. Don't get intimidated with the lecture because I really want this to share with you because this is the current trend. We have to be well-versed. Para naman kasi yun nga this is a new knowledge for me when I went to Taiwan back then in 2014. So, when I spoke to somebody here in the Philippines, never tells me about this kind of microorganism. Walang nagsabi niyan sa akin. At saka yung biomolecular technique, wala. Ang alam ko lang kasi yung bakal, yung semento, konkreto, yan. Mag-surveying, yan, alam ko yun. Pero yun, hindi talaga. Kaya, which really gave me an opportunity, to be exposed in the consultancy industry. Ayan. Kaya nga, paikot-ikot ako sa buong Pilipinas ngayon. Dahil dyan sa about water quality, environmental impact assessment. So very thankful ako sa opportunity at sa knowledge na natutunan ko sa Taiwan. Yan.
Ma'am, I have a question po.
Yes, please.
Kasi po, based on my experience, nung third year college pa lang po ako, meron po kaming environmental engineering na subject sa PLM. So, yung ang understanding kasi kapag environmental engineering subject sa civil engineering course, parang ano lang siya, minor subject. Baga hindi siya sineseryoso talaga ng students. Pero nung time ko naman sa PLM, we have this professor na tinututukan niya talaga yung pagtuturo ng environmental engineering. Although yung lessons talaga, hindi ko makita kung saan yung connection niya sa field or sa
Alright.
profession.
Okay.
Ang tanong ko po is, sa palagay ko po kasi ang environmental engineering, siya yung pinaka misunderstood discipline sa civil engineering, kung related man siya. Ang tanong ko lang po, on what aspect po siya magiging related? Kasi yung karamihan po sa students, hindi nila sure kung ano po ba talaga yung connection or yung trace ng civil engineering sa environmental engineering.
Alright. Thank you for your question, Mr. President. Actually, hindi lang sa inyo magulo. Kahit sa ibang school din, pinaglalaban ko yan. Kasi sabi nila, bakit hindi yan pang civil engineering? Kasi water quality yan. Sabi ko, paano mo masusustain yung magandang water quality kung hindi gagawa ang civil engineer ng structure? Paano makakapagbigay ng assessment or tayo ng katulad nun, yung sa cyanobacteria, yung flow of water, pakingalaman ba yan ng chemical engineer? Kasi ang environmental engineering, pag pilot scale, kumbaga controlled environment, para lang paintindihan ng mga students na nandiyan dyan at ang aking mga colleagues. Kasi palagi itong malaking question mark eh.
I'm listening.
Yes, sir, please. Kasi marami nagko-contemplate dito talaga eh. Ito yung pinapaliwanag ko. Kaya lang,
Even in the thesis. Even the
Yes.
thesis.
Palagi yan eh. Hindi na ako mag-name names.
Oh,
Pero
yeah.
palaging sentimiento yan ng mga advice ko. Ma'am, saan daw to dun sa, ano ba yon yung may category para dun sa
CHED research agenda.
sa CHED research agenda. Ma'am, wala daw po doon, sabi nila. Sabi ko, nakalink yan kasi encompassing, hindi siya directly halimbawa about sa flood, hindi siya about dun sa structure, pero ito kasi kailangan maintindihan ng isang civil engineer kasi paano mo ma-address? Like for instance, ito na nga, yung hydrological aspect, yung rainfall. Hindi naman naiintindihan ng chemical engineer yan. So nandoon sila sa nutrients, yung chemical analysis, pero pag in-apply mo na at lumabas ka na doon sa controlled environment na ginagawa nila na pilot scale study sa laboratory, lumabas ka na, hindi na nila alam yung aspect ng rainfall, ng seasonal o yung seasonal variation natin, yung sa weather changes, yung wind. Yan, hindi na nila pag pinagsabay-sabay na yan, tapos yung flow of water, hindi na kaya intindihan ng chemical engineer yan. So doon tayo, kumbaga, kaya nga nung hindi naman sa modesty aside, nung nandoon ako sa Taiwan, kasi yung mga nag-aaral ng environmental engineering doon ay chemical engineering. Ako nagtuturo ng fluid at saka hydraulics eh. Sabi ko, hindi ako maniningan. Sabi nila, lilibre pa nga nila ako ng merienda. Donna, where do you want to eat? Just teach us the fluid mechanics and hydraulics. Kasi sa atin, CE tayo. Kahit nakapikit kayo, mga Chezi, Mannings, madaling-madali sa atin yan eh. Kasi yung transport ang laki-laki ng media natin. Sila kasi controlled lang. Kumbaga, isang pathway lang, isang pipe lang. Pero sa atin kasi, yung river, iba-iba yan. Hindi ko nga alam dati kung hindi pa nga ako nag-field work na yung meron groundwater Kasi sabi ko, ang yaba ko kasi. Sabi ko, kasi napiltas yung aking sandals Sabi ko, sige, magyayapak na lang ako Tapos, mainit yung bato, 11:00 ng umaga. Tapos nung sabi ko, dito na lang ako tatapak sa buhangin. Sabi ko, nagtataka ako, yung lead surveyor namin, yung nag-guide sa amin, taga-NIA, may dala-dala siyang tungkod. Sabi ko, siguro dahil matanda. Without realizing, yun pala ang pan-check mo kung stable yung tatapakan mo. I just learned na hindi stable yung river, lumubog ako. That is, yung kumuno, yung quicksand. It only shows na meron pala doon na groundwater. So, it was never taught in class na ganun pala. Tsaka yung may mga indicator na halimbawa, yung puno na ganito, yung ganitong klaseng, pag may nakita ka ganitong puno, ibig sabihin may groundwater. So, Yun lang. Siguro yun lang ang kailangan malaman nila. Pag controlled environment, yan. So, pang chemical engineering, kaya nila yan. Pero if you bring it on a macro scale, yung natural environment, yung mga ambient conditions, it should be the civil engineer who should understand it very well. Because we are the one designing kung anong structure. Kasi paano mo malalaman kung what type of structure is, like for instance, sa materials. O, alam nila kung ano yung mga properties, pero when it comes to strength, yung application na, yung physico-mechanical strength, we know more than them. Kaya nga advantage yun pag CE ka. Pero ang advantage lang sa atin, kasi nga, katulad ko, environmental engineer ako, I have a little know-how dun sa biological aspect, chemical aspect, at ang advantage ko sa kanila over the other engineers, kaya ko makipag-usap sa chemical engineer, sa biologist, at civil engineer. Kasi nga, kumbaga, napagdaanan ko lahat yun, na-explain ko sa kanila. Kasi nga, ito yung advantage natin at civil engineer. Kaya lang palagi nga, nagtataka nga ako bakit hindi, hindi ang nagtuturo ng ENVI sa environmental engineering subject ay palaging napupunta ng chemical engineering. Pero dapat sa atin yun. Yung aspect lang na pag may mga stoichiometry, kasi yung analytical, yung physical calculations, or chemical calculations, yun, pang sa kanila yun. Pero we could learn that. And magiging advantageous pa sa atin yun. Ayan, tama si Sir Robin. Hello, good afternoon po. Yan, tama yan. Jack of all trades talaga ang civil engineer. Yan. Yan. So, yun yung siguro kailangan lang kasi siguro dahil very few pa yung environmental engineers kasi siguro sabi nga ng advisor ko na civil engineer, iilan pa lang parang nung time niya pang-10 pa lang siya. O kung para baka pang 20 pa lang ako na PhD Envi na CE, hindi ko alam parang onti pa lang. Ang marami kasi sa specialization natin is structural and construction project management. So marami na sila doon So nag-uunahan na sila doon. So doon tayo sa onti pa lang. At I think mas marami tayong mako-contribute At saka sabi nga nila sa supply and demand, pag onti pa yung supply, so mas mataas yung demand mo. Yun. So I think I have answered your question, Mr. President. Sir Mike, may issue ka. Yan. I think si Sir Salenga, nagkita na kami nito ni Sir
Yeah.
Sa audit, Sir.
Sir Robin, no? Ayan, Sir Robin, may sasabihin, no?
Sir Robin, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. So, para ba may wala na magtatanong pag sa slot ko na. Pero yun, kasi sinabi ko na pag CE ka, Jack of all trades, master of none. Kasi nga, di ba, of all the profession ng civil engineering based on my experience and experience nila Doc Sai, nila Doc Mike, pag civil ka, dapat alam mo lahat. Kaya nga yung topic ko, mama, ano yan, parang teaser para dun sa topic ko.
Kapit na.
Matatouch yan. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Actually, siguro, I never knew before kasi nga na magiging environmental specialist ako. Pero since I'm a frustrated doctor of medicine, so I find a specialization in our field, which, I would say relatively close to the field of medicine. So I found environmental engineering. Sabi ko nga I'm so blessed because it's not only one person or few people who are sick. So mas marami. Kasi nga halimbawa, na-intoxicate ka ng water, maraming uminom ng tubig na may unsafe water. So mas marami kang magiging concern. And not only that, and even kasi nga nag-EIA kami. So yung lahat ng siguro nga kanina, kaya lang nakamute ako hindi ako makasingit sa discussion ni Sir Bondok. Kasi yung tinatanong niya, pwede pa ba 1 minute lang? Yung tinatanong niyo kanina kung anong mas maganda, mag-masters or magtrabaho na related sa field. Actually, yung suggestion ni Sir Bondok, in agreement ako noon pag nasa Pilipinas ka. Kasi sa atin, limited yung actual experience. Pero kasi pag nag-abroad ka, ang mga research kasi actual. Yun yung pinagkaiba pag nandito ka sa Pilipinas. If you get an opportunity to study abroad, Japan or Asia, kung may pera ka naman at may scholarship, mag-US ka, mag-Europe ka, spread your wings. Yan, maganda yon kasi pag nandoon ka, talagang actual ang research nila at makakapag-focus ka and matatapos mo on due time. Kasi based on my experience kasi working student, I was here in the Philippines, kung hindi ako umalis, hindi ko matatapos yung study ko. So, medyo nag-lag behind ako. So, it took me some time to finish my PhD. So, kailangan ko ngang iwanan for a while yung work to study abroad para matapos ko. Kasi nga dito sa Philippines, we could only, do a research within our reach. Kasi nga, limited yung funds. I am a DRST scholar. I was given a fund. However, that fund would not suffice my study. Kasi nga, di ba, imaginein mo na lang, yung sabi, magkano pag nagpa-COVID test ka, sabi mo na yung pinakamura, 4,000 pesos. Ilan yung samples ko? Minsan, yung galing ko ng Laguna Lake at Pasig River, I think 42 samples na sediments, 42 na water. So, around 84. So, times 4. Wala pa yung aking chemical analysis doon. So, multiply by 2. So, ilan yon? Umubos ako ng million for my study. Ganun siya kamahal. So, kaya, but, the good thing is, pag may project fund yung laboratory mo, kung saan ka napunta sa abroad, it's nothing. So, kumbaga, okay lang na magkanda ka ng mga several tests. Kasi as long that you have, you have find something novel. So, yun naman yung essence nun. Kasi pag dito kasi limited eh. Yun tayo minsan, kaya hindi tayo nakakapag-publish na maganda, di ba, Doc Mike? Buti kasi yung kay Doc Mike kasi mathematical calculations pero kailangan pa rin ng physical test, di ba, Doc Mike?
Tama po. Simulation na po kami dito. Susunod, may shake table na tayo.
Yun, agree daw. Yan. Yun po. Any more questions?
We have a question from Dean. Yan.
Si Dean, yes.
Dean Putante. Doc, may we hear from you about the sanitary engineering naman daw?
Actually, Dean, yung sanitary engineering kasi katulad ng environmental engineering, may subject kasi sila. Kaya lang kasi dito, like in my case, I did not pursue yung sanitary. Pero kasi yun yung parang relatively similar. Kasi yung mga sanitary engineers kasi, they focus on more of water supply and sanitation kasi ang application nila. Pero sa akin kasi, it's not only the water itself. I could go beyond air, water, soil. So, mas kumbaga, it would be a broader coverage pag environmental engineering kasi lahat yan eh. Pero you could only choose your specialization kasi beforehand, if I left earlier, I would be focusing more on air. Pero medyo nag-stay ako ng 1 year kaya napunta ako sa water. Yan. Pero anyway, pag sanitary kasi, yun nga eh, more of ano po kasi siya, water supply and sanitation. So, pero, yun lang. Kasi dito kasi we have the professional examination for sanitary engineers. Actually, naka-pending pa nga, hindi ko nagagawa yung ano eh. I was nominated to be their, one of their, ano ba tawag doon? Yung member. Kasi eligible na daw ako.
Board of examiner?
No. I'm not the board examiner. To be a member of the sanitary engineers in the Philippines. Kasi practitioner ako eh. Water supply and sanitation. Tapos ENVI. So, pwede na ako magpa-member sa kanila. Hindi ko lang masikaso yung pagsasign ng form. Ayun. Kaya kanina si Sir Mike, hindi ko masagot. Pati si Christian. Ayan. Shout out kay Christian. Masipag din na, ano. Ayun. Thank you, Sir Robel.
Yeah, honorary member.
Honorary member. Na mental block ako. Buti na lang nandiyan si Sir. Ayun. Kaya kasi kanina may meeting pa kami. Olongga po namin, master plan. Kaya busy. Ayan. Anyway.
Mr. President, okay na si Mr. President. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, so we will proceed now to the awarding of certificate for Dr. Sayari. I would like to call on Dean Potante to join us.
Yeah, Doc. Okay, so I'll be reading the citation to of your certificate of appreciation. The Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers Manuel L. Quezon University Student Chapter present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Donamel M. Sayari for sharing her valuable knowledge as a guest speaker of the General Assembly 2021 for environmental engineering with a lecture entitled Harmful Algae Monitoring as Bioindicator for Water Resource Management. Buti na lang wala scientific no? Awarded this January 16, 2021 via Zoom meeting. Signed, President Raymond Francis Manalo, yours truly, Dr. Michael Bailon, and the Dean of the School of Engineering, Manuel L. Quezon University, Dean Dante Potante. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you po for the opportunity. Thank you, Sir Dante.
Sir
Sana
Dante,
makita
few words po.
kita, sir, in person ulit. Hindi na ako, sir, magpapapirma ng thesis. Magpapapirma na ako ng para sa consultancy project. Hindi, sir. Sir Mark, hingin ko contact ni Sir Dante.
No
Seryoso.
problem po. Alam na this.
Salamat sa ulitin.
Salamat din po. Ingat kayo. Be safe, everyone. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you rin po.
Papadala na lang po sa inyo yung certificate mismo. Bibigyan nyo lang email sa amin. Address, yeah. Okay. So we prepared a simple token. Ibigay po. Thank you po. President, it's your turn.
Let's have the second nga. Okay, the second nga si Robinson.
Nasaan yung mag-introduce? Wala.
Okay, si ano muna po. Magtatok muna si Quasar. Introduce ko muna ang aming presidente.
Sino pong ano?
Ang teacher. Introduce ko lang po.
Okay.
So good afternoon, mga future engineers. So, ito ang president ng Mlqu Pice. Raymond Portray, referred by his peers from Pice and classmates. Is one of the senior student leaders, not only of Pice, but also of Mlqu, particularly in the School of Engineering. Before his appointment as president of Pice Mlqu later in 2020, he served as student leader of the organization for 2 consecutive school years as AVP for Secretary and Secretary 2018 and 2019 and Secretary 2019 to 2020, and brief stint as Secretary of Mlqu School of Engineering Student Council 2019. Last year, he was also appointed Vice President of Pice Quezon City's Student Chapter Council, an alliance which includes its sister chapters, PPD naman and TIPQC on December. So itong president natin, ano na siya, veterano na siya dito sa Pice. So, let me introduce to you again, Raymond Manalo.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so first of all, gusto ko lang i-congratulate everyone for attending, especially the fact na na-survive natin yung 2020. It was cut short actually kasi yung second semester kinat siya ng March, tapos until now hindi pa tayo nagpo-proceed ulit sa face-to-face classes. So personally ang challenge sa amin as new student leaders for this school year is paano namin masusustain yung peak or yung momentum ng organization. Syempre for the past 2 years, nasa Pice na ako, so I personally know kung ano yung momentum na sinasabi ko. Since 2018, kung familiar yung iba sa inyo, yung line of programs namin, line of activities, as in yung scale talaga, as in memorable siya, and as in maaalala mo talaga siya kahit graduate ka na. Until last year, 2020, meron pa rin kaming programs, kaya lang nung nagka-COVID pandemic, yun talaga yung turning point for the organization, kasi hindi namin ma-imagine kung ano ba yung magiging stand ng organization ngayon, kasi virtual paano ka makakapag-activity ng virtual. So ayun nga, gaya ng sinabi ko, it's a challenge for us, pero seeing the feedback for this event, hindi pa tapos yung event pero nakakakita na ako ng magandang feedback for this. So thank you for everyone na umattend ngayong araw. Actually, alas 5 na, ano oras tayo nagsimula? Mga 10, magta-10 na tayo nagsimula. So meron pa tayong 2 topics, pero sa palagay ko, ito yung General Assembly na sa palagay ko, hindi siya yung typical na face-to-face, nasa isang kwarto tayong lahat, nagbaband, may games, may interaction. Dito kasi ang nakita kong side, although hindi naman nag-i-interact lahat ng members for this, marami tayong natututunan. Kasi ako personally, hindi talaga ako fan ng seminars. Hindi ako yung mahilig makinig ng seminars. Pero kanina, kami lang yung nag-organize, pero natutuwa ako kasi we chose the best speakers for this event. Starting from Engineer Cañete. Si Engineer Cañete, we were planning to invite him before kasi may part 2 ang General Assembly ng Pice before yung last school year, kaya lang unfortunately dahil sa COVID hindi natuloy. Tapos si Engineer Valdez, is bago yung pangalan niya sa akin, pero sinuggest siya ni Engineer Bailon as his student. So ayun, of course si Engineer Potante hindi naman siya bago sa atin. I feel honored kasi pumayag si Sir Potante na mag-talk for this event, and considering na si Sir Potante, meron akong kumbaga, I am amazed na na pumayag siya, kasi before, nung nagti-thesis pa lang kami,
Thesis advisor mo yun.
thesis advisor namin si Sir Patante, so hindi nakakaalam. Thesis advisor namin siya sa transportation engineering. So si Sir Bailon doon, kami lang nag-try ng transportation engineering before. And hindi naman kami nagsisi, kasi yung insights ni Sir Potante as an expert sa transportation engineering is talaga, kung natuloy man yung thesis namin, I'm confident na magiging kami, hindi naman sa magiging best thesis, hindi I mean, magiging confident kami na fulfillment yung pagtapos ng thesis, kasi yung advisor namin is someone na magaling talaga, as in brainstorming pa lang makikita mo talaga na marami siyang insights in the field of transportation engineering. Tapos si Engineer Bondok, like Engineer Cañete, we're planning to invite him also, yung same General Assembly na sinasabi ko, kaya lang hindi nga natuloy dahil sa COVID pandemic. And I'm amazed with him kasi nga yung pagsagot niya ng questions is short yung pagkakasagot niya ng question, pero substantial. Hindi kayo mabibitin na ayun na yun. Kumbaga, nasagot niya ng maayos yung questions, and hindi naman kami nabitin for that. And then kay Dr. Sayari, I'm thankful with ma'am, kasi na-enlighten ako na personally, dahil yung environmental engineering nga, I think nung in-enroll ko pa lang yung subject na yun, as in sabi ko, kailangan ko ba talagang aralin lahat to? Ang dami-dami. Kasi yung prof namin before is chemical engineer. So yung approach talaga is hindi mo talaga kailangan lahat ng tinuturo, pero tinuturo pa din. So yung last speaker namin, si Engineer Salenga, I think he's one also nung General Assembly namin. I-invite din namin siya. Yon. So he will discuss two fields of engineering. First, I think it's construction management, and the second one is water resources engineering. Okay, so balik lang ako sa organization namin. I just thank our guest speakers for this event kasi nga I'm fulfilled. Although kanina pa kami nagkakaram talaga, kanina umaga pa. I'm fulfilled na ayun nga, yung flow naman and yung talk na binigay nila is yun, substantial para enlighten yung mga estudyante, although yung webinar talaga is boring. So balik tayo sa organization. Yung organization namin, siguro nagtataka kayo kung ano ba yung susunod namin project for this year. Syempre, meron naman kami project. Wag kayong mag-alala, may project pa kami after. Although yun nga, yung projects namin, kaiba siya dun sa mga naging project previously kasi makiki-adapt kami sa new normal. Yun yung magiging challenge sa aming officers. Bigyan ko lang kayo ng preview. Yung first activity namin or first project after this, we would like to launch an online tutorial series project. Siyempre, new normal, karamihan sa atin nahihirapan mag-cope dahil syempre yung setup hindi siya ganoon ka-effective. Although hindi lang naman kami nahihirapan, yung professors din also kasi nahihirapan sila kung magiging effective ba yung pagtuturo nila ngayong online classes. Syempre, struggle din 'yon. And sa part nila, medyo parang disappointment din sa kanila kung hindi makarating sa amin yung lecture or yung lesson gusto nilang ituro. So kami as an organization, Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Mlqu student chapter, gusto namin mag-launch ng online tutorial series. Although hindi siya yung typical online tutorial series na tuturuan namin one by one. Hindi yun actually yung vision namin eh. Ang gusto namin mag-record kami ng materials, mag-record kami ng lectures, ng discussions per subject. Although hindi naman namin tina-target talaga na lahat ng subject ma-cover namin hanggang sa matapos yung term namin. Ang gusto namin is makapag-provide kami ng additional material para mas maintindihan ng mga estudyante yung lesson. Siyempre kami as student officers and student kami ng MLQU, alam namin kung ano yung hinahanap ng estudyante sa new normal learning. Siyempre iniisip namin kung ano ba yung magiging effective way para makarating sa kanila yung ituturo. So kami we will launch this I think next month. We will launch this. We will of course we will lead this advocacy yung advocacy na to as officers with our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Paul Cyrus G. Trongoy, and our Vice President for External Affairs, Diane Faith Biro Camora. And of course, me, syempre. Sayang naman yung exposure ko. Wala rin akong gagawin this year. Tapos, I'll share just may bago kaming organization na sinalihan. Although hindi siya organization, isa siyang alliance. Familiar naman kayo sa UP Diliman, 'di ba? Tsaka sa PIPQC. So last December, actually much earlier than December, we have discussions na mag-organize ng chapter, ng student chapter sa Quezon City, based sa Quezon City. Kung familiar kayo sa Manila, merong Pice, LNM, or Pice Lungsod ng Maynila. Yung chapter na yon is kinocompose siya ng universities na may Pice organization na nasa Manila. So ito yung pinaka-counterpart niya sa Quezon City. So we're fortunate kasi ito yung first year, ito yung inaugural year nung alliance with UP Diliman and TIPQC. So hindi naman tayo yung umaten lang ng sumali lang sa alliance. We have our own stand dun sa alliance. So ako, yours truly, na-appoint ako as Vice President ng Alliance. Our President is from UP Diliman and our Secretary is from TIPQC. And of course, I would like to acknowledge three of our officers. Kasi apart from me, meron din naman na-appoint. Hindi lang naman ako yung na-appoint. So sa Board of Directors, na-appoint si Dayan Faith Biro Camora, our Vice President for External Affairs, na-appoint siya as Board of Director for Finance. Si Mark Junel P. Orozco, our Vice President for Events and Activities, na-appoint siya as Board of Director for Logistics. Tapos si Paul Cyrus G. Trongoy, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, na-appoint siya as I think Board of Director for Creatives. So apart from our projects dito sa Pice, gusto rin namin mag-share ng gusto rin namin mag-serve sa inyo as our members through that alliance. Syempre mas malaki yung scope noon kasi meron tayong sister chapters which is UP Diliman and TIPQC. So consider nyo na lang yung laki ng university nila. So malaking vehicle 'yun para sa atin. Of course, hindi lang naman sa laki ng school yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Syempre, mas mapapaganda yung scope or yung scope nung activities kasi magkakaroon kami ng activities na magi-interact yung members from UP Diliman and UP Diliman and TIPQC. So ayun. And then our next projects, I think, ano pa bang projects namin?
Ray,
Aside
may
from
sinasabi si Engineer Robin,
ano po?
Vice QC Chapter Maynila Subchapter
Oh,
will
thank you
support
po, sir.
you.
Thank you po.
Ah,
Thank you po. Thank you po. Okay, so yun nga, yung first project namin, Project Vespertine, actually is our largest project. So I'm personally engaged na ayusin yung sa tutorial kasi I think that will be our legacy for this year. Yun yung tinitignan kong image or horizon for that project. And then that alliance with UP and TIP, we're planning with a student convention na exclusive lang sa UP, TIP, and MLQU members. So hindi muna namin i-spill yung details kasi nagmi-meeting pa rin naman kami until now. And then yung Esports Week, that's our answer for Engineering Week. Kasi syempre maraming na-frustrate na walang Engineering Week, 'di ba? So naisip namin na palitan natin or maki-adapt tayo sa new normal. Huwag natin tanggalin yung concept ng Engineering Week. So let's just reinvent kung ano ba yung thought ng Engineering Week. So of course, makuha mo yung unity ng students sa MLQU or particularly sa Pice MLQU. So ayun, magpo-pursue kami ng Esports Week. Hindi ko pa masabi kung anong month or anong week. Basta i-inform namin kayo about it. And then magkakaroon ulit kami ng webinar series. So ayun lang, nahihirapan kami ngayon na mag-draft ng speakers kasi magagaling yung speakers ngayon. Hindi ko masabi kung kung i-invite ba namin sila uli kasi magaling talaga sila. I mean, I'm not hindi naman ako sa sumisip-sip lang pero magaling talaga sila. I mean, webinars really are boring talaga in nature kasi pwede ka naman matulog habang nagwe-webinar. Pero maganda yung tinuturo nila at nagiging intimate kasi nakakapagtanong yung estudyante doon sa speaker. Kasi before, kapag nasa likod ka, hindi ka makakapagtanong or mahihiya ka magtanong doon sa speaker. Unlike now, ito lang, kumbaga parang one screen apart lang naman eh. Pwede kang mag-raise ng questions, pwede kang mag-raise ng question through chat. Hindi mo kailangan magsalita. So kung gusto mong may malaman dun sa speaker, malalaman mo. Basta you have the courage to type the question sa chat box. So ayun, yun lang naman siguro yung magiging project namin for this year. Tapos so far I would like to thank pala si Engineer Potante, of course, for being a supportive dean. Nung nagpo-propose pa lang kami sa kanya ng na activities, okay naman siya sa mga activities na pinopropose namin. And of course, our faculty advisor, Dr. Bailon, we've been we've been together for 3 years now. Since 2018 ko pa siya advisor. Since 2018 ko pa siya advisor. So 2021 na advisor pa rin namin siya, and ayun, nakakasawa na po. Joke lang. Hindi po. Nag-i-improve na. although nag-i-improve rin ako as a student leader, nag-i-improve din naman yung insights niya as a faculty advisor, kasi syempre yun yung normal. Meron pa rin siyang idea kahit sabihin mong nagbago yung setup, meron pa rin siyang idea na naibibigay sa amin. So I'm really thankful with our faculty advisor for that. And ano ba bang last? Ang dami ko sinabi. Okay, so last, thank you din sa mga nagpa-member. Although some of you siguro nag-hesitate dahil ano ba magagawa nila ngayon online? Magsasayang lang kami ng pera para dun sa Pice na yan. So fortunately, ang members namin, hindi naman siya super dami unlike before, pero I'm thankful na maraming members this year, and I would like to congratulate everyone for surviving or making it to this point. Syempre, siguro kung may nagka-COVID man sa inyo, at least buhay pa rin kayo ngayon, di ba? So ayun, I would like to congratulate everyone, and I would like to wish everyone as well keep safe. Okay, thank you.
So, ako na yung MC. Introduction?
Sige, ako na lang po mag-i-introduce, sir. Okay, so our last speaker will introduce two topics. Two fields, construction management and water resources engineering. But first, he will discuss a topic from the field of construction management. So here's our introduction for our speaker. So our speaker, Engineer Robinson A. Selenga II, is a graduate of BS Civil Engineering at Columban College, Olongapo City on 2001 and passed the Civil Engineering Board examination on the same year. And on January 2002, he started his career in the various field of civil engineer from being a contractor, designer, consultant, developer, and client. Back with experience gained from multidiscipline and multinational companies, AMO Oreta, Philips Technical Consultants Corporation, Philips Sun Construction and Development Corp, Goody Associates, Arcadis Langdon Seya, and W Group Incorporated, he gained a reputation and expertise from laboratory technician, cost estimator, quantity surveyor, project scheduler, structural designer, project engineer, project coordinator to project proposal writer. His project management skills and expertise were developed during his stint at Goody Associates, Hong Kong, Arcadis Langdon Seya, W Group Incorporated, which he now exercises in his current employment, Maynilad Water Services Incorporated, as project manager for water sources and facilities under Program Management Division. Aside from being a civil engineer, our resource speaker is also a material engineers 1 and 2 of DPWH, a Pice Quezon City chapter member, LEED Green Associates, Project Managers Institute regular member, accredited safety officer and practitioner. Also holds certification for Master Project Manager or MPM and Certified International Project Manager or CIPM of American Academy of Project Manager, AAPM. Certified Project Manager of International Organization for Project Manager, IO4 PM. Certified Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt was his recent certification. He was a resident resource speaker for various mid-year and national conventions as well as regional conference of Pice due to his expertise and experience related topics that help in the uplifting of civil engineering profession throughout the industry. He is currently the project manager of Water Resources and Facilities of Program Management Division of Maynilad Services Incorporated, the largest water company in the Philippines, and manages 12 concurrent projects within La Mesa compound. He is currently managing the rehabilitation works for combined capacity of 2,400 million liters per day water treatment plant of Maynilad. He is also the current president of Pice Quezon City Chapter Maynilad Subchapter, the newly accredited and recognized subchapter of Pice that house at least 300 plus members. As an active Pice member, he is also the Pice National Officer for Interspecialty Group for Water Engineering and Project Management and Construction Management. He is also the Philippine representative on ACECC on Technical Committee number 26 for Water Sustainability. His topic is mainly focusing on the importance of specialization in managing projects that had a great impact on the possible outcome of the project. So, okay, I think let's welcome Engineer Robinson A. Salengda II, Senior Project Manager for Maynilad Water Services Incorporated.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon na talaga eh. Si Doc Mike kasi. Joke. Good afternoon. Again, I would like to thank Mlqu student chapter. Actually, matagal na to. Sabi nga ni President kanina, matagal-tagal na dapat yung ano. Actually, I have my own hindi lang gaano makita. I have my timer. So tina-timer ko kasi hindi ako nag-submit ng recording. Okay, which is yung sinasabi kanina ni ng isang speaker natin. Yes.
Valdez.
So, yeah. Engineer Valdez. So basically, I'm happy that I'm here. Sorry, may background ang aking makulit na aso. Yan yung perks ng work from home. Okay. So basically, the topic I'm going to present here is some sort of parang makatulong sa wait lang. Sorry, naka-unmute eh. Okay. So, yan. So, the discussion is mainly focusing on the specialization. So, as you can see, I think nakikita niyo naman yung presentation na iba talaga ang setup pag ngayon, pag new normal. Iniisip ko nga kanina, if ever na for example nagkaroon tayo ng face-to-face discussion, say yung normal natin na face-to-face discussion, kasi Doc Mike nagchat kami, so ibig sabihin maghapon ako maghihintay sa kanya, mata-traffic ako pa uwi. Pero sabi ko nga sa kanya din sa chat namin, I devoted my whole Saturday for this one. Kanina umaga pa ako nakikinig, actually from Engineer Cañete na kasama namin sa trip namin sa Lucena with sa Mindoro with Doc Mike.
Marinduque, sir. Marinduque.
Marinduque. Sorry, Marinduque. Ano sinabi ko?
Ano isa? Masbate ata.
Masbate. Parang iba yun. So yan, magkakasama kami dyan. Mamaya papakita ko sa inyo yung picture ni Doc Mike doon. Okay. So the background itself, yan. Kasi as I mentioned, dalawa yung topic ko. Dalawa ang topic ko. Sorry, talagang maarte ako sa presentation. Alam ni Doc Mike, Doc Mike yan. Pag magkasama kami sa mga presentation, paartihan kami. So hindi niya ako matalo dyan sa kaartihan. So the topic I'm going to present is some sort of like a glimpse of kung ano ba yung pwede nyong makuha or gawin pag kayo naging natapos na sa civil engineering at naging engineer kayo, kung ano yung kung saan kayo yung pwedeng maging guide for the direction or guide ng bawat estudyante. Ako dumaan ako sa ganyan. Lahat kaming mga civil engineers ngayon is dumaan. Katulad nga nasabi ko kanina kay Doc Sai, it's ang civil engineer is jack of all trades, master of none. So mamaya makikita nyo kung bakit. Okay. So again, this is a general assembly. Thank you. I screenshot this one. Kaya kung makikita nyo yung background ko, pareho din. Hindi ko pwedeng gamitin ang aming screen, ang aming logo na normally namin ginagamit sa Maynilad. Well, hindi ko rin pwedeng gamitin yung pwede ko naman gamitin yung sa sub-chapter ng Maynilad, but basically just to give emphasis on the effort kasi ang cute, the word term there is cute, ng presentation nyo, bawat specialization, which is basically gusto ko nga sabihin kay Doc Mike at saka kina President kanina na pwede bang yung project management specialization is sa huli na lang kasi yun yung pinaka-recap nung lahat. Pero sige, mas kumaga lahat actually lahat siya. Then mamaya pag nasa water na ako, iba na naman na magiging aura at ibang magiging mood ko para dun sa presentation. So as mentioned also by your president, I have the privilege to discuss two topics. Sana lang wag magsawa yung mukha niyo. Wag kayong mag-alala, magpapalit ako ng damit para kunwari ibang speaker at mag-iiba ako ng anyo. So yeah, actually it's I'm happy to present water resources engineering and the same time construction management or the project management. But for this time, yan nga sinasabi yan, natutuwa na naman si Doc Mike. Yan, ulitin ko, Doc Mike, gumagalaw-galaw. Yan yung tinatanong niya sa akin kung paano ko doon nagagawa. Hindi pa kami nagle-lecture dyan kung one-on-one kung paano gumagalaw yung mga presentation. But on this one, for the next say 30 to 40 minutes of discussion maximum, including the question and answer, will going to be more on the specialization of the project management. Bakit project management hindi construction management? Because mas maganda kung i-cover natin ang project management, not only confined to the construction management. The construction management is also one of the great task na pag nabigay sa inyo, but mainly kung for example kung mabibigyan kayo ng pagkakataon kung construction management or project management, I would suggest that you go for a project management because it entails everything. Mamaya makikita nyo kung bakit. Okay, so as a disclaimer, lahat po na makikita yung picture, akin po yon. As a stress reliever, alam ni Doc Mike yan, nung nasa barko kami papunta ng Marinduque, is nagpipicture kami. Sabi niya, ang ganda daw ng camera ko, inggit siya. Nakabili ka na ba nun, Mike? Sir Mike? So all the pictures are on unless it is credited for others, our pictures are mine. Tapos yung mga iba, yung mga participants natin, the 74 participant excluding myself, so 73, wag niyo na pong i-screenshot. I'm going to give you the whole PowerPoint presentation to the secretariat nyo. Then kung gusto niyo i-distribute nyo, walang bayad yun. Pwede nyo rin gamitin yung mga information na nandun. Okay? So safety, actually kanina umaga pa ako nakaantabay sa inyo. Parang ang nakalimutan natin bilang isang safety engineer is yung safety. In every presentation that I have, even though una man ako, uhuli man ako o gitna, may slides ako for the safety. So ang point ko lang doon is since nasa bring safety home, So ibig sabihin, in any untoward incident, may sunog, may lindol, or any natural calamities na dumating, wag naman sana during my next 2 presentation, alam nyo kung saan kayo mag-evacuate. So that's one of the criteria also of dedicate na makatao at makakalikasan na inhinyero. Okay? Being safety officer also, we need to, I myself, we need to practice that one. Kahit sa bahay namin, may fire extinguisher kami. So in any towards incident, alam nung anak ko at alam nung wife ko kung saan sila pupunta. Okay? So I hope, though hapon naman na ngayon, pahapon na, hindi natin alam na aksidente anytime the accident may occur. So as much as possible, you know how to evacuate yourself and put safety on yourself. Okay? So ito yung yan. As a project manager, as a backgrounder, yan, hindi lang ako nagtatrabaho bilang project manager na taga-utos. I do my works. The one in the middle, if you happen to see Doc Mike, there's Doc Mac. In the middle, one in the side, and then Edison is there. They are all project managers. They are the project managers and the key managers of Maynilad. So kami yung mga nagmamanage ng project namin. And at the same time, kahit pandemic, walang pinipili ang trabaho namin. Lalo na kami na kailangan namin mag-deliver ng water. So,
pero anong gamit yung face shield, face mask, ano yan?
Ha?
Ano sir gamit yung face mask?
Sa Ace Hardware yan. Sa Ace Hardware yan, yan may ano pa yan. Walang commercial sa Ace Hardware.
Sponsorship.
Walang sponsorship sa Ace Hardware. Pero that's actually meron kami recently binigyan na rin kami kami Maynilad. Okay? So sorry. Aside, katulad ng sabi kanina, maraming mga convention na ako na-attenan. But why I pick this this specific convention? Because this is MOA. Okay? Bakit ko nilagay na may MOA? Because there are many reasons. One of the reason on that one is that that's the very first convention na actually hindi pa siya, nagsisimula pa lang yan eh. By that time, sinimulan pa lang. Pero that time, it's where the civil engineers from all over the Philippines, tapos may mga representatives sa ibang bansa, na nakapuno ng isang ganyang kalaking convention. And I'm happy to be part of it. My first line on that one is, sa lahat ng convention na pinuntahan ko, ngayon lang ako ninervyos. Okay? And I take that statement from the first person who started that day for the convention, and that's no other than Doc Mike Bailon. So that's yun yung second reason kung bakit ko nilagay, because that's where the friendship with Doc Bailon started.
Oh my God, sakit sa ulo niyan.
Yan.
I was not supposed to be the one who present first, diba?
Yes.
There was
the same name, pero diyan nagsimula ang friendship namin ni Doc Bailon, kasi sabi ko, Doc Bailon, ikaw daw yung magpe-present. Bakit ako? Okay. Ayun, oo. So, bakit kung tatanungin niyo kung sino yung supposed to be na magpe-present dapat, siya yung nasa likod niya. This one. Si Doc Mike Almeida. Pareho silang Doc Almeida.
Construction management, yeah.
Construction management. So I suggest that on the next construction management, kung nag-iisip si President kung sino yung magpe-present next, ay handpick Doc Mike. So may contact ako, i-forward ko sa inyo. And as you can see, this is in Marinduque. Yan, Marinduque, tama na. So in Marinduque, that's Engineer Cañete.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Engineer Cañete, and that's ganun ako kahit saang as much as possible sa ang convention, kasama ko family ko. That's my wife and that's my kid. Okay. So jump pack kami sa isang van noon, and then on my right is Doc Bob Licop.
Yes.
Okay. Is the immediate past president for PACE National Chapter. Okay. And that's for the next environmental, I suggest that you tap in Prof Leia of
Yes.
UP. Okay, so that's it. And then so
Oh no.
and the same thing si Doc Mike, siya yung isa sa mga nagtiyagang magtapusin yung yung talk sa Davao together with Doc Sai.
Yeah.
If
Adam
Doc
Son
Sai
pa ako
is,
niyan.
yeah, if Doc Sai is still there, siya yun. Kasama sila yung nagtapos kasi hindi siya pwedeng umalis kasi si Doc Renzi is siya yung magbibigay ng award kasama sila. Okay.
Tama.
So,
Amazing.
okay. And aside from being the project manager, that's my happy family. So aside from being a project manager, on the side nakatingin ang wife ko. So that's my wife, okay, and that's my son, and that's our little boy, the new member of the family, our little dog. Okay. Bakit ko pinipresent yan? Kasi ang project management is not only for the work. So pagdating mo, pag natapos ka sa work mo, it's may matitira ka pang energy. That's how the project management should work. It's not only project related, work related, but also family related. Okay. So as mentioned earlier, those are my certifications and may tawag nga nila pampahaba ng pangalan. Yan lahat yun na-mention na kanina. That's the DPWH. Currently, I'm the president of Maynilad Subchapter. Siguro kasabayin nyo lang na yung alliance. I was discussing also with our president, Attorney Dale Peral, na tulungan yung mga student chapter, and then good thing nagkaroon na ng alliance with the other subchapters. So itutuloy din namin, katulad na sabi ko kanina, itutuloy ang Engineering Week together with the mother chapter and the sub-chapter and the student chapters. So ang isang tinitingnan doon is the e-games. All the e-games, kasi alam naman natin maraming nag-e-games ngayon. Okay? So safety officer and lead, and then also a FIDIC user. Okay? So marami na akong pinanggalingan trabaho. Nag-start ako, kaya nga tinanong ako ni Doc Mike ko anong i-discuss ko. Specialization kasi nagsimula ako sa baba. Okay. Nagsimula ako sa baba as a laboratory technician, as a quantity surveyor, a designer, structural designer, project engineer, project coordinator, project manager, contracts administration. Quantity surveyors, lahat na. Yun yung embodied ng isang CE. Okay, mamaya makikita nyo doon sa project life cycle, feeling ko ako lahat nandun. Okay, so right now that's the pictures that you're seeing right now are the completed projects. Same thing with this one, hindi yan swimming pool na malaki. That's one of our lagoon. Yung diniscuss kanina ni Doc Sai, that's one of the site na may algae bloom with so many technical items na pati si Doc Mike dumugo ang ilong. And these are the projects more on the facilities, hindi lang po water facilities ang ginagawa namin. May mga ginagawa din kaming mga recreational facilities, yung mga offices, and then mga treatment plants. Okay? All of that one are under, I'm working under Maynilad. Okay? Nabanggit kanina ni Doc Sai, yung Maynilad, that's one of our treatment plant na nagkaroon ng problema sa algae bloom, that's in Potatan. Yes, admittedly, the reason of that one is algae bloom na nangyari during the summer season. Okay? Parang yung nangyari sa Boracay, yung mga lumot. Okay? So, kung nandiyan pa si Doc Sai, tama naman, di ba, Doc Sai, ang layman's term ng algae bloom is lumot. Okay? So, as overall introduction on that one, bakit ganyan yung pictures or yung image na nasa screen right now? Because right now we are evolving as in a world na kailangan meron ka laging idea, which is represented by a bulb. Alam naman natin na even nung bata pa ako, pag sinabing idea, that corresponds to a bulb. So as a project managers, you need to consider not only for yourself but also for the surroundings and for everything. Okay. So at the end of this discussion pala, may parapol daw, may quiz, may parapol si Doc Mike. So yun. So dapat stay focus kayo para at least kahit paano alam niyo yung makasagot kayo mamaya sa mga question. Kung sa questions madami questions. Okay? So as a project manager and a project, you need to know the project management principles. Okay? Ano ba yung project management? Project management, mainly bubuin mo lahat ng alam mo based doon sa libro, based doon sa meron kang resources, meron kang technique para magawa mo or ma-implement mo yung mga activities na makakasurpass or ma-meet yung mga stakeholders mo. Sino yung mga stakeholders? Sila yung mga nasa paligid mo. Okay. One simple example on this one is your thesis. Okay. 'Di ba pinag-iisipan niyo 'yon, wag na muna tayong lumabas doon sa school work nyo kasi kayo alam natin na majority of the audience on this webinar are student. So ano yung kung paano ikukumpara yung project management sa inyo? The comparison of that one or a simple project is the thesis or anything na project, say subject projects nyo. Pinaplano nyo kung paano nyo gagawin. May objective kayo. Para saan ba yon? Siyempre, una, para makapasa. Pangalawa, para ma-please yung teacher. Paano mo gagawin yon? Kailangan mo yung knowledge mo. Paano mo magagawa din yon? Kailangan may skills at may mga materials ka. And then, kung may materials ka, say pare-pareho kayo may calculator, hindi naman lahat ng calculator is pare-pareho. Kailangan may mga kanya-kanya kayong techniques kung paano nyo i-implement or paano nyo ma-surpass yung grade na standard. Say, for example, ang minimum grade, say 3. Sa amin nun, 3 sa pasado na eh. Pag 3, say, ganun din ba sa inyo, Doc Mike? Ang 1 ng mataas.
1 na mataas?
1 ba? Uno ba ang mataas?
Sa amin, yes sir. Uno nga. Uno.
Oo. Pag 3 ka, pasang-awa, di ba?
Pasang-awa.
Pag 5, bagsak. Ganun yan. Yun yun. See you next sem, di ba? Pero pag ang habol mo lang nun incomplete para at least kahit paano sa susunod na sem makabawi ka. Okay? Pero huwag kayong matakot. May 5 din ako nung nag-aaral ako. At 3 ang incomplete ko. Baka magulat kayo kung ano yung mga incomplete ko. Okay?
Ano sir?
Ang unang incomplete ko, project management. Pangalawang incomplete ko, soil mechanics, pero materials engineer ako.
Yeah.
At pangatlo, hydraulics. Nasa water ako ngayon. Di ba? That's how ironic. Di ba? So, yun. Moving forward, lahat ng project management, meron silang sinusunod. Kumbaga may some sort of a Bible na tawag. Yun yung project management body of knowledge or the PMBOK. Okay? Ulitin ko, PMBOK. Okay? Mali nyo, itanong yan. Di ba? So, yun yung set of standard ng mga terms and guidelines for the project management approach. So, yun yung ginagamit nung halos lahat nung, yun yung typical reference ng mga project managers. Okay. The one that's showing right now is the 5th edition. Now, it is have a 6th edition na yan yung isis naman ng exam for the project management professionals. Okay? So, ano ba makuha pag may certification ka katulad nung mga nakadugtong dun sa pangalan ko kanina? First is the prestige. Second is the reputation. And then third is the knowledge. Pwede mong i-impart at pwedeng magamit in the succeeding or in the lectures like this. Okay? Kasi part nung knowledge sharing namin part of the requirements namin is for the knowledge sharing. Okay? So, Next is key point is who manage what. Okay? So lahat 'yan nakikita nyo in terms of communication, sino ba dapat may ma-meet yung deadlines, yung goals, yung mga risk natin, paano i-control at paano i-solve, and then paano in terms of budget and analysis. Isa lang naman ang magmamanage yan. It boils down to the project management. Katulad ng nasabi ko kanina, the project management is a set of skills na pag kinonbine mo sa lahat, it's pag kinonbine mo, it's you have to attain one goal to achieve the project. Okay? So again, the background, it's the flow of water from the test jar lang po yan. And then the pictures on the right side, it's the ongoing project. Okay? Siyempre, pag may project manager or pag may project management, which is the activity, dapat may doer. Ang doer na nandun is the project manager. Okay? The project managers are the people in charge for a specific project. Say for example, like on your activities, ang nagli-lead doon is like the president, or there's a committee head. Siya yung on a lower scale, ganun yung project manager. Okay? But note that the project manager should not be an expert in the field he is managing. Pero dapat may knowledge siya. Dito papasok yung understanding natin na dapat marunong siya magkaroon ng planning, budgeting, and then oversee, and same thing, the documentation and delegation of works. Remember that the project cannot be achieved by a single project manager or a single entity lang or a single person. Kaya nga team, normally the project has a team. So you work as a team. Okay? Ito yung sinabi ko kanina, based on the study conducted by Eventsys Learning of 2020, there are 10 top project management certification who are in demand right now, and these are the list. Okay, but the most common is the project management professional, or the PMP, the Prince 2, the MPM, and the CPM, or the Certified Project Managers. Kung mapapansin nyo, lahat po yan nandun sa pangalan ko. Kaya lang yun yung highlight ko. Okay. So basically lahat yan is may exam, lahat yan may trainings, rigorous trainings, especially for the project management professional and the master project manager. Normally it takes 40 hours of training, classroom training, and at least 7,500 hours of professional experience bago ka makapag-exam. And the exam will take 4 hours sitting in front of the computers, 4 hours, 200 items situational. So lahat yun situational. So katulad ng nabanggit kanina ni Engineer Bondok. May notes ako. May notes ako. Ni Engineer Bondok. Pag ang tanong kasi, it's mag-start na ba ng career o mag-aaral pa? Ako ang ginawa ko is pinagsabay ko. Okay? Kaya in the first part of my PMP exam, I failed because it should be clean. Dapat yung information, kasi more on the situation doon is the book reference, kailangan bookish ka. So, magkakaroon ng contradict yung trabaho mo, yung ginagawa mo in actual based doon sa theoretical. So, yun yung lagi kong sinasabi na iba yung experience compared doon sa theoretical. So, ang sagot doon sa nag-question kanina kung we start career or study, katulad nga din ang nasabi ni Doc Sai, depende kung ano yung availability. Okay? Ako, by that time, siguro hindi pa ako ready to have a project management certification, but in due time, I have that privilege. So, yun ang pinush through ko, sorry. Okay. The project managers sa background on that should have, say, based on the study rin, 46% of the project managers are civil engineers. Okay? So kung makikita nyo, bakit civil engineers? Kasi nga, the civil engineers have marami siyang specialization or marami siyang specialty. So one of that one is construction management approach. Okay. And then the most common degree on that one is maraming nagiging project manager na may master's degree, which in one way or another, the master's degree on this one is nag-start ng master's degree or may background special classes. Okay, because the bachelor's degree in consideration of that one is yun gumraduate, graduate siya ng civil pero may tinake siya mga special courses like the project management professional, the leadership training, so that's considered as master's degree already. Okay, and some sort of an additional info is that the project management skill should have because I get this one from the IWA or the International Water Association. So dapat pag project managers for water development projects, dapat syempre may mataas yung quality mo, water quality mo, water quality information mo. And then sumunod na lang yung mga yung business development, yung GIS or yung topographic mo, tapos yung wastewater, sewer and wastewater management. So, and then same thing yung mga others natin, other information which I can discuss later. Okay. So the need of a project management, as noted in the job street, if you're going to look for that one, the top 3 specialization still be considered as the engineering. Pero ang pinakamahirap daw na i-fill based on the criteria din is under engineering. Kasi nga maraming requirement eh. At saka normally ang mga engineers pag pag nagkaroon na ng experience, it's nagde-demand na ng mas mataas na salary. So because they are backed up with much number of specialization. So that's normally yun yung nagiging kahit sa HR namin, sinasabi namin, mahirap maghanap ng ma-fill yung mga positions na kailangan namin. Okay? So just a run through bakit ang mga aspects ng project management. Nasabi ko nga kanina, there should be a team, there should be a specific goal, there should be a resources, and there should be a risk to be managed. So ang pino-point out lang dito, hindi mabubuo ang isang project lalo na kung walang team members at walang specific goals na dapat na tinitignan natin. And same thing, the team member is also a resources, and if there's a resources on that one, there's also a risk involved. Okay? And then we have paano ba tatakbo ang isang project or isang project management? Dapat alam mo mag-manage ng cost, may time kang tinitignan, at syempre may quality ka na sinusunod. And at the same time, i-manage mo ang tao mo or manage your people. At the same time, you manage the information. The project management, one of the management key aspect is to have a proper information, the information properly disseminated to a proper authority. Say for example, kailangan ko ng information, kailangan ni Doc Mike ng information, idediretso ko sa kanya. Hindi ko idadaan kung kanino kasi siya yung nangangailangan ng information. That's one aspect of a project management. Okay? Naghang. Okay. Yun. So, alam natin meron tayong ito yung tinatawag nating project triangle. Okay? The project triangle, okay, ulit ko na naman. Project triangle, it is the cost, time, and quality. So, ang cost, it's kailangan, ang time. First, it's dapat may tinitingnan tayong time. Time bound lagi. Alam naman natin kahit sa pag-aaral may semester. Pag hindi mo na kompletong requirement within the semester, either incomplete ka o bagsak. Ganun lang kasimple yun. And syempre dapat may quality. Sa time titingnan in any project, there should be a quality, a high quality. And then, syempre, though alam naman natin kahit sa pag-aaral, sabihin man nating scholar tayo, there's still cost involved. May pera pa rin. And then, those three items constitute for the deliverables of kung ano yung nasa gitna. Yung nasa gitna, that's the goal. That's our scope. Kailangan nating i-deliver. Okay? So, this is a typical project life cycle. In any construction or any project, nag-i-start yan sa planning, tapos may engineering phase, may procurement, at higit sa lahat may construction. So ang tanong nyo, nasaan si project management? Ito si project management. So si project management, siya yung catalyst, siya yung nagkukumpas, siya yung conductor of all the stages within the project. Ano ang ginagawa in every stage? So sa planning, typical task is nagko-concept ng project, nagkakaroon ng dinidetermine yung project deliverables, the scope, time, materials, nagkakaroon ng stakeholder management or tinitignan kung yung mga right of way, yung mga lupa na kailangan, yung mga site. So yan yun. Later on, I'm going to use the same slide. Malalaman nyo doon kung saan papasok ang specialization ng project management or specialization na kailangan ng bawat isang civil engineer. Okay. Ang engineering phase naman, which is alam naman natin na most common dito talaga yung porte natin. Detailed design, may cost estimate, project quality and standard and specifications. And then pagdating sa procurement, that's contractors management and procurement. And then pagdating sa construction, either nasa engineering ka lang man o nasa construction pagdating mo ng real life mo eh. Yun lang naman ang unang yun yung unang nasa isip mo during the pag-aaral mo. It's either magiging designer ka o magiging construction manager ka. So sa construction, syempre nandiyan ang construction management, close out and then claims. Ito yung maraming engineers ang hindi nakakaalam na sila ang gumagawa ng claims. Okay? Same thing, nasaan si project manager. So si project manager dapat lahat yan minomonitor niya. Okay? As mentioned, utilizing the same slides. Babanggain lang natin para mas madali nyo maintindihan. This is the easiest way para makita nyo kung nasaan ang expertise na kailangan ng bawat isang civil engineer or ng isang engineer. So I think this slide will going to help you in determining kung saan kayo papunta. Okay? Say pag nasa planning stage at gusto mong gumawa ng project conceptualization, project planning, ang tawag sa'yo dyan, ang specialization dyan is planners, surveyors, or geotechnical. Though sinabi kanina ni Engineer Bondok pa rin, yung Engineer Bondok, na hindi daw na nakikita ang mga geotechnical engineers kasi nasa planning lang sila, which is correct. Nasa initial stage lang sila. Dapat meron ding finance analyst. So tatanungin nyo bakit finance analyst? Kasi kailangan kaya nga tayo may engineering economy, kasi you need to know the possible rate of return, kung ano man yung output o yung investment na makukuha ng isang project. And at the same time, pag nasa engineering ka, say design engineer ka, either structural ka, civil works, transportation or whatsoever, you still called as a design engineer. And then for the cost estimate, they called you as quantity surveyor. Okay? And then there are many specs writers and evaluators to do the project quality and standard specifications. So if moving forward, kung ayaw mo naman ng maging sa part ka ng engineering, you will be part of the procurement, you can be a contract writers, okay? Procurement engineers or tender evaluators. All of this one still are engineers. In Maynila, our procurement are all engineers. Okay? Procurement officers are all engineers. And same thing pagdating mo ng construction, you are a construction managers, a project inspector, or a project evaluator. Or then dito yung magi-inflict yung contracts manager. So lahat yan Katulad ng nasabi ko kanina, parang lahat yan napagdaanan ko na. So, what I can say for that one is wala akong na-master on that one. Kasi nga, tulad ng sinabi ko, jack of all trades, master of none. So, all of those specializations required by the project should be embodied by the project manager. So, a project manager must know how to plan, how to read the geotechnical study, to do the financial assessment, read the plans, quantity takeoff, contribute for the specifications, deal with the contractors and clients in the evaluation, and same thing, manage the project. Okay, and manage the project in construction, both in construction and contracts administration. So, actually, ito lang yung slide na yun na sinasabi ko na ito yung slide na embodies all the topic that the construction field of specialization. Okay, but there are elements of a project that can make or break on the success of the project. One of that one is you have to know your drivers. Ano ba talaga yung direction mo? Okay? Kailangan yung tao mo, ito yung specialization ng mga tao, alam mo kung saan mo nilalagay. And then, kung ano yung approach mo, simple is much better than none. Okay? Kung may specific project management approach ka, yun lang ang gamitin mo. Pero sometimes you have to think out of the box. Okay? You have to make a defined goal, and then at the same time, you have to empower people. So, hindi lang basta may tao ka, dapat din i-build up mo din. Like in the previous slide, kung pagod na siya maging design engineer, why not ilipat mo sa construction para makita niya kung tama ba yung dinidesign niya. Kasi sabihin man natin yung hindi, maraming mga engineer, alam lang nila mag-design, pero takot sila na maging part ng construction kasi baka mali yung dinidesign nila. Katulad nga ng sabi kanina ni Engineer Cañete kaninang umaga, marami daw tayong mga magagaling na designers pero takot lang. Kaya nga sinabi ko dun sa chat kanina na maraming gustong they need to think out of their comfort. They need to go out from their comfort zone. Okay. Pero lahat ng project, ito ang common challenges. Say, may cost related at mahirap i-implement yung mga nasa contract provision, yung different site management approach, and at the same time, ito, design issue. Kaya nga nabanggit ko kanina na bakit yung mga designer hindi natin ilagay sa construction para at least kahit paano alam nila yung dinidesign nila kung tama ba o hindi. Okay. Nabanggit ko kanina bakit kung papipiliin kayo construction manager or project manager, kung may privilege lang din kayong pumili, better do the project management. However, I'm going to present here kung ano talaga ang construction manager. The construction manager, from the word itself, construction, they are only managing a construction activity. But they have their own targets for the schedule, cost, quality, and safety, which embodies for the construction principle. Kailangan may environmental protection, aesthetic, safety, tapos yung speed, and then the economy. So at the same time, kailangan may idea din sila kung paano gagawin, kumbaga may strategy sila. So this next slide will going to present kung ano talaga yung pagkakaiba ng construction manager sa project manager. As a background, the project managers are handling from planning to etc. To etc. means kung ano man yung pag natapos na yung project itself. So siya yung magbabudget, siya yung gagawan, ay monitor yung contracts, even the construction itself, he will going to manage it. At pag natapos yung building na yon, they need to do that one, to do some marketing and katulad ng ginagawa ni Doc Mike, magaling mag-marketing yan. So the etc. itself, yun maraming item. Pero the construction manager is only on that specific portion to construct. Okay. Pero pagkakapareho nila, they are technically sound. So they need to deliver project on time. They need to meet the budget, and they need to have the project deliverables. So they both of them need to provide great leadership. So specialization can be, say, an employee can be an expert. So may high level of productivity, yung sense of pride and job security, tapos higher profit potential. Pero, tingnan nyo itong batang to pwede siyang lumungkot kasi nga nalilimit yung activity nila for the multitasking kasi nga specific lang ang specialization. Smaller workers skill set, so yung employees is na-challenge, and then limited cooperation and communication. And at the same time, nalilimit lang yung amount of work niya. But yung expertise ng isang tao is na brought out on that aspect. Okay? So, last few slides, kung makikita nyo, marami siyang kamay, para siyang alam niya lahat, pero they need to focus on one item. That focus generally can bring the business entity higher, kumbaga in fruitful, in progress. So marami siyang, kumbaga pag nag-specialize ka, marami ka pa ring iisipin. And at the same time, pag naging subject matter expert ka with that field of specialization, you will be top of the line. Okay? And then top of the line on that one, you're going to be at high level on this one, and you will be considered special. Hindi ka special child, special ka lang kasi may specialization ka. Marami ka. So, just to run through on this one, how to cope up with the project deliverables and knowing the objectives. This is with respect to the project management skills and specialization. You have to take lead into the give direction, oversee the timelines. This is the typical task of a project manager or a construction manager. Kahit anong specialization mo, meron ka pa rin ganito. Okay? With that, actually, that's the last slide. Again, that's my complete name, Engineer Robinson Abella Salenga, who is a civil engineer and materials engineer. Currently, the project manager for La Mesa Compound under Program Management Division of Maynilad Water Services. Currently, the ISG or Interspecialty Group Committee for Water Resources of PICE National. Buti na lang, Doc Mike, wala pang bago kasi wala pa daw election. And currently, the president of PICE Quezon City chapter, Maynilad subchapter, a newly formed kasi marami kaming CE sa loob ng Maynilad. So, we are 300 plus CE. So, nung nag-ano kami, kaya lalo lumaki yung population ni Quezon City. And I'm happy to hear na, kasi ang akala ko, Mlqu is nasa Manila pa. Katulad kanina si Jer Valdez, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah, alumni, sabi niya galing siya ng Mlqu. Sinabi ko kay Doc Bike, ako Mlqu din. Nag-exam. Nag-exam.
Board exam.
Anong board exam? Noon pa yon, doon pa. Sa Quiapo pa.
November 2001 ba sir yan?
Yes, November 2001.
Sir, andun na ako noon.
November 2001. Doon pa kami sa kabilang building. Tapos uso pa noon na NBI. NBI pa yung nagbabantay.
Tapos may ano yun, malaking aso.
Yes.
Kasama nila.
May K9 na.
Pagka nag-CR ka, kasama na rin yon.
Kasama siya. So that's the presentation for the construction management and project management. You?
Sir, request daw po. Pwede ka na daw dumiretso doon sa water resources para
Sige. Okay. Sige. So bago yon, may question daw, so price question. So yung unang magcha-chat doon sa doon sa team nung secretariat, determine na lang kung sino yung una. So paunahan na lang, what is PIMBOK? Okay? So that's the first question.
Go.
The background itself is the La Mesa Treatment Plant 2. Okay? And then next question is, what is Project Triangle? Okay. What is the project triangle? Okay? So sabi nga ni Doc Mike, ituloy ko na daw doon sa susunod kong presentation kasi sharing. Yan, tubig na tubig. Doc Mike, tubig na tubig yan.
Parang nakakalunod na sir yan.
Okay. So, moving forward, yun, para at least hindi na rin kayo tumagal. So, the next topic is mainly focusing on the water sources engineering. Kung makikita nyo kanina, kulay blue, ngayon kulay brown. Kinuha ko lang doon yan, kinrap ko lang yan. But this presentation, as you can see, there is another name below. That's my Batman. Sorry, that's my Batman kasi ako si Robin. So siya si Batman, si Engineer Patrick James Dison. Siya yung dating taga Maynilad na sa MWSS ngayon. If you remember Doc Mike, siya yung naging ka-roommate mo sa Davao.
Na hindi dumating.
Ay? Oo. Hindi, dumating siya. May sarili na siyang bayan. May sarili na siyang bahay. So yun, so the topic itself is water resources challenges and mitigation in face of UNDP SGD 06 or Sustainability Development Goals. Okay. So yun, same thing din. Sabi ko nga sa inyo kanina, pareho lang yun, pero ito is main focusing on the water sources. So, okay, kung kanina yung picture ko iba, ito ngayon iba yung picture ko dito. Ayan, diba? Okay, that's courtesy of my may personal photographer ako dyan. That's my wife. Okay. Okay. So, alam niyo naman na yung background ko, same background lang siya. So, but this Patrick Dison, he is currently the division head for EPO development projects for MWSS. So, siya din yung assistant director for Philippine Young Water Professionals. So, hindi na ako pwede doon, hindi na ako young. I look younger than him, pero he's much younger in age than me.
You know?
Okay? Diba? Ganun lang yun. And then he's also EcoSentia solution part na for sustainability environment. Actually, si Patrick is a civil and sanitary and registered master plumber. And right now nag-aaral siya ng NBI, okay, sa Ateneo de Manila. Okay. Hindi natin kaya yun. Okay. And kung makikita niyo, siya yung technical speaker for 2019 Mid-Year Convention. Siya yung pumalit sa akin.
Kanya.
So, but the short anecdote on that one is that hindi ako pwede nun, and then since siya din naman, attend lang dapat siya ng convention as a delegate. Then all of a sudden, naging resource speaker siya, naging speaker. So ang ginawa niya doon, alam naman niya yon, bumili pa siya ng bagong polo para lang daw doon. Kasi hindi niya talaga ini-expect. So, and then that paved way for para din makilala si Patrick, and then marami na rin siyang regional conferences, and then marami na siyang mga talk ngayon na na build up na yung kanya na boost yung moral. Okay. So, yun yung sinasabi namin sa PICE na bubuuin yung pool of speakers. So, kasama na siya doon. And then magiging founding president nun si Doc Mike.
Wow! Sir Oliver ang bahala doon.
Yes. So, ito since I'm discussing now for the water engineering. So, it might be a different slide. So, that's our main office. And we have also our sustainability report presented on that one. Bakit ko nilagay yan? Kasi yung Yung picture na yan at saka to, ako po yung kumuha. Okay. So, pero walang credit, bawal sa amin yun. Bawal credit. Okay. So, Maynilad is as mentioned earlier, meron kaming apat na planta. We are one of the largest concessionaire in the Philippines in terms of customers. We have 10 million customers. We are ISO certified water distribution system, and we were privatized 2007. Okay, ina-expect ko na may magtatanong mamaya kung may tubig ba sila. Basta po ang area nyo is nasa Manila area, Quezon City, a portion of Quezon City, tapos yung Kamana. Pwede ko pong sagutin yun, pero the other areas than that, hindi po. Okay. So we have 14 active deep wells. We have 78 deep wells for rehabilitation. We have 32 reservoir. And then we are extended up to Cavite. Okay. So ano po, yung Metro Pacific under po kami noon, and then we are under MVP group or the Mani Pangilinan group of companies. Okay. So nabanggit kanina na may dalawang planta akong minamanage. This is La Mesa Treatment Plant number 1. So ito po yung this is a 1,500 million liters per day capacity yung pinoproduce niyang tubig. Okay. If the student will going to go for water engineering, most likely dapat ang alam nila is water treatment plant. This is one of the specialization na marami nang pumupunta ngayon. Kung mapapansin nyo, as a background, for the structural engineering kanina, we discussed bridges, tubig po yung nandun. Okay? Water. Yung disaster aspect kanina, we focus also on water contingent. Okay? And for the transportation, sa present ni Dean kanina, may drainage, that's also water. Okay? Yung sa geotech natin, it's may contribution din ang water doon. Yung tinatanong nga kung the specific question is kung nakalutang ba daw si MOA. That's water din. And then for the environmental, alam nyo naman ang haba na explanation ni Doc Sai for the algae and algae bloom and other highfalutin words na ginamit niya, na lahat tayo parang ngayon lang natin narinig. Water pa rin. And on my previous topic, I'm managing water. So tama lang din pala na nahuli ang water engineering because it all embodies the topic of this General Assembly. So mas maraming kumbaga nakafocus ang discussion, may mga pahapyaw or may mga in one way or another na discuss ang water. So this treatment plant delivers 1,500 million liters per day production of water na sinusupply ang planta na to is sinusuplayan ang halos 90% of the concession namin of the Metro Manila, na part ng concession namin kasi alam naman natin may Manila Water at may Maynilad. Magkaiba po yan, magkapit bahay lang. Pareho lang sila apelido, water. Doc Mike, pareho lang sila apelido, water. Okay? So yan yung isang planta, that's why we call it La Mesa Treatment Plant 1. Okay? Yun yung nandun sa dulo, sa portion na to, that's another composition. Supposed to be, it's not part of the water treatment, it's a wastewater treatment facility. So lahat ng mga accumulate na sludge, yung byproduct nitong buong planta na to is dadalhin doon, gagawing cake, dry cake, kung magka-ipipress, and then babalik ulit yung tubig dito. Okay, that's the simple water cycle of that one. And this sa kabilang portion, sa kabilang side naman ng La Mesa compound is, we call it the La Mesa Treatment Plant 2. Okay? The La Mesa Treatment Plant 2, mas maliit to, 900 million liters lang to. Maliit lang yun, 900 million liters. Sinusuplayan nito yung remaining na 5%. And then the remaining 5% supplied by the 2 treatment plant, which is in Potatan. Hindi ko po hawak yun, hawak ng isang PM yun. But this one, the work involved for the 2 projects are rehabilitation. So they rehabilitate first to address high turbidity of water o yung labo ng tubig na pag pumasok parang kulay tsokolate, dapat pag lumabas kulay mineral water. Ganun lang kasimple yun. And then second ina-address namin is the compliance or the resiliency with respect to the big one. So kaya nagkakaroon ng mga, kung makikita nyo itong portion na to, nagre-retrofitting. We are doing retrofitting works for all this plant. Pero hindi namin magagawa yan ng kumbaga full plant shutdown. So kahit yung kabila, yan, kung makikita nyo, di ba? Yung lahat ng mga puti, tapos na yan, pero ito ginagawa pa. So we're given one at a time. Kung makikita nyo rin itong portion na to, nakababa, walang tubig yan. Pero the rest dapat may tubig. So that's one of the challenges of this project. Kailangan operational pa rin siya kahit na construction. So the mitigation with respect to the health condition dapat ano pa rin, high pa rin. And both plan, Lamesa Treatment Plan 1 and 2, are hindi tumigil during the pandemic, even the ECQ, because we were exempted because we need to deliver water. So the project team are working even though it's pandemic. Okay, so I myself have to go to the plant once in a while, pero hindi naman lagi. Okay, kasi may mga may mga delegation naman may mga tao naman doon. So the workers on that portion are considered one of the frontliners. And then one of the major project also that I'm handling right now is the replacement of that one. Motors. Kung makikita nyo in comparison dun sa step, ganun kalaki yung motor, ganun kalaki yung mga pumps. So that one pump can supply 150 million liters ang kaya niyang i-supply per day. And then the white one, kaka-replace lang po niyan, that's 2.8 pipe, 2.8 meters in diameter pipe. So, gano'n siya kalaki, kasing laki po ng pintuan. Mas malaki pa ng 100 mm. Gano'n kataas. So, kayang tumayo ng isang tao. Okay? Imagine nyo lang pag yan nagkaroon ng leak. Pwede makapunit ng katawan. Okay? So, yan. As a background, for the UN SDG or the Sustainable Development Goals, this was created in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil in 2012. So it also nabuo siya, hindi pa siya sustainable development lang. Though in 2015, the global goals were adopted by all United member states in 2015. So, ni-replace niya yung unang pangalan na Millennium Development Goals and which started as early as 2000 or year 2000 to tackle the indignity of the poverty. Ang major ina-address dito is the poverty. So, bakit kasama ang water? Okay? As a background then, the SGD has 17 goals. Meron siyang 169 targets. Meron na silang 1,034 events. May na-publish niya na 1,221. Then actually one of that was, we can consider as one half of that one is part of yung sustainability report of Maynilad, because hindi pa napapublish siya totally, but na part siya pa as publication. Hindi pa siya kino-consider. And then they've taken more than 5,000 actions. Yung mga actions na yun, say mga simple training, simple symposium, mga seminars with respect to this one. And this one, being a member of ASEC, the Association of Civil Engineering Coordinating Council, ASEAN Civil Engineering Coordinating Council, this can be part of the actions taken. Okay? Katulad na nabanggit kanina, I am the newly na-appoint ako as part ng Technical Committee number 26 as part of the Philippine representative by the PICE. Thanks to our President Doc Bong Suero. So siya yung nag-appoint sa akin, then lumabas na yung appointment papers. So we are now conducting our kumbaga position paper with respect to water sustainability in terms of geographical location. So napunta sa akin is the Philippines. So hopefully by 2022 wala ng pandemic at pwede nang makapag-travel. So we can present that one to India. Okay, India ang kasunod kasi last year sa Pilipinas pero virtual. Okay, and at the same time, the IWA or the International Water Academy and Association holds their yearly convention for the water and wastewater management approach. So fortunate enough yung paper submission namin, it's na accept din. So it's part of the UN SGD rin. Hopefully by June, pero malabo na may vaccine na at pwede nang lumipad papuntang Singapore to present that one, the status of the La Mesa Treatment Plant 1 and 2 with respect to the structural integrity and the EPC or the engineering procurement and construction methodology. So we're going to showcase that one to international convention. Sabi nga ni kasama ko doon Doc Mike si Edison Malahito. So sabi nga niya hindi na daw kami pang MOA. Pang Sans Marina na daw kami.
Oh, kayo na.
Sans Marina na daw. Sana lang.
Baka naman.
Dahil pag hindi natuloy yun, malamang Sans Marina Zoom version. Okay. So yun nga, the SGD has 17 goals integrated to recognize the action in one area. So yung 17 goals, there are 169 targets. So their logo is leave no one behind. So in time pa nga to dahil nagkaroon ng pandemic, mas na-enhance yung na-focus. Kasi nga mas marami, katulad niya sabi kanina, mas marami daw webinars ngayon, maraming mga online platforms na pwedeng i-discuss. Hindi ka tulad dati na kailangan mo pang magbayad, di ba? Pag-attend ka ng mga seminars ngayon, in a matter of certain link, pupunta ka na doon. And these are the 17 goals. So as you can see, say no poverty, yung mga naka-highlight, that's with respect to water. Say good health and well-being, tapos yung clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and environmental growth, industry, sustainable cities, climate action, life below water, and life on land. So, ang key point dito is magpo-focus tayo kasi nga is more on the water resources. It's on the clean water and sanitation, which is item SGDC number 6. So, the SGD number 6 mainly focuses on to ensure access to water and sanitation, not only for a clean water but also for the wastewater. So kasi normally ang nalalagay lang pag sinabing water engineering, that's only water, clean water. Make it to a point na pag napunta kayo sa specialization ng water engineering, that also includes the wastewater and treatment. Water sources, clean water, and then water sources, disposal of the byproducts of the wastewater. Okay, so the water sanitation crisis is getting worse. The challenges to face right now are growing, and we need to immediate and integrate global response. Okay, ang major goal nito is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation by 2030. So 9 years in 9 years, dapat yung target natin, we have 6 targets. We have 6 targets on that one, which I'm going to present later. Yun yung goal. However, due to pandemic or due to COVID, na-hamper yung mga item. Say, despite the progress, billions still lack of water and sanitation. So, lalo na dagdagan. Before the pandemic, may problema na, pero ngayon mas lalo pa nagkaroon ng scarcity. Later, I'm going to show you some information with respect to that one. So some countries experience a funding gap of 61% for all achieving water and sanitation target. Bakit? Kasi na-divert for the COVID response or pandemic response emergency. Okay? Si COVID talaga. Okay? Ito yung figures na sinasabi na binabanggit ko kanina, that 5.2 billion are walang safe water by 20 as of 2015. And then 2.9% of the global population, only 2.9% or 39% of the global population lang ang merong safe sanitation. 80% of the wastewater goes to waterways. So without adequate treatment. So that's why one of the major project of Maynilad ngayon is to deliver and construct wastewater treatment plants. So ang goal is, and then as per the Supreme Court mandamus, dapat every city ngayon is meron ng wastewater facility. Okay? Kasi ang thinking dati ng tao, wastewater is more on parang parang sa septic. The main purpose of that one is we have to clean the water prior to discharge to the nearest body of water or the river. Okay? And then 2 billion are affected by the water stress, which I'm going to discuss further kung ano yung water stress. And 80% of the countries have laid foundation for integrated water resources management. So maraming ginagawa ngayon, which is good. Pero dapat since due to pandemic na hamper or na put on hold. And then 70% lost of its natural wetland over the last century. Either for infrastructure, commercial, or talagang natural death lang yung nangyayari. Okay? Katulad nga nasabi kanina ni Doc Sai, kailangan aralin not only for the water quality but also the components of itself. Okay? Tatanungin ano yung use ng engineering or civil engineering. The civil engineer can do a lot on that one because they have the knowledge and skills on how to check the grounds. Kasi nga may mga geotechnical tayo, may mga studies tayo na ginagawa, may mga background tayo. Okay? And then same thing, lahat naman ng goals for the SGD, is may mga accelerator. Ano yung mga accelerators? Ito yung mga information, yung mga activities na kailangan gawin to ensure na mapapabilis or ma-disseminate ng mas maayos yung information. So first is data information, and then next is for the capacity. So kailangan may workforce pa rin. And then may mga innovation, hindi lang magbibigay ng information, kailangan din kung ano yung mga technological advancement na pwedeng gawin para ma-surpass yung kakulangan sa tubig at yung kakulangan sa information regarding wastewater. Okay? Siyempre, kailangan i-optimize din naman yung may budget. Katulad na sabi ko kanina sa project management, kahit na scholar ka ng bayan, kailangan mo pa rin ng pera. So in any project, there's still a financing issue. And same thing, hindi naman mabubuo to kung walang governance. So kailangan may collaboration with all sectors, not only for the implementors or for kung sino lang maapektuhan, but kaya nga dinidiscuss ko to kasi as a civil engineer or as a civil engineering student, dapat may knowledge din. So may collaboration din. Kumbaga binibigay ko ng information sa inyo for you to act on your, kumbaga naipasa yung bola para at least kahit pa paano may information din kayo. Okay. The goals number 6 has eight targets. Kung may mga targets sila kanina, the SGD 6 has its own target din. So by 2023 dapat 2030 dapat ma-achieve na yung magkaroon ng safe drinking water for all. And then for the item number 2, it's may sanitation na rin for all. And then better water quality. Kasi nga pag okay na ang sanitation, okay ng sanitation, at the same time, ang magiging effect nun is magkakaroon na ng better water qualities of water. And then, since ang mga tao is magkakaroon na ng proper understanding, magiging efficient na yung mga water use natin. And then, the integrated water management, water resources management will be further developed because of the proper allocation of the sanitation and water distribution. And then, same thing, alam naman natin ang water is one of the essentials. Pag okay ang supply ng water natin, both for the living and living organism and its surroundings, magiging healthier ng ecosystem. And at the same time, with the international cooperation and local cooperation, which is the governance itself, and then the distribution, most likely we're going to attain this one. But as mentioned, ang nagiging problema natin, it's the naging problema ng implementation not only for the SDG 6 is but all other sustainable development goals is the pandemic. So nagkaroon ng hamper ng konti. But as we move along to the new normal, nagkakaroon na tayo ng improvement. Okay. So ito yung water stress na sinasabi ko kanina. Inuna ko yung solution kaysa sa problem kasi mas madaling maintindihan na working backwards. Kumbaga may solution ka na. That's one of the criteria of a project manager. You have to provide a solution to the problem. Okay? So embodying the project management principle in the water resources engineering. Okay? So the water stress is the available amount of water during the certain period with no longer sufficient. So the physical water stress is what you call the water withdrawn. So kung ano yung kinukuha tapos yung available water resources. So kung makikita nyo dito, ang Pilipinas is nasa 25 to 70% pa ang water resources. So may okay pa siya. Ibig sabihin hindi pa ganun ka-stress in terms of geographical kasi 25 to 70% pa yung stress level. Unlike yung mga pula, which is alam natin na sa mga Middle East yan, talagang mahirap kumuha ng tubig. So ang impact niyan, it's mas mahal ang tubig sa kanila. Okay? At mas mahirap sila mag-produce ng mga tubig. So like they are doing a treatment plant for their treatment plant, unlike us sa atin is ititreat lang natin ng ganun, di ba? Pag pumasok sa planta, treat mo. Sa kanila, say desalination, yung mga reverse osmosis, mas mahal. Mas mahal ang investment, pero same thing, yung potability of the water is the same. Unlike sa atin, the operational expenses for lamesa for the conventional treatment plant, compared to the say desalination and technological advanced water treatment plant is sometimes times 12, times 13 pa. Ganun kalaki on a daily basis. Okay? So water stress parameters naman. So this is a typical scenario. Dati parang mas marami ang tubig, say, pero konti lang yung gumagamit. Pero ngayon, say, mas marami na yung kailangan gumamit pero the availability of water are low. Okay? It only boils down that yung type ng water stress na sinasabi is by looking the population of water equation. So pag sinabing 1,700 cubic meter per person per year ka, water stress na siya. So tignan natin kung ano yung water stress level based on the study conducted by NEDA as a glance locally. So by 2015, the population of the Philippines is 101 million. So 1,466 million cubic meter per year pa siya. So kung titingnan dito sa graph, ang labas niya nasa ano pa siya, nasa water stress. Okay, by 2020 bumaba siya ng konti, by 2025 mas lalo siyang bumaba. So ang point dito is declining yung water availability natin. Okay? So with respect to the water stress index, ano yung mga sources natin? 'Di ba may nabanggit kanina si Doc Sai na may mga rivers ito yung sinasabi niya, we have 262 principal rivers and 200 plus minor rivers with 7 lakes, and then sa 42 coastal and marine 42 coastal and marine waters, and we have distinct may 133 pa na hindi pa naka-classify. Okay? In comparison also, we have 196 inland waters, so that's 192, and then 4 lakes has been monitored. Okay, and then 127 rivers met the required parameters. Pero out of that 127 rivers, 13% of that one or 17 has poor water quality, so hindi siya pwedeng kuhanan ng tubig. And then only 60 of that one. So malamang ito yung inaaral na nila DOCSAI at saka ng TCI, yung 60 rivers kung saan kukuha ng tubig. And then Marilao River is the most populated river in the Philippines. And then 15 rivers are technically dead na siya. So hindi na pwedeng kuhanan ng tubig, and then wala nang marine life na nabubuhay doon. So parang natuyo na siya. So nagkaroon ng bagong classifications on that one, say the class A up to class D. Say the class D are the waters intended only for the agricultural irrigations. But there are some cases na yung class AA, yung byproduct niya is nagiging class D. Okay. So yung class AA is yung for public water supply. So ito nga yun, yung 5 lang yung pwedeng paggamitan. So that's basically one of that one is Angat, Ipo, Laguna the Lake, and then Pantabangan and yung famous sa Tugigaraw, Magat Dam, the Magat River. Magat. Okay. So moving forward on that one, so globally, water use are 70% for agricultural, which is 1.5 liters per second per hectare for average Filipino, and then 1,500 liters per kilogram for wheat and rice, and then 20% for industrial to produce and transport product manufacturing, and then 8% are only allocated for the domestic, which is personal or municipal or domestic use, which is 80 to 160 liters per capita per day in the Philippines are used for drinking, panliligo, paglalaba, kasama na yung water theft or yung water theft, leakage and wastage, or the what we call it the non-revenue water. Okay? So ano yung non-revenue water? Say for example, sinasabi ko kanina na po-produce kami ng 1,500, dapat in terms of commercial, for example, piso per million per cubic meter, dapat meron kaming babalik sa amin na revenue namin is 1,500 million din supposed to be. Pero hindi yun ang bumabalik kasi nga may mga nagagamit, may mga leak, may mga nawi-waste, at maraming nagwa-water theft. Okay? So the in terms of water utilities, as early as 2017, the National Water Regulatory Board provided this information that for the hydropower alone, they are utilizing 61%, and then only say 3.4% are used for municipal use or domestic. Okay. So as noted in their report, the Philippines is one of the countries blessed with abundance of natural resources, but it tends to be available in the wrong place, in the wrong time, and in the wrong quality. So parang alam natin na yung mga water na sa bundok, di ba? Mas maraming water supply sa mga mountains, pero yung facility pababa mas may nahihirapan. Okay? What is the water sources development? So it is aimed towards for the construction of a limited number of durable long-term water supply. Okay? The term there is long term, so it needs the main objective to answer on that one is to increase the capacity of the sources, improve the water quality, and make readily available for distribution. Katulad nga na nabanggit ko kanina, maraming mga sources ng water, kaya lang hindi sa specific na mga lugar. Nasa specific lang na mga lugar, malayo sa kabihasnan. Okay? So what are, maraming challenges as presented by Pasita Barba of the NWRB, which it is parang libro na siya. And in summary, ang mga problema is magkakaroon ng segmented water in weak water framework. So yung water allocation may conflict of parameters, hindi tama, and then yung regulation and enforcement. Luma na yung mga water plan and mga research na ginagawa. And then masyadong mataas or yung hindi balance yung yung pricing ng mga water. And then same thing, environmental aspect, the water rights, and then most especially yung water allocation. But to answer these challenges, there are items also presented in that report that kailangan magkaroon ng holistic planning approach. Ito nga yung integrated water resources management. Also, ma-optimize yung supply, and then magkaroon ng efficient water system para yung sanitation and water use is ma-develop for the adaptation of the new technologies, and should have be properly informed and magkaroon ng educational campaign. Kung mapapansin nyo, itong 6 item na to, these are also the same key principle of the SGD6 parameters. So doon pa lang, as early as 1976, may discussion na ginagawa na ganun. And then that's also yung naging framework nila para mabuo yung accelerators and then the specific targets of the SGD6. Sa Pilipinas, meron tayong RA 6150, 6716 series of 1989. So pwedeng mag-construct ng mga water wells in the barangay, provided na walang maapektuhan na water supply within that specific barangay na sinusupply within the concession. And then si DILG rin nagkaroon ng memorandum circular 2017-76 na naglabas ng policies and guidelines for the construction of the rainwater. So however, based on the committee study of PICE, the rainwater collection is not really suitable in areas like the Philippines. Katulad nga ng nasabi kanina ni Doksay, there are only 2 season daw sa Pilipinas, the hot and the hotter. So yung nagkakaroon lang tayo dapat supposed to be ng rainwater collection is for the pag may 4 season ka na naging basis to for the US kasi sa kanila pwedeng magkaroon ng rainwater harvesting. Pero with the LEED or yung green buildings guidelines, yung mga buildings ngayon kailangan na rin na magkaroon ng rainwater harvesting collection in terms of part of their submission. Okay? Kasi nga may guidelines eh. And same thing, mayroon tayong Republic Act 9275, which is the Clean Water Act of 2014, the PD 1076 or the Water Code of the Philippines, and then the PNSDW of 1993. Ito nga yung standard na ginagamit for the enforcement of the provision for the clean water for the to all supposed to be to all Filipino people. Parang response to doon sa SG. Ito yung pwedeng maging response ng Pilipinas doon sa SGD6 targets. Okay. So what are the agencies involved in the Philippines? So nandiyan ang MWSS, nandiyan ang PAWAD or the water districts, the 2 concessions if you're in Metro Manila, NAPOCOR, your National Power Corporation, the DPWH because they assist in the construction, the schools, Good thing nga ngayon may water engineering na eh. Marami din na nagbe-venture ng mga estudyante sa water engineering na. And then the LUA, the DNR of course, the National Water Resources Board, sila yung nag-allocate ng tubig. Si Dr. Silva, kung laging siya naririnig. So sumikat siya nung 2019 kasi nga for the allocation of the water. And then same thing Laguna Lake Development Authority and NIA, which is previously held by one of the PIC officers, si Doc Renzi Padernal. Siya yung naging administrator dyan. And then the NIA is also a subchapter of PIC QC chapter. So malaki-laki yan. And kung titingnan nyo, the water agencies here are, most of this one are subchapter ni Quezon City. Kasi meron siya kay Maynilad, meron siya kay LUA, MWSS, si DNR, and si PNP. So, bakit ko nasabi yon? It's not only, lahat ng entity na to may engineers. Lahat ng entity dito may civil engineers. Kahit na sabihin mong si Napocor, that's electrical, may engineers pa rin, may civil engineers pa rin sila. So, the water agency, most of them are sanitary, but most of them also are civil engineers. So bakit ko pinresento? Para kung sakasakaling gusto nung MLQU students na magkaroon ng OJT, alam niyo na kung saan kayo pupunta, para may knowledge na kayo, para hands-on yung information with respect to the water industry or water resources. Para hindi na kayo, sabi nyo nga gusto nyo maging water part of the water engineering, pero kung mag-OJT ka naman sa ibang aspect na walang agent o walang related sa water agency, paano pa magagamit yung information? So sabi nga ni Engineer Bondo kanina, make use of the OJT. So pumunta kayo kung saan nyo gusto, pero ang mahirap lang doon kung tatanggapin kayo. Kailangan may tulong din na manggagaling sa school. And basically, Maynilad is one of the institution or the company that welcomes our OJT. Pero walang OJT ngayon kasi wala namang pandemic eh. Pero for the last 5 years in my stay in Maynilad, lagi kaming may na-immerse sa amin na iba-ibang school. TIP is laging meron doon. Laging dinadala namin sila, normally dinadala namin sa site eh. Sila yung pinagbabantay sa site eh. So parang hands-on talaga. And then yung iba nga nag-extend pa eh. Sabi nung iba, sir, wag niyo na po muna pirmahan yung number of hours namin kasi para mas marami-rami pa kayong matutunan. Okay? So why is water resources management critical? Because to end up on this one, there is no single water crisis nor a simple solution. So bawat bansa, bawat water entity, may kanya-kanyang problema. Nare-resolve lang to, depende lang kung saang region at kung ano yung pwedeng gamitin. like for the case in Metro Manila water crisis, hindi naman pwedeng tumulong yung mga taga-ibang lugar. Kasi ang water supply natin, isa sila yung pinanggagalingan. So that's why with the assistance of other concessionaire, which is Maynilad, so tumulong kami kasi though we have same source on that one, we have different facilities to utilize. With finite limits to local, critical challenges become how we manage those resources safely to meet the needs of the people and the environment. Make sure that ini-ensure namin na hindi lang basta makapag-deliver ng tubig. Dapat lang environmentally protected. Protected ang environment natin. Okay? Yan yung picture nung bago pa lang ginagawa yung mesa. Yung kung nakita nyo kanina, may mga structure na. Yan, bago pa lang. Nung 2017 yan. Ngayon 22, kanina nakita nyo. In the span of 3 years, ito, di ba, puro tubig na, tapos ito, marami ng structures. Ito, may structures na nakatayo. So, this is the sludge treatment facility namin. Okay? The management of the water sources is critical resources that can be done for a sustainable matter, that need to account the present and future for the present and future generation. We are not discussing about the past. Kung ano yung meron tayo, we have to work on it for the future. Okay? Sustainable management should be taken into consideration for the principle that the water management should be decentralized, participatory, and community-based. Hindi lang tayo naging monopoly. Okay? That's why we engage for stakeholders. We have so many stakeholders, not only for the within Maynila but also outside. Okay? Just to note, for a conclusion, a drop of water is worth more than a sack of gold for a thirsty man. So with that, I have one announcement. So on that one, so on January 19, that's Tuesday, 2 p.m. siya, Tuesday. I hope yung walang mga klase at that time, you can log in on your Facebook account and then look for the PICE National. So meron dong tawag ng interspecialty division na Pice session, which is session 2. Ang session 2, ang title doon is Can We Drink Our Waters? So ang na-invite po doon, hindi ko kilala to. Ito si na-invite, isa po ako sa na-invite, and this is Doc Mlqu, which is the chairman of the Water Engineering Specialty Division. Siya rin po yung immediate past president ng PICE at boss po siya dati ng tatay ko. So, and then he's the executive vice president for BA Tech Wabag, which is my contractor dun sa Lamesa Treatment Plant. Kaya ngayon, ako na siya, ako boss niya. Dati boss niya tatay ko. Okay, and then si Doc Maria Antonio Tanchuling, who is the Vice Chairman for Environmental and Energy Engineering for the PICISG. She is the Director of the UP Institute of Civil Engineers. So, prop din siya ng UP. So, laging nakakasama namin ni Doc Mike yan sa mga presentation. Kung si Doc Antoinette, ang tawag namin sa kanya. Siya yung
Tonet.
Batman, Ma'am Tonet. Siya yung Batman, ang Robin niya si Doc Lea, si Prof Lea.
Yan. Jola. Yan.
So, yun, kung makaka-attend kayo, then you can type in your question on that platform, open siya, and then live siya na sasagutin ng mga panelists. Last session, yung PICE session 1, that's more on the buildings and structures. So and then how to manage the project on that one. So this time it's more on the water and environmental engineering. So kung halimbawa may tanong kayo at hindi nyo matanong ngayon, pwede nyo itanong sa Tuesday. That's broadcast over live sa FB ng PICE National. So again, with that, haba nito. Yan. Nadagdagan na siya kasi kanina hindi naman related ang Water Sustainability Group for ASEC Philippine representative. Still, again, I'm Robin Salenga, and good evening. Thank you.
Walang palakpak.
So ito yung tanong pala, ito yung question naman.
Pangalawa.
Pangatlo, what is UNSGD 6? What is the meaning of UNSGD 6? At saka kung ano siya? Kung ano yung kinikater. Okay.
Hurry up.
Okay. And then the next question is what is the current company, the resource speaker for the water engineering? Okay. Yan.
Okay. What is the current company? Ano nga ba?
Baka yung sa kabila, hindi ako taga-kabila.
Nalilito ako doon, sir.
Okay, so I think we can have some few questions.
Okay.
President, go.
Okay, so do we have questions for Engineer Salenga for construction management and water engineering?
Ang marami sa chat box yung sagot.
Sagot eh. Okay, ano sa ba natin yung winner ng first, second questions? Okay, the
Yes
first.
po.
Okay. Teka, Mr. President, teka, anong premyo nila? Teka lang
Hindi ko po alam kay Engineer Salenga.
Hindi, i-note nyo tapos isabihin nyo sa akin kung sino tapos we'll going to provide you on that one.
Yun.
Yun.
Okay. Naging sponsor natin si Sir Robin ngayon. Okay, game. Number 1, the one who answered the first question. Teka, andito yan eh. Pinag-uusapan namin kanina. President, ikaw na nga. Go, President.
Okay, so yung winner natin, yung correct answer for the first question, yung PMBOK, si Mark Mallorca. Tapos yung sa Project Triangle, i-consider ba natin, sir, yung budget and schedule?
Tanong mo kay Sir Robin yung answer niya, sige.
Time cost, quality.
Okay po. So ang nakakuha ng correct answer sa Project Triangle is si Leo Carl Noses.
Okay.
Yung sa next question po for water, paano po to, sir? Parehas na po nakuha yung
Mabilis, so nakikinig siya. No?
Opo. Si Leo Carl Noses po uli sa water.
Okay.
Sa company. Tapos doon sa UNSGD 6, si Maria Angelica Barrios po.
Okay. Sige. Pa-note na lang tapos i-coordinate ko kay Doc Mike.
Okay.
Okay po, sir. Thank you. Okay, so
question and answer, go.
May question po from Team Hobero. For construction management, what should we do if our supervisor in site told us to manipulate the accomplishment report even though it's not the reality on site? Gusto ko to malaman, sir, kasi ganito nangyayari sa sa OJT minsan.
Oh, bawal 'yon. Katulad ng nasabi ko dun sa kay Adamson yata. No, kay Adamson.
Sir, add ko lang po, yung reason daw po, dahil the reason why minamanipulate po yung accomplishment report for billing purposes.
Hindi dapat. If you are, yun nga sinasabi ko, ang point there is, kailangan mong i-manipulate yung accomplishment for the progress. Diba? And that's corruption. And that's unethical project. Unethical practice. Normally, katulad nga sabi ko kanina, yung mga staff, yung mga nag-OJT sa amin, pinapapunta namin sa site para makita nila yung totoong nangyayari sa site. And then I'm happy to say that we are not tolerating that one. Yung sagot dun sa tanong na kung ano yung tanong, sorry, ibig sabihin,
what should we do po?
What should we do? You're only an OJT on that one. Parang wala, nagbe-verify kayo on site, pero kasi mag-i-inculcate sa inyo yan eh. You have to do what is right. Diba? So, kung mali yon, kung halimbawa, for example, ang sinasabi doon, ang natapos niya is, say, 2 meters, pero in reality, ang natapos niya lang is 1 meter. The 1 meter can mean a lot for the cost. So, I won't tolerate that one. What should we do on that one? Do not follow on that one. And then, kung hindi ka bigyan kung hindi ka bigyan ng certification on that one because of that basis, okay lang. Kasi in reality, dadalin mo yun eh. Kasi what if ginawa mo yun? I'm going to throw the same question. What are you going to do pag nalaman nung owner, nalaman nung may-ari ng project na ginawa mo yun? You're an accessory to that one. 'Di ba? So mawawalan ka ng credibility. Tulad ng the credibility will going to hold you forever. Remember that the construction industry is very small. Kahit na saan ka pumunta, ang kredibilidad mo at ang pagkakakilala sa iyo ng ibang tao, dadalin mo yan. this will be an advice to all future engineers na kayo mga estudyante, na huwag niyong isipin na sa construction madaling kumita. If you're a baluktot na person, madali kang kumita. Pero if you're straightforward, pwede kang tumandang mahirap. But mayaman ka sa prinsipyo at mayaman ka sa kredibilidad na pwede mong iharap kahit sino. If that case, say, kung mangyayari yun, si contractor A, ginawa mo yun, i-recommend ka doon sa contractor B. Tatanungin niya, ano ba ang tatanungin ni contractor B si contractor A, naging OJT mo daw to naging OJT mo daw si Mike Bailon. Ano bang ginawa niya? Tapos sabi niya, okay yan. Pwede mong gamitin yan kasi nagdo-doktor ng project yan, ng progress accomplishment yan. Sorry, sorry, doktor ka pala. No? Nagmamanipulate ng accomplishment yan. It can be make or break sa'yo. So, ang magiging impression sa contractor B nun, it's, hindi ko to pwedeng pagkatiwalaan. Remember that in the construction industry, isang ingredients dyan is ang tiwala at ang kredibilidad. Okay? Tiwala, kredibilidad at honesty. Okay? Kaya ako kaya I could say na marami akong nilipatan na company kasi wala silang naririnig sa pinanggalingan kong company. Uso na ang piracy 2002 pa. Kasi lagi ako napipirata. Uso ang piracy. Mas masarap magtrabaho pag alam mong wala kang tinatago.
Okay, sir. Next question po about water resources engineering naman. So yung nag-ask po na student, she wishes to have her name anonymous. So ang gusto niya po, gusto niya po malaman, ano po yung environmental effect ng dams concerning po yung Sierra Madre issue?
Sierra Madre or the Kaliwa? The Kaliwa Dam is different from the Sierra Madre. Okay. Okay. Environmental impact niya, technically, alam naman natin na pag nagkakaroon ng construction, one of the requirements of having a construction, lalo na pag secluded area, is ECC, or the Environmental Compliance Certificate issued by DENR. Nowadays, medyo strict na sila. Hindi magkakaroon ng ECC ang isang infrastructure kahit nasa secluded area or nasa urban area, urban or rural area. May ECC. The ECC involves environmental risk assessment. So nakikita na doon na kung ano yung magiging implication before the construction, during the construction, and after the construction. We all know na dapat din malaman nyo na pag nagko-construct ka, hindi ka makatama o hindi mo maapektuhan ang natural environment. However, there's a risk mitigation on that one which is already implied or already laid down in the ECC. May leeway yon, may bandwidth or may quota, may certain limit. Pero pagkatapos naman ng project na yun, there is also parang payback kung ano naman yung nasira mo or na damage mo during construction. Yun din naman yung magiging benefit at the end of the day. So yes, may implications siya sa environment, say especially on the bodies of water on that one. But in the long run or in the after the construction of that one, in the operational stage, mas malaki yung magiging benefit. Katulad nga ngayon, alam natin na may scarcity na ng water. Pero ang point natin, it's the water scarcity can only answered by an additional or a new water supply or water resources. Okay. Dun sa nag-phone in question sa'yo, yun yung sagot.
Okay po. Wala na po tayong questions na feed, so I think we should proceed with the awarding of certificates.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to call on again, Engineer Dante B. Potante and Dr. Michael B. Bailon.
Grabe, dalawa, oh. Woo, amazing.
So,
Okay,
ano
sir.
mo yan eh.
Go.
Kasalanan ko to. Okay, game. The Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Manuel L. Quezon University student chapter, okay, present these certificates of appreciation to Engineer Robinson A. Salenga II for sharing his valuable knowledge as guest speaker of of the General Assembly of 2021. Kasi naman napakaliit. Bakita. For construction management and water resources engineering with the lecture entitled Specialization, the Field of Project Management and Water Resource Challenges and Mitigation in ano daw yun?
In Pice.
In Pice to UN SDG 6. Signed, President Raymond Francis Manalo. Yours truly, Dr. Michael Bailon. Yan, dapat nga, isa lang. And then we have the Dean of the School of Engineering, Mlqu, Dean Dante Potante. Let's have a big hand. Yung ang tawag doon, digital clap.
Digital clap.
Thank you very much, Sir Robin. We have a note coming from Dean Dante.
Well, it's very informative. The talk is very informative, and actually it's a dual function, but more or less related. Because it so happened the expertise of our speaker is doing project management, and in fact his credential speak well of his project management background, and of course in the water resources engineering, his line of work is there. And really managing a very critical activities, the construction of what do you call that, the water treatment and everything about the water supply, providing water here in under the concessionaire of Manila. So thank you, Engineer Salenga, for your time, for sharing with our students your expertise, and of course. You have been acknowledged as really one of the good speakers in that particular area. So we thank you.
Thank you din, sir. Thank you din sa Pice student chapter tsaka Doc Bailon. Tsaka Dean, thank you. Ginabi na tayo.
Yeah.
Happy pa uwi.
Oh, sir.
Okay, Mr. President, your turn po. Hey, thank you.
Okay, so the final segment of our event. So mag-end na tayo finally. Malapit na tayo umabot ng 12 hours, Sarah. Konti na lang. Okay, so for our last segment, we would like to ask our faculty advisor, of course, Dr. Michael B. Bailon, to have his closing remarks for this event.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. I have to count them, 7. Starting with Engineer Albert Cañete for the structural engineering / bridge engineering. Okay, and of course, the books. Kailangan natin yan pang next sem. Okay, yung mga pag bumagsak kayo sa RCD, kailangan nyo pa rin ang libro.
OMG.
Still design next time. Di ba? Next, we have Sir Engineer, kalimutan ko na yung estudyante ko. Engineer Jonathan Valdez is into sanitary engineering and then disaster, pinag-usapan natin disaster, and ang tumatak sa akin menstruation of the girls in other countries kasi nga it's more scientific and data gathering pinag-uusapan na. Ewan ko pa paano mag-data gathering doon. Next, we have the third. Paki-guide nga ako, President, sino yung pangatlo natin? Anong topic? Hindi. Nakalimutan ko. We have Dean Dante Potante for transportation engineering. Okay? Because I was in a meeting of the Philippine Society for Engineering Education. It's too important. We are setting the foundations. So thank you very much, Dean, for that very, very informative transportation engineering. Doon ko nalalaman na ang hirap pala mag-transportation engineering. Next, we have Engineer Abner Bondok. Good, good. Isa din siya sa mga naging fellow speaker natin sa mga universities and colleges, no? Nagpanabay kami sa FEU at that time. And has a vast experience in terms of lupa, geotechnical engineering. Wala namang structure na nakalutang. Lahat po yan ay nasa lupa nakatayo. Unless, hindi, nakatayo. Ayun, may structure doon sa aerospace. Okay? And we have Dr. Sayari, okay? The very highfalutin words, okay, na hindi ko na ina-expect kasi ayaw ko ng biology at that second year high school ako. I rarely pass the scientific names, pero syempre kailangan natin malaman yan. Okay? And then we have, of course, our last but not the least, diba? Tama. We have Sir Robin Salenga. Okay? Ang daming panahon na na hindi natin naisama siya sa ating webinar dito sa MLQ. One, siguro naging conflict niya sa schedule niya, pero ngayon naka-alat para sa atin yung kanyang schedule for the day.
Long overdue, sir.
Long overdue. Ay susunod, mas marami pa. Ayun, no? Okay. So we have a very, very good roster of speakers. Okay, I think this is the yardstick na. Iting kailangan mapantayan ng mga susunod na generation ng ating mga officers at General Assembly. Okay? It's not only what enjoyment in terms of physical or enjoyment, pero you are enjoyed with very, very good knowledge coming from our excellent speakers. Okay? Kaya nga kaninang umaga, nalaman ko na lang, magiging speaker din tao bukas. Astig, no? Less than 24 hours of preparation ko. Yan, sinasabi ko sa Robin eh. Yan. Mga sought after daw eh. Yan. Okay, thank you very much for all. May announcement po ako sa aking mga estudyante. Ang aking pong RCD, dahil po kayo napakasipag nyo umattend sa akin, you will have, this would be an equivalent quiz. Okay? Equivalent quiz. Okay, so lahat na umattend at very supportive. Nagtatanong din earthquake engineering. Sige, earthquake engineering, isasama ko na isang quiz po yan, ha? Kasi napakagagaling nyo at napaka-active ninyo sa ating paglalay. That's the secret of a faculty member para maganda yung activity. No? Thank you very much po. Okay, and Mr. President, the whole organization officers, and of course the members, no? Kasi tinatangkilik nila to ating programa. Huwag kayong magsasawa na tangkilikin ang mga programa ng PICE MLQ Student Chapter. Together with our collaborator balang araw sa Pice Pice Quezon City sub-chapter ng Maynila. Marami tayong mapapala sa mga yan. Okay, so yun po. Kahit na pandemic, kailangan po natin gawin yung ating responsibilidad sa ating mga miyembro. At sana maging importante or mahalaga at kapakipakinabang ang school year na 2020 at 2021 para sa ating civil engineering populace. Sa MLQU. Okay. Ina po. At nasabi ko na ba yung surprise ko na So yan po tignan na lang natin yung attendance, Mr. President. Okay,
tapos
so,
po sir,
yes.
Picture taking po sana.
Yeah, picture taking po sa lahat. So paano ba views dyan? President, ikaw na mag-picture taking para mas marami yung
okay po, sir.
Thank you very much. I have to I have to acknowledge the presence of our faculty members. Andito po si Sir Engineer Abe Lapata Jr. Andito po si Engineer Connie Balisi, andito po siya. Of course, kauna-unahan, tapos hanggang ngayon, nandito pa si Engineer Rason Domingo. Yan, ang ating mga faculty. Maraming salamat. Sino pa pong, si Engineer Teo. Andito po si Engineer Teo. Kanina pang umaga yan. Talaga namang masigasig na kulang na magtanong sila. No? Sino pa bang nakalimutan ko? Yun lang po yung nakita ko. Basta the rest of the faculty members of, I think si Sir Al Dominguez. Al Dominguez is from NIA. Siguro kilala ni Sir Robin Salenga. Hindi kaya? Yun.
Sir, I think we have a guest from the admin. I'm
Oh,
not
we
sure.
have
Kaya lang po hindi ko po sure kung sino po siya sa admin.
sino sa admin?
I don't know. Hindi ko po sure kung si Sir Jaron eh.
No problem. We have Sir Jaron from the admin. This is Student Affairs Office. Thank you very much po. Basta lahat po ng tumulong dun sa para maging possible itong ating webinar. The school administrators, of course, headed by Sir Dante Potante. Lahat napakinabangan natin lahat to. Muntik na hindi mangyari pero nangyari siya. Yun. Of course, the Student Council of Mlqu, full support po sila sa atin, headed by Mr. Gabriel. Ano nga pang si Gab. Sir Gab, Mr. Gabriel. Forgot his surname. That's it. Take it away, Mr. President.
I think we're done with the picture taking na po.
Habang nagsasalita ako.
Okay na po.
Baka nakanganga ako doon habang nag-picture taking. Sige. Bigyan mo na lang ko. Thank you very much. Good evening po.
Okay, we'll see you soon po sa next activities ng Pice. Thank you.
Magpa-vlog daw ako para sa ACI Philippines tomorrow. Asan si si Lisa Uy, ang presidente ng ACI Philippines Student Chapter. National po 'yon, ha. The national president of ACI Philippines Student Chapter is from Mlqu. I'm very proud of him. Her pala.
Good evening po.
Yun. Sige, paki-promote na lang, Miss Lisa Uy.
Yes po, tomorrow po, day 1 po ng ACI Philippines Webinar Series 2021. Kasama din po si Sir Bailon, speaker 2 po namin siya tomorrow. See you everyone. Thank you. Congrats din po pala sa Pice and sa president na si Gray. Congrats.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think we're done na, sir. Pwede na po yata tayo mag-out.
Okay na.
Ubus na rin yung data nila, sir.
Ubus na yung data nila, no?
Magta 12 hours na tayo dito, guys.
8 GB naman to, kasya, di ba, sa Globe. Ayan na. Maraming salamat po. So, ibibigay na po yung yung mga certificate para sa mga participants. Doon lang po sa members po ng PICE, Mlqu Student Chapter. And then we will have our speakers certificate of appreciation to be sent to you. Ano ba yun?
Sir, may idalagdag lang po ako pala.
Yes, sige, go.
Sa mga attendees natin ngayon, magkakaroon kami ng assessment for this event para malaman namin yung satisfaction nyo sa event. And also, kahit hindi kayo member, you are welcome to answer the assessment kasi kina-count namin yon for, as a survey para malaman namin kung ano yung dapat namin improve for the next activities. And by the way, hindi nyo pala makiklaim yung certificates nyo para dun sa mga members, hindi nyo makiklaim yung certificate nyo pag hindi kayo sumagot ng assessment.
Grabe, sa pilitan. Hindi, for our own benefit na rin yun. Balang araw makikita namin kung ano ba kailangan pa bang improve. Okay? Alam namin may mga praises pero kailangan namin yung improvement.
Yes.
Make it perfect. Yun po.
Okay, thank you guys.
Congratulations, Cray!
Thank you, sir. Congrats sa atin.
Congratulations to the org. Grabe, gagaling ng mga officers ko. Walang tulog yan kagabi pa lang. Binulabog ka pa lang ng umaga. Oy, tara na, may meeting na tayo. Alas 7 ng umaga, pero tulog kami alas 11 ng gabi.
Di pa kami naliligo, sir.
Wala kang liguan. Oy, ba't mo sinabi?
Joke lang, naligo ko, sir.
Ay, nandiyan si Carl Castro, the former president of
Pice last year. Ano ba yan?
Ano ba? Kailangan natin pasalitain. Sige, Carl, ano masasabi mo, Carl?
Dalian mo.
Sige, dalian mo. Sige.
Sige.
Stolen yan.
Hello, sir.
Hello, and then? Sige.
Congrats po.
Ayan. May sasabihin sa si Dante, Si Dean Dante may sasabihin sa'yo. Advice si thesis. Sir, babawin ba yung diploma pag hindi na? Din, yan mo. Unmute nyo na po, sir.
Unmute yun na po, sir.
Yan, yan. Ang sasabihin si Din, teka. Unmute.
Bakit
Yan.
babawiin? Ba't babawiin natin ng diploma? Kanya na yan eh.
Kanya na yun. Oh. Magaling ang grupo. Kaya lang hindi din natapos eh. No? Balita ko na extend si Carl eh. So pwede patapusin yung thesis, di ba? President.
Oo.
Ganda.
Sir, hanggang ngayong term na lang po.
Ngayon na lang ba?
Itong sem na ito.
Oo nga pala.
Dalawang subject na lang, sir. Naiwan.
Ito lang sem.
Opo.
Ang namimiss ko yung community extension, yung pumupunta tayo sa mga
Kaya
lugar.
nga, sir eh. Sarap po sana ulit.
Hindi na magagawa ni na Crayon kasi pandemic eh. Unless, basta mahirap. Pero balita ko din, next sem na po yung mga thesis, no? So,
hindi ba ngayon? Ngayon.
Ngayon sir may thesis?
Ito ngayon na semester. Yun ang pagkaalam ko. Hindi extend ng, ito. Ang extension. Itong semester na ito. Kaya kailangan ma-submit.
Okay, sir. So, yung bagong thesis, next semester, sir, yan, sa second sem.
Yung para sa, pero yung inabot ng pandemic, di ba? Yung sa pandemic, meron sila extension na one semester. Without enrolling yun, ha?
Yes.
Yung thesis subject. Without enrolling. So, kailangan ma-submit na yun. So, meron na lang tayo isang buwan, no?
Yan. Hard copy na yan. So, next sem, may mga bago na po mga researches. You have the whole stretch of structural engineering, lahat ng specialization. Andyan na po. Masaya ang transportation engineering pagdating sa research or thesis eh. Naalala ko tuloy eh. Nagbibilang kami ng mga sasakyan sa sa Quezon Ab, sir. Sa Quezon Ab. Sir. Sir. Palaki ng palaki siya ng width ng roadway. Ay, thank you very much at natapos na rin po ang ating General Assembly.
At least maganda pakiramdam ng Pice officer, di ba? For a well successful General Assembly. Walang nagreklamo eh, no? Meron ba?
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Baka sa feedback.
Pero may alam ako nangyari kanina, sir. May nag-leave sa group.
Meron ba?
Chismis lang yun.
Okay.
Sobrang init ng ulo eh, no? Kilala ni Carl yan eh, no? May mga ganyan, Carl, no?
Malalaman ko din yan.
Sir, sino yun, sir?
Wala akong masabi dyan.
Parang kilala ko, sir, ha?
Oo. Ay, wala. Ang mahalaga dyan, bumalik siya, nanumbalik. Gumawa ng matinding aksyon.
Hi, sir, Bailon.
Hello, sino to? Pakilala kayo.
Si Vincent po, sir.
Si Vincent Luna. Ano natin yan? JO natin ng yan.
Hello, sir. Masipag na JO, sir.
Masipag daw. Ano masasabi ni Craig dyan? Masipag daw ba si Vincent Luna?
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Ay, hindi.
No comment.
No comment. Kailangan ba isa-isahin ng mga officers ko? Mahusay naman talaga.
Kerwin Molina, sir. Nanonood kanina pa.
Saan si Kerwin?
Ako, sir.
Ikaw ba? Oy, may order. Mag-order ako ng wings. Meron pa ba?
Meron, sir.
Kailangan na natin kainin uli yan.
Sir, Basa.
Sir.
Si Basa din.
Active po kami.
Nagre-review na ba kayo para sa board?
Mag-review kayo mabuti, ha?
Sir, nagre-review na po. Nagre-review kami, sir.
Ano ba nire-review nyo? Baka merong bote
Patingin nga ng lamesa.
Baka may baso dyan na umiikot, ha?
Wala pong
Ibang
lamesa
nire-review
dito,
nyo.
Patingin ng sahig.
Estimates. Okay.
Different equations. Sir,
matindi yan, no? Paboritong subject yan sa
sir,
UP.
nagre-review na po kami.
Huwag niyo i-review yan, di lalabas sa board.
Hindi daw pa lalabas yan. Hindi pa lalabas, sir.
Hindi na pa sa recto, sir. Di pa nalalabas.
Gine-memorize lang yung solution dyan, alam nyo ba? Hindi ko na kailangan i-solve yung ano. Oh, ganon kagaling ang ang review center namin ni Doc Sayari noon. Parang pag tinignan mo yung question, yung paper, alam mo na yung answer kasi multiple choice kami noon. Hindi katulad kay Din Dante. Talaga naman. Di ba, sir? Matindi ang kanila.
Ang handwriting mo, no?
Sir, 6 months? 6 months kayo maghihintay?
Oo, kasi ang board daw twice a year. Pero sa first take mo, August yun yung first wala kang chance na makakuha sa susunod kung bumaksak ka sa
So another 1 year bago pumasa.
Ang tagal, oo.
So nauso, sir, pala sa DPWH, tama po ba to, na nagkakaroon ng mga empleyado na underboard kasi nga napakahaba yung inaantay na
Ay, hinihintay, oo. At saka, may mga natuklasan, take ng lisensya.
Oh!
Oo. Imagine, matagal na pala engineer. Noong i-verify sa PRC, hindi pala license.
Sir, sang bureau ba yan, sir?
Hindi ko malaman kung ano. Basta central office.
Central? Sa ano pa pala? Sa may pier pala siya? Oh.
Kaya ngayon, bago ka ma-appoint, meron na talagang galing certification sa PRC.
Correct.
Ngayon ay license.
Pero sir, ako nagtataka ako hanggang ngayon. Ba't hindi ako binigyan ng certificate ng PRC? Ang pinakita lang sa akin, yung aking result ng aking board exam. Ayun lang. Wala akong...
Bakit?
Wala, sir.
Binabayaran yun eh.
Yun nga eh. Bakit dito binigyan? Siguro, sir, pwede naman ako humingi uli, no? Kasi pasado naman.
Pasado eh. Saka porepin naman yun eh. Siyempre pag humingi ka, bibigay yun.
Kaya pala.
Hindi, pero nabigay siya yung board rating mo.
Yes, sir. Meron. Binigay sa akin ako.
Yung sa registered, ganon, civil engineer. Yun ang
yes, sir. Makikita sa yon, sa website. Type yung pangalan mo, tapos yung, PRC number mo.
PRC number.
Yun, sir, kung nagluloko, hindi. Madali na ngayon malaman kung hindi lisensyado yung engineer.
Kaya maraming nahuli.
Kaya pala.
Okay. O, para makakain na sila.
Sige po, maraming salamat. Kakain na tayo. Nasaan na ba yung ating akala ko may padalang ang PICE ngayon.
Pero wala kaming pera.
Wala ngayon.
Oy, hindi
pera, sir.
Oy, may daw.
May daw, sir.
Kailan daw ba lalabas yung ID ng PICE? Mga ID.
Wala ngayon, sir.
Oo.
Sayang.
Wala pa ba? Sige, announce na lang natin. No? So, be informed. Ano ilalike nila? Ano bang website natin? Ang webpage? Ano bang gagamitin natin?
Ang webpage natin is Pice Manuel L. Quezon University Student Chapter. Yung Pice, acronym siya, PICE. Tapos, full university name, Manuel L. Quezon University. Tapos, student chapter.
Hindi na yung Pice Mlqu na pinag-test natin last time.
Inactive na po siya.
Okay. So this is the first time that we had this webinar in this platform. At the same time, first time nagkaroon ng FB Live and YouTube Live. So pwede na natin yung mga klase natin YouTube Live. Hindi, joke. Biglang may magsalita doon na Indiano o kaya Japanese. Okay, so maraming po salamat. That ends our webinar. Thank you po. Thank you very much, Dean Dante. Thank you very much, the whole population. And
bye.
Close na natin. Pero may iwan mo na yung mga officers. You know, officers mag-aalis, ha? Dito lang kayo. O gusto sa Google Meet na tayo?
Wala sa record, no? Stop ko na.
Google Meet na lang.
Madali dito na lang, sir. Ay, naka-record pala, sir. Naka-record pa.
Oo. Google Meet na tayo. Sige na. Magbigay ka ng link.
Hindi na naka-record.
President.
Hindi na naka-record.
Ganon?
Naka-live pa din. Naka-live pa din.
Nakaling, nakaano? Nakalink pa rin
Nakaling pa
tayo,
rin sa
naka ba?
YouTube, sir.
Ako na
Hindi na
mag-host.
lang.
Ako na
Sige,
mag-host.
sir.
Reclaim host.